Welcome back. With 3 winters now behind us, the spring air welcomes a new year full of castle building, animal husbandry, harbor construction, and of course, chiseling. So get cozy and settle in for our 4th year here in Eisenholm. Welcome to the start of our 4th year. After having it pointed out that I accidentally put charcoal in the coke oven last episode, I popped some actual black coal into the oven to test if the chiseled bricks are still functional. I hope they are. Only time will tell though. Then it was down to the mines to gather more slabs of conglomerate for the castle. Collecting a few, I brought them back up to the masonry lodge and made as many bricks as I had mortar for. And chipped off some more polished rock just for good measure. With stone sorted, my next stop was the maple wall, where an unexpected surprise awaited me. It appears as though with the cramped quarters the pigs have been living in, some of them decided to break the laws of physics and phase through the walls to roam the land. Once I'd lured the pigs I could find back into their pen, I kept up the wood cutting, harvesting the kapok, redwoods, and larch. Then I filled in a couple little divots in the land, planted those fruit tree cuttings I had nearly forgotten in the seeds chest, and extended some of the pathways so that we'd have a proper path heading up to the workshop area, as well as some wider and smoother walkways to use while getting around. After a whole lot of landscaping, a solar eclipse graced us with the cover of artificial night, and drift activity took a turn for the dangerous. And so that brings us to today, where we've got visitors outside, but hey, we're starting our 4th year here. We're not gonna let a few drifty boys stamp us, are we? Except we definitely are, because most of the things I want to do involve going outside. So we're just gonna sleep this off. I see they still exist outside. You were there all night, just hanging out at our door. But in any case, let's get on with our day. So there's a couple things I want to do here. I want to plant a couple other tree types here just before we get into the meat and potatoes of what I've got planned for today. So we've got the 2 rows of 32, so a full stack of maple seeds here. We're going to give a little bit of space from that. Don't want the leaves from the tops of these trees getting in the way of a couple other trees we want to plant. So I'm going to take these crimson maples, which are going to have a nice red type of leaf, and I want to give them a little bit of space because these ones, I don't care about the wood, it's just maple. What I want from these are the leaves, because by using the branch cutter mod to get ourselves a few of their leaves to use for decoration, I have a cunning plan. Though it's a plan that's probably going to be later in the season because these trees have to grow, unless I go on a big old expedition somewhere, find more. The larch trees, however, I can just plant a whole bunch of those, and that's going to be fine. These ones, I want their wood. Honestly, that's probably going to be more than enough. We'll do a few more just for good measure. Yeah, that should be, honestly, way more than enough. Okay. Now, what is that little project that I wanted to plant those for, you ask? All will be revealed in time. But in the meantime, we are going to clear out this inventory here, because it's looking a little cluttered. And we're going to get on to the meat of the episode here, because I've got some work to do on ye old castle. Where the more I've thought about it, the more it's occurred to me, the castle doesn't have a name yet. That's going to have to change before we finish it. Can't have a castle without a name? Wouldn't be proper. And while I could give it something simple like Castle Eisenholm or something like that, no. It needs its own special name, a fancy name. Pop this coal away. Speaking of coal, the coke ovens. The end of last episode, I accidentally put charcoal into the coke oven, and you can't make coke out of that. Brown coal and black coal, just those two. So, of course, it all burnt up. Now, for this one here that I did put black coal in, I got a comment about how somebody recreated these coke ovens here and tried it, and all it did was burn up all of their black coal. So let's take a look Uh-oh. Alright. So, note to self. You cannot chisel coke ovens anymore. That's, either I misinterpreted the video that I had watched a long time ago, or it changed. Either scenario is equally probable. But in any case, that does mean that this wall, and by extension, theoretically, part of this one will have to change ever so slightly. Or I could just cut this down to 2 of them and push them back a little ways. I probably don't need 3 coke ovens. It would save me having to make another hatch door. Well, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. But for the moment, let's get to doing a little bit of castle work, because we've neglected that for a little bit. Spent the entire winter inside. It's sunny time. Time to do sunny work. Gonna take both these saws, the not so great looking one and the fresh one, and we're gonna process a lot of this maple. I have a feeling I might have put a bit of maple in the masonry lodge for some reason, so let's just double check that, and then we're going to put more of those walkways onto the castle walls. And maybe get to a little bit of detailing as well. Ooh, I've got planks. I've got a lot of planks. If I've had all these planks just sitting here, why haven't I done this already? Well, to be fair, I do have a whole bunch of different projects on the go. So, you know, a couple things will slip through the cracks here and there. I probably meant to do this a while back. But we're doing it now. So I'm just gonna go until I got no more maple left. And then we can grab some of those polished blocks from earlier. Because while the bases for the walls are mostly in place, the detail work, especially the gaping hole behind me. And that's right. Soon, the castle will fly no more. It'll be grounded, secure, stable. That's where horses live. Okay, let's get into the time lapse then. Okay, so for the most part, we've got our wooden walkways pretty much all in place for the outer wall. Well, at least until the western gatehouse. So before we get on to the next bit, let's go check on the steel, because it's probably about due for another load of fuel. Now we've got walkways going all the way there. This is great. Don't have to jump or anything. How are we looking? Out of fuel. 77? We're getting there. And light these up. And off we go to our next step. It's a little too dark at the moment, though, to do the next bit of the castle. Won't be able to see much, so let's try and get these pigs inside before they give birth. Go on in. Go inside. Go inside. No, don't you come out. No, don't come out. Go back into confinement. I know it's cramped in there, but just deal, okay? Just deal. It's gonna... You win this round. Do I have any horsetail? Oh, I have plenty of horsetail. That's marginally better. Well, since I want to go over the next part of the walls in the light of day, so I can actually show you what I'm doing, I think I'm going to spend the rest of this calm, rainy, stormy night cutting down the forest. Maybe carve a path right out to the water. Oh boy, here I go deforesting again. There we go. Now we have a pretty clear path between the castle and the water. Excellent. And the sun's starting to come up. So let's get all this wood put away and get ourselves ready for a little bit more decorum for the walls. Soon enough, the castle shall float no more. It'll be firmly anchored to the ground, the way physics intended. Okay, so we're gonna want a bunch of these polished blocks. Let's just take a whole bunch and a lot of bricks. And we are not gonna want to forget pantograph, a chisel, and of course the hammer. Where's my hand planer? Did I burn through it working through the workshop? Probably. Very likely. For what I'm going to be using it for, technically I could get away with a hand wedge because I'm just going to be pushing blocks in, but the planer is going to be a lot better in case I shave off one too many layers on a block. My planer's not there. Okay. Well then, let's grab ourselves a singular piece of coal, and we're going to make ourselves another hand planer because we're going to want one for all of the chiseling we've got in store. I really need to get a quenching station in here at some point. That'll be one of the next steps on the to-do list once I get back to working on the workshop. But right now, it's outside time. To a beautifully rainy, dull, dreary day. You need to go back inside. Alright, round two. Round two before I go and do this thing. Aha! Victory! Just use this little pond here to my advantage. Okay. So, we're going to start off somewhere a little bit closer to the ground. Just so I can give you a good demonstration of what kind of repeating pattern we're going to be using. So, these bits here, right now they're only 1 voxel thick. So I'm going to pull these out to 2. And these guys here are going to get chiseled on right down to being 2 out from that. And it's just going to repeat all the way until the ground. I suppose I'll need to be down on the ground for some of this. Oh, you shouldn't be here, it's calm. Oh well, we'll see how long it takes for that one to become a problem. There we go. So this subtly jutting out pattern is going to repeat on every single column of these bricks that go in between what are going to be buttresses. And over there, where there's a lot more distance between the land and the bottom of the wall there, they're going to get a lot thicker than that. But we'll deal with that as it comes. Now with the in-between brick bits in place, we're going to get our polished blocks jutting out like the buttresses they were born to be. And this too is going to be a fairly simple repeating pattern. I'll chisel it in once I've got this. So basing off of these shorter inner blocks, we're going to go 1, 2, a 3. And then on the 4th one, we come out, and we're going to have another of these wedge shapes right here. Then come down again of 1, 2, 3, and a wedge. And we're just going to fill in the in-between visible bits right there. And then for however far down they go, they're just going to keep repeating this pattern, getting further and further from the walls the farther down they go. And one thing I'm just noticing now, these are jutting out at the same angle you'd want to lay a ladder against a wall. Technically that's 1 foot out for every 4 feet of working height, but we're working with meters and we're still doing a 4-to-1 ratio. So we've got safe slopage. That applies to buttresses, right? Safe angle for a ladder is a safe angle for a buttress? I don't know, I'm not an architect. I just play one on TV. So this bush is going to have to go. And then for any that are on just the edge of the ground, we're going to want to replace the dirt so it just looks a little bit more secure as if it's going deeper underground. Which of course it isn't, but only we're going to know that. Don't tell anyone.
It's a secret.
And especially don't tell anyone what I'm going to do right now, which is, let's say, from the angled bits that I'll chisel those in a moment. From those angled bits, we're going to come down 2 blocks. Yeah. And just have a central column here. Yeah. And this one will also be an angled bit, just so it looks like it's nestled in and securing the corner just a little bit more, so we don't have a deep kind of V.
So let's get up top there and copy some of these shapes over, shall we?
Copy.
And paste the old shapes here. There we go.
And this one in the corner here, we're just going to use merge shapes, which used to be called add shape. Copy that. Paste that. And now that's
Difficult to see, so I'll hop up on a ladder here.
now it's a corner piece. Yeah. And we're going to put these little column bottom bits that just have the bottom row of voxels filled in just above any of our wedge pieces. It's going to break things up from too many continuous lines. And then we'll take our in-between one and apply that to everything else. And that is the beginning of what our supports are going to look like. But of course there's going to be slight variation on the design depending on if we're doing a tower or a wall. Towers are bigger and heavier and need a few more supports, whereas the walls might have slightly fewer buttresses. And while we're at this, of course, don't forget... Oh. Uh-oh. Sword? Get out of here. You get out of my home. As I was saying, to fix any potential lighting issues, we're going to want to make sure we rotate everything ever so slightly. And we're already losing what little daylight we had once again. So I'll do this side, and let's hope that these spring storms come to an end before we work on some of the wall decor. Please, rain. I wish for dryness. Alright, well, with the sun shining, let's get to work on one of these walls. So if you look behind me, you might remember that a long time ago in a galaxy, in this galaxy, I used as a beginning example for what the wall segments are going to look like. So let's actually finish decorating it now. It's only been, what, a year? 2? It's a long-scale project. So we've got our basic shape in place. Right along the wood, we're going to put a full layer of our polished blocks. I suppose this tower's gonna have polish going all the way down, so we'll deal with that in a moment. Don't get distracted. We're just gonna want to chisel all of these. And there's 2 types that we're going to be using here. And of course they're not facing the right way, but that is okay. Just gonna rotate these guys in place. These are the same ones we used on the gatehouse that we can't see because there's a wall in the way. And on these other ones, we're gonna want, where is our upside down? On these, we're going to have the wedges. Speaking of wedges, sandwich, my favorite lunch. I was hungry for hands. Oh, that kills people. And we're just going to mirror these upside down and then rotate them into place. I put these 1 block too high. The wedges actually go there. These ones are just these ones. There we go. Perfect. And these 2 here are going to be castle wall column closed. Now this one is very similar to these, except the bottom and the top voxels are closed in, kind of for a 1 block high area. Rotate those, fix the lighting as we go. And in these corners here, we're actually going to have a little bit of an arch. Kind of like so. Now let's head up a little bit higher here. We're going to get up to the top of the wall here. Now from here, we're going to have 2 more of these. These ones are actually top columns. They're closed off just at the top. And just like at the tops of our towers, which we can see right over there, we're putting the exact same battlements. Which means I'll probably have to grab all my little pyramid toppers, storing them in the workshop for quite a while. Ooh, risky business. That's on the ankles.
It won't be the first or the last time. This castle will take my life at some point. Let's just flip these around so they're facing the right way. Ooh. Ooh-ah. Oh, save me, meat stew. Save me from my inevitable end. Grab my little pyramid toppers wherever they are. Where did I put them? There they are. Just grab 3 for this example.
I should really make bandages.
Boop, boop, boop.
There we go. There's a wall portion. I'm not in pain, you're in pain. I think I'm gonna patch myself up a little bit and then we're gonna finish off this wall piece. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta put mushed up plant matter on yourself and you'll feel right as rain. Not just any plant matter though. You know, it's gotta be special plant matter. Healing herb, if you will. Okay. So, much like the other walls here, we're gonna have our bricks. They're gonna take up all 3 of the middle sections of the wall. These walls are going to come all the way down, and it's going to follow the same pattern as these. So 1 block above where our brick starts, we'll have our wedge. Now let's see if I can trust myself on a ladder anymore. And we'll be using the same pattern that we were using there. We've got wedge, 1, 2, 3. Wedge, 1, 2, 3. We'll just fill that in. Now this wall here is going to have the same idea, so those are probably going to honestly share this corner piece. So from here, this part is not going to need any of this central column from below that block, I think. Because from here we're going to come down. And that block there. Oh, it's even sooner than I thought. Well, these corners are going to save on a bit of material. Perfect. Yeah, so those corners are just going to come to a bit of a point. Can't be too mad at that. That's pretty good. Ah, right. The central block there is... It's calm and daytime. Please cease your activities. Under here, a part of me wants to keep it smooth, but it just won't fit with everything else having this little divot carved into it. I don't remember if any of those are saved to the portfolio, so I'm just going to grab the one that I know I chiseled in our portcullis area. Yeah, that one. The closed ends block is actually the one. Okay. It's almost as if I pre-planned and accounted for all of this months ago. There we go. And with this top layer of bricks, the only reason why I'm keeping this little half bit there is just to break up the straight lines with all of the intersections between these polished blocks. Gives it just a slight bit more irregularity. Well, it's done. You just can't see it. So I may as well work on these 2 portions here until daybreak. Good morning, welcome to breakfast. I'm just still working on these walls here because, oh boy, they take a bit. But here behind me we see the first completed wall section. The grass is starting to grow back in down at the bottom there, that's good. We've got the bricks down there slowly jutting out from the wall just to flare out the base a little bit. Our buttresses supporting the wall all the way up to our battlements. And then here specifically for the gatehouse, we have this 1 block section here that's just going to jut out just 1 block further than everything else. But apart from that, all the walls are just going to be repeating patterns of exactly what you see behind me. Every single wall segment. I'm not a masochist. Much. But I think since this is going to take so very long, we best do this in the form of a time lapse. Because it's already taken, what, 2, 3 days to get this far? Just doing what we've got here as well as the front tower? That's a lot of time, but not a lot of wall. So let's once again commence the time lapse. Okay, maybe we take a small break from building walls, because we're out of food. We've got a lot of rock, though. But the underside of that castle is dangerous. Super dangerous. I've died like 6 times. Wait a minute. Is that the subtle squeal of baby pigs I hear? Let's go take a look. We are also going to have to make some more food pretty quick here. Why is there a baby pig outside? Why are there more pigs outside? You go inside. Oh boy, okay, these baby pigs can live outside? Oh, it's dangerous out here.
Oh, my gambeson is broken.
Okay, I think we've reached peak capacity on the pigs because they keep phasing out through the walls. So once it's a little bit safer outside, we're gonna deal with that, but until then, let's check on some of those pickled foods and see if they're ready to be cooked. Pickles? Pickled meat is done. Or cured meat, rather. Pretty much everything is ready to go. Let's clear out these rocks and get to seeing just how long these meals are gonna last. The world is such a dangerous place. Alright, Pickles, you're coming with me. Let's put the parsnips away. Good for a year, and that's in the spring. Okay, not too bad for these almost having been bad. So while we wait for these to cook, let's go over our plans for how we're going to proceed with the castle. So I think the wisest move is going to be to make a whole bunch more ashlar blocks and at least get a good portion of that underground part of the castle all bricked up. Because once the monsters can't get to us, we can actually build safely. Because even when it's calm, it's dark under there. And the bad things come out when it's dark. They come out and they hurt me. They hurt me real bad. I was warned about this eventuality quite a while back. Did I listen? Absolutely not. Why would I listen? I gotta make my own mistakes. And a mistake I made. Ooh, food's ready. Pop these downstairs and just keep on making more. So once I've made as many batches of food as I possibly can, we'll head on over to the warehouse, make ourselves another wedge chisel to make a bunch more bricks, and we'll get some walls slapped together. I might need to make more mortar as well. We'll deal with that at the same time. See you in a moment. Okay, so with these, they're good for 15 days, so I think I'm not going to make any more of that. I've got 1 crock here I've already cracked into, and 8 more in reserve. But all the individual ingredients are going to last over a year, and that's in, warmer weather. But I think it might be worth it to just keep them in storage for the time being and cook them as we need them. Plus, we should have a fresh batch of crops coming in any day now, really. Before we go to the workshop, let's take a look at our pig situation here, because we've got a few of them that have broken free. That might mean it's time to quell the herd. Especially if we're dealing with overpopulation. Alright. There's a lot of them down there. Go on, little piggies. Fall down the holes. How many do we have down here?
Oh, that's a lot. Oh, they're gonna need a lot more room. Okay.
Alright, pigs, it's time to do what I should have done a while ago, huh? Avert your eyes. This ain't gonna be pretty, but it will eventually be delicious. Hey, that was a lot. That was a lot of meat. Nearly a stack of fat, too. We are definitely going to have to deal with these real quick, because they're only good for a few days. Okay, so since we were going to head over to the workshop anyway to make ourselves another wedge chisel, let's grind up a bunch of salt while we're there, too, just so we can preserve all that meat. Because that's far more than we're going to be able to eat before it all goes bad. While we're here, let's finish up these batches of steel. Now this one's 97% complete, so I'm just going to put a little bit. There we go. Now 6 and 6, that might be a little more than what we need for the last 3%, but better safe than sorry. And I may even still be underestimating it. Excellent, and that batch of steel is just about done, so we should Yeah, 99, that's gonna finish real soon here. So we're gonna make a lot of good progress today. This is a good thing, this is a good day. Speaking of progress, while I'm here, how are these huge hides doing? Perfect. Still going to need just a little bit more huge scraped hide before we have enough to make all of the backpacks. But I think 1 or 2 more bears and we should be good to go. Let's just get as much of this meat all sealed up and salting as we can. I hear a pig. It's a dead piglet. Poor guy. Piglet! You gotta go home, little buddy. Let's get you inside. Up you go, get. The rest of them little piglets, I know a couple of them went out here. Baby pigs. Piglets! Did you know how dangerous phasing through walls is? It's how Mr. and Mrs. Cluck met an untimely end at the hands of wolves. You don't want that, do you? Be a sad day. Yeah. Be scary. You get back on in your pen, you precious morsel. There you go. Oh, boy, that's a lot of pigs. Okay. I think the most pressing matter before they grow up is definitely to expand this so they have room. Otherwise, they're gonna literally burst out through the walls. So, Dog? Dog the Moose? Where'd you get up there? Dog the Moose? Oh, Dog the Moose is here. Dog the Moose, we're gonna have to deal with you. Oh boy. Alright, go on, be free. Alright. They have a bit more room to roam around now. That may not be an immediate fix, but at least it'll keep them from bursting out of the walls, hopefully. Hopefully they'll have enough room to roam around. So, let's pop that one down there. Pop the finishing chisel up there. Since we've got a few minutes before the temporal storm hits, let's collect a whole bunch of bricks, and then we'll sleep through the storm and go from there. My math is correct. That should be 231 mortar that we're going to need. So just a full-on barrel of it, and then we'll have a little bit of change left over. Are we going to have time before the storm hits? Probably not, but let's try. And let's grab our lantern, too. We don't want to forget that. You're coming with me. We're getting soft tacos later. Baking temperature is 825, which means I think we're going to have to use coal. Peat will work, but coal will work better. We're starting to run a little low on coal and charcoal, so that's going to be another charcoal firing pretty soon. We used a lot of it for the steel. Oh, we've still got a good bit. We're doing okay. Let's bring that stack with us. And the steel's done. We'll get to that pretty quick here. Oh boy, we're getting a lot done today. And the King Crimson maples have grown. We can harvest the leaves and watch a shiver lose his mind. And the larch trees have grown. All the trees are good to go. The flax is almost there. Do a quick check over a lot of these just before we go inside. Onions are ready. Pretty well across the board. Soybeans are still growing. Flax is still growing. And cabbages are good. Okay. It looks like we might have to harvest a few different things here while we've got our quicklime cooking. Actually, I don't know exactly how much fuel it's going to take for each of those stacks, so we're going to sleep. We're going to sleep through the storm first, and then cook our quicklime. There we go. A fresh morning. Free from the eldritch horrors of the world. Alright, while those begin to cook, we've got at least a few minutes where we can harvest our plants. Don't worry, I'll make a gate one day. We'll just get a few of these onions sealed up in any of the barrels that still have a little bit of brine left in them. Ah, pickled carrots I forgot about. Nitrogen's looking good there. Let's get more cabbages replanted. Flax is still growing, soybeans still growing. Rye and... yeah, rye is still growing as well. Okay. That's about everything that's ready to go. Okay, we're gonna want to do something about this rot. And since at the... Piglet. Alright. Well, since at the moment we have a good bit of rot and a bunch of empty barrels over on at the leatherworking area, we're just gonna pop them in there. Start making a bit more compost. Piglet, Piglet, Piglet. No. Go home. There we go. You! Alright, piglets. Over yonder. Let's double check. There's no holes they can get out of, right? They can't get up there? No. Okay. Every time I'm about to go do something else, I just find more and more pigs who escaped through wall phasing. Okay, unless we run into any more loose piglets running around, I think we're good to go throw this rot in a barrel. Those are wild chickens. Okay. We'll have to work on domesticating those chickens too at some point. Okay, so these are entirely empty barrels, so... Rot, seal. Rot, seal. Rot, seal. Rot, kiss from a rose. And this is not quite a full stack of rot, so it's not going to work, but we've got 5 going right now. Excellent. The steel. We've got some steel. That means we can make the pounder caps. Let's heat up the steel, make a couple of pounder caps, get the chromite pounding, finally. And then once that's all ready, we are going to make mortar and get right back onto those castle walls. Want to try and get a little bit more of those done before the end of the episode. Is that all the chromite in there? There's all the chromite in there. Let's just see. Crushed chromite. Oh, happy day. This is beautiful. I'm just going to let this go. And I'm going to sit here because things will probably despawn going through the chute if I walk too far away. So I'll see you all when the crushing is done. Then I'll go grab the lime, make the mortar, put it in the coconut, and shake it all up. Yeah. Not too bad of a haul for the chromite. Okay. We'll mix that in a minute, but right now, mortar is going to be the priority. And I could have just left that to passively do its thing, but if you get a little too far away and it unloads that chunk, those chutes and hoppers and such are notorious for having items just disappear. So it's always good to keep them loaded if you have any sort of items flowing through any sort of pipeline like that. Excellent. We've got ourselves a whole bunch of quicklime. Let's just use... that's an empty barrel. We can use that. Where's our bucket? There's our bucket. $64 liters of slaked lime right there. Okay, and now we just need a stack of sand. Are you... you are also from... oh, you know what? You're wild pigs now. That's fine. Escaping the farm and going out to live in the wild. They grow up so fast. A stack of sand, nice and quick. Okay, Barrel, I've brought the sand you require. But, oh my, more mortar than I thought. For some reason, I've only ever made batches of 256 at the most. 512. What am I gonna do with it all? Although, to be fair, with the amount of bricks that I'm gonna need between this, the customs house, that 512 is not gonna last all that long. I mean, in all honesty, we're gonna go through about half of it right now. Okay, I'm all bricked up. Let's get a few more wall segments all in place. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. A wooing is a $350 fine, but I make no apologies for art. Okay, so rift activity is high. We're out of bricks. I think now is probably a good a time as any to, well, first kind of secure our leatherworking area and maybe get some of that chrome tanned leather going. I would say we should collect honey, but it's dangerous outside. Everything we need is outside. We're gonna have to sort that out, huh? Let's make a mad dash for the farmhouse. See if we have any extra materials for windows or doors. Just anything really to secure that leatherworking area. As well as, I suppose, grab the hides themselves. We might need those. We do have a bunch of these birch window panes from back when we were working on the farmhouse, so we could use those. There's a crude door. This will just be a little bit of a temporary defensive reinforcement. Pop these in before we get overwhelmed. That should be fine. There we go. Maybe just a couple there. Why not? Pop the lantern there so nothing spawns on the walls. Okay, now that we have a spot to fall back to, let's grab the crushed chromium and get to making leather. Hope that crude door doesn't break when we go back in. Chromium? And I did have somebody comment that I shouldn't be breaking the chromite into small nuggets here, because with each of these there's a 0.3, so a 1 in 3 chance to get a piece of crushed chromite when they're broken, and that it's better to use the chunks here. But looking at the amounts that you get, you're guaranteed to get 1 crushed chromite from a poor chunk, which is 15 units, so 3 nuggets. You have a 1 in 3 chance with each nugget, and a guaranteed 1 in 3, so this is kind of more just gambling, but the odds are still the same. Same idea here, 1.3 for 20 units, 1.7 with 25, that's getting to about a 0.1 difference. 2.3 from 35, so it's all very similar. So the odds actually break down to being pretty well identical, honestly. But I do appreciate you looking out for efficiency. Pulverizing the big chunks is just your guaranteed way, or mostly guaranteed way of getting yourself a consistent amount, but crushing the little nuggets is gambling. Numbers go brr. Oh, right, I need... I see. Okay, I've made some goofs. Everything's going a bit weird. Now how... There we go. 6 liters of sulfuric acid. Beautiful. So just in some of the pots over here, we're going to amalgamate this all over into 3 of them. Just because it makes it easier and we can use a little less fuel. Instead of 6 pots with 3 portions, we'll have 3 pots with 6 portions. So we're going to open that one, and that one. And then for all of these, we're just going to have, you know, our 2 portions to 2 portions. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio here. We're doing that for all 3. I didn't bring a torch. Okay. So, There we go. Now let's grab ourselves a torch. And I weirdly haven't seen anything spawning, even though it's high. The rift activity lied to me. A torch. Coming with me. Go, let's light these up. Get ourselves some chromium sulfate. With how quickly that's going, we might not need all of that fuel. What we will need, however, while that's cooking, is wax. Lots and lots of beeswax. Yeah, normally it's none of my beeswax, but this is exactly my beeswax, and I gotta go get my beeswax. Piglet! Get back in there. What did I tell you about going outside, Piglet? Silly pig. Anyway, beeswax. Right. Ooh, a lot of that flax is getting close. Ooh, there's the first piece done. What am I doing? Bees. Staring at bricks so long I've gone crazy. Bees. Oh, that's a lot of angry bees. Let those bees be angry. Let's go extract the honey. Get ourselves a bit of wax. Now we just squeeze it all in there. Get the good juice out. With those healing antimicrobial properties. The magic of bees. What's that, Larry? You like watching me squeeze the honey beside you? You're a sick man. Combination with what we already had, that's 42 beeswax. Not too shabby, not too shabby at all. Our chromium sulfate is bound to be done and ready to go here. Let's cook ourselves up some of this sturdy leather. So 3 liters and 1 scraped hide. So we got 6 liters in there, so we should be able to put 2. 1, 2, 3. Ah! You don't need to have water in your bucket. So if we take the chromium sulfate out of the other ones and put it all in a single pot. Beautiful. Perfect. And so 6, 6, 6. Oh no. And another 6. Oh, okay, we're fine. We got 6 chromium tanned hides. Once we've got our chromium tanned hide, we just have to cook it up with 3 wax, and we'll get 6 sturdy leather from each. Oh boy, there we go. Pop that there, and let's pop our honey in there. Oh, right. 3 times 6 is not 36, it's 18. We still have 24 beeswax. We are perfectly fine. Let's add maybe another peat there just in case. Honestly, after all of the prep work got done, this end bit of the process is honestly pretty simple. It's just cooking, except we don't get food at the end. But we do get the satisfying pot rattle. Beautiful. I'm really surprised, though, that the rift activity is high and there's nothing out there. Maybe I should take advantage of that. Oh, because it's daytime. And also under the castle is probably using up the entire spawn cap, because that is just a dangerous, dangerous land. There it is. Our sturdy leather. Thank you, pots. You might be crusty and dirty now, but you've done a good job. What? I'm hungry. It's as good a reason as any to head back to the house. We have to clear out the inventory anyway, so we can start putting together those backpacks. Well, 3 out of the 4 at the very least. Let's start putting a few things away here. No, honestly, I could just throw those there. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. We're so close to having full, sturdy backpacks. Let's take this chest off our backs here. And open up the old vanity, have our backpack showing. Now, if we were to take that off, look at that. You know what? I do enjoy how that backpack looks. There's just one thing I'm noticing with this backpack. It's that it's taken on a green tone for one of those straps. I wonder. Oh, this gambeson is in shambles. We're just gonna keep those rags invisible. Don't tell anyone about that. That's terrible. But yeah, since we are going to have that backpack there and they're gonna clip into each other, we're just gonna keep those invisible for the time being. But I'm definitely tempted once we get our 4th backpack to maybe, just maybe, have the backpack visible on our backs because I do like that paler brown. Very nice color. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, let's grab this stuff. Put it all back in the old inventory. What about all this? Lord, I'm not seeing anything outside. Let's cut more wedges. We've got more mortar. Might as well get more bricks. Okay. There's more bricks there. We're out of all that mortar. It went quick. So let's pop that there. And let's just get polished rock out of the rest of the conglomerate that we have, because it's really not a lot. 13 pieces. Lantern, come with me, Lantern. We're going to check the coastline, and then we'll deal with these trees. I see. Whoa. I see. I believe this is all limestone left. I came here and I took all the conglomerate out of it already, didn't I? Yes, I did indeed. Alright. Well. Just pop those 13 in there. And now for these trees. So we've got our crimson maple branches here, this nice, rich red wine color. And over here we've got our larch with a very nice kind of wrinkly trunk. Okay, that sounds weird when I say it like that, but it didn't sound that weird in my head, okay? But you might be asking, what's the plan with specifically these two types of trees? Well, all will be revealed quite soon. And by soon, I mean in the next episode. Let's get out of the rain. Ah, that's a little better. Dry, cozy, the sound of the rain pitter-pattering outside. Classic way to start the year. And I gotta say, it's been a fairly productive start, too. We got a whole lot of work done actually making the castle start to touch grass. It's touching grass more than I am these days. It's great. I'd wager 2 or 3 more big building stints and we should have the rest of that wall touching the ground. Who knows how long it'll take to chisel all of that as well, but we'll get to that as we go. Rather than continuing on to the rest of the regular walls, that material that we gathered, I think I'm going to use that for the little round tower jut out that we've got. Not the big one on the western side. Talking the one with a bridge on the south side of the castle. That one right there. And what do the larch trees and the crimson maple trees have to do with that little island right there? Well, you ever seen Game of Thrones? The wolves have. That's what they tell me. I won't say any more, but I'll let you speculate. In the dark of the night, the tree trimming began. Harvesting both the crimson maples and larch trees, I then got to work taking down the latest maple wall to keep our maple stock robust. After all, we'll need a whole bunch of wood soon for another charcoal firing, as well as the castle's outer walkways. Once the wood was safely tucked away, I replaced the bee skeps and had a visit from the least likely visitor imaginable. Spider Pig. Spider Pig, does whatever a Spider Pig does. Checking on the rest of the pigs, I made a chilling discovery. Dog the Moose was on the loose. He was quickly rounded up, though. He's an outside dog now. Who's a good boy? Then, in the interest of keeping a steady supply of conglomerate for the castle, it was back down to the mines. After collecting another 9 slabs, I made my way back, only to be drawn in by the allure of an open pit marked as a ruin. I don't remember how long ago I found it, but here I was now to loot. Netting a torch holder and not 1 but 2 sets of blackguard greaves. Upon returning home to put away the haul, it was on to processing some of the slabs for our ever-present demand for new wall material. And that brings us to today, where we're going to be doing some trees. Some arbory, even. And I will admit that I haven't done a whole lot of custom trees myself. I've followed a few tutorials in the other block game. But we're going to give this a little bit of a try. That's Kapok, that's Maple. Where is my larch? 4 stacks? 6 stacks, just in case. And for today, we are going to be using some of these new blocks, these quarter logs. We don't want the corner pieces. Those are not chiselable and they stick out from the actual block a little bit. But these right here, these large quarter logs, they're going to help out in conjunction with regular log blocks. So the recipe for these is fairly simple. You take 6 logs, an axe, and boom, you get 6 quarter logs. The corners though, if you need those, just a different pattern really. You can get 3 or 5. Now you might not be able to turn them back into full regular logs, but the beautiful thing is you don't really lose out on much. It's a 1-to-1 ratio for input and output, so that's pretty good. Though you can't really use them for much of any other kind of crafting afterwards, so if you're low on logs, be sure not to make too many of them unless you got a plan. You can't uncut a log. I mean, I guess with enough glue anything's possible, but still, in-game you can't anyway. So let's head on out here while we've got just a bit of minor rainfall. And let's go see where we're going to be setting up this tree. Or at least the first tree of today. We've got that oak back there in the farmland we gotta deal with. Coming through the castle gate here, we're gonna go out onto our little jutted out tower. On over to here, where I've already set up a little bit of cob. The grass is coming in nicely, that's good. And the main trunk of the tree is going to sit kind of like so, and I think I'm just going to put them in a bit of a spiral pattern there so when the roots are coming out, they can come out in different directions to give it a little bit of variety. Boy, these are shiny blocks today in the hot sun. The wood glows, and it burns my eyes. For the base of the trunk here, we're just going to start off nice and simple, and I haven't really decided what I'm going to fill the inside with, whether I'll just take some sort of filler block or even just leave it empty. Though leaving it empty could leave it open to the same thing as the hollow undersection of the castle, where it just becomes a weird spawning ground and we're going to hear moans coming from the tree. Actually, now that I think about that, that actually kind of sounds cool. Drifter moan, like the tree is talking. Maybe. Oh, but a rift could spawn in there. Ooh, maybe not. We'll probably pack that in with something. But in any case, we don't want this trunk to be just a square, or in this case, a cross that I've got right now. So we're gonna take some of these logs and turn them into quarter logs. Those are gonna take up the sides here, and I'll grab my chisel in just a moment to round them out a little bit, just so our trunk is thick, but rounded. Let's go grab our chiseling equipment, and then I'm going to describe a little bit about what the plan is for this tree. So as I hinted last time, it's a little something to do with Game of Thrones. And really the only thing with a sort of pale trunk and red leaves that there is in that series is, of course, the weirwood tree. That's what we're going to make. It's going to be a nice old tree with a face. And yes, this bark is far less stark white than the weirwood trees, but that's because this is going to be similar, but a little different. You know how we like cranberries? Where do you think they originated from? From the cranmother tree, of course. And so that's the plan. I'm going to build this tree up. The face will probably sit right about here, roughly head height with an actual person. And from there, the branches will splay out in all directions, filled with crimson leaves. And then we'll fill the grass in the rest of this area, raise the walls a little bit, create a little bit of a rise up on the bridge coming over to it, and turn the top of this tower into a little bit of a cranberry garden. Unfortunately, I can't stick cranberry bushes up in the branches up there unless I hide dirt there, but even then, those bushes would be inaccessible, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of having cranberry bushes. So we'll make a cranberry decorative garden in here with the roots of the tree funneling down and in or around all the bushes. I think it's going to look kind of cool. I hope. We'll start with the tree and then we'll get to landscaping this little area afterward. So with these here, we're just going to knock out the corner to start with. And I think knocking them down again just to bring them to a little bit more of a rounded point. It's going to make that corner look okay. We don't need the whole thing down to single voxel detail because it's a tree. It can look a little bit rough and knobbly. That's how the trees do. So I'll just repeat that pattern onto each of the corners here, and we should be ready to start building upward. Okay, not too bad for a bit of a rounded tree trunk. It's a little too perfectly cylindrical right now, but having some roots coming out on the bottom and having it splay out at the top to all the branches, that's going to make it look a little less perfect. And so I think the way that I'm going to go about building this will be just a little bit different from how we normally do things. Normally there's a pretty clear delineation between just a sped up time lapse and me doing this while explaining the whole thing. Why don't we blend those together? We'll use the time lapse camera to get some really good angles to show off what we're doing, since this is going to be a very 3D space that'll be hard to just mentally visualize. And I'll just describe what I'm doing as I'm going. So let's get into not a time lapse, but the info lapse? Info lapse. Yeah, let's go with that one. Woo! Working off of the stump that we've got here, I start by raising the trunk upward and beginning a couple of larger boughs branching off to either side. And then continuing the same idea further up. For the thick branches, I'm using a combination of logs and quarter logs, chiseling the quarter logs to reduce how much internal wood color is shown at the bends. There's no real hard and fast rule to placement for this, I'm just letting the branches meander away from the trunk. And keeping in mind that the ends of the branches should be spread out, but not too spread out for the look I'm aiming for. Working ever upward, I want the trunk to taper a bit at the top. Don't worry that it kind of looks like a cactus. That'll be covered up with foliage later. With the height set, I'm elongating more of the branches, and I've run out of wood. So while we're waiting for those large saplings to grow, let's get a little bit more work done on the castles while we still have some daylight. And very likely even beyond when we don't have daylight. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of time lapses today. I feel it in my bones. Okay, time lapse time. Woo! Terrifying. I goofed. I done diddly goofed. I realized when I came back up to get the boards up there. Let's just clear out the inventory that I have now filled up. So that tower there that I've added kind of a little ring of polished blocks around the front side is supposed to look a lot more like these towers. It's supposed to have a flat face on the outside and just polished in the corners. Whoops. I guess we need to decide if that's going to be the style for the corner towers, or if I go up there and fix it. Yeah, I'm going to go fix it. Because that's going to bug me if I keep it like that, I think. Yeah, that is supposed to look a little more like so. Pop that there. There we go. That looks correct now. Okay. That is not correct. There we go. That is looking far more correct. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Everything lines up proper now on the inside here, so I'm just going to have to fix that on all four corners and then go down and grab all the blocks that fall a few dozen blocks below. This is just a nice little thing of there are no mistakes, only happy accidents. Everything is easily fixed with a little bit of elbow grease. Even if elbow grease doesn't taste as good as tallow or lard, it's closer to a canola oil. There. There we go. Much, much better. Now that's looking a lot more like how I envisioned. Beautiful. Now before we get back into building, let's go check on those larch trees. At least we know for sure they're getting plenty of water. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Larch trees. Oh, you're all saplings. Good. 5, 6, 7 days. 7, 7, 4. Okay, so we'll have some of these ready in a few days here, and then the rest in about a week, which is just shy of a month. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So that means we've got a little bit more time for shenanigans before we get back to tree working. Unless we decide to work on the oak tree. No, we're in a good groove with the castle walls. Let's just keep on going with that for just a little bit longer. The walls are a big project. Sorry, my nose was itchy. So I'm just going to get a few more wall segments in place, and it's all the same repeating pattern that we've just looked at, and I'm being shot at. Okay. Wall segments I go. Oh, it's danger. Oh, there's men in the courtyard. Uh-oh. So I'll see you all in just a moment after I've done a few more of these battlements. It's all the same thing. We're not going to be able to see much in the rain and the dark. I might not work that long in the dark if it stays dangerous. We'll see how things go. I'll see you in a moment. It's larch time. As one of the escapees walks across the lawn casually like he hasn't committed crimes. She, as if she has not committed crimes. Crimes have been committed. Escapeeism. Ooh, another one just grew. So, let's grab our shears so we can get a few more seeds to make sure we keep that population going. And then we'll get back to building the big old tree. There's my shears. Let's do this. Got a prune to give the little trees time to grow. Look at them. They've got days. Glorious larch wood. The lifeblood of a project for today. While I'm cutting this down, just in case anybody is curious with very astute eyes, I have indeed been stepping up the blocks with the step-up mod. Just testing it out, not too sure how I feel about it quite yet. It feels weird. It feels a little precarious when I'm near ledges and I start walking up onto a railing when I really don't want to. It's handy for these small traversals for sure. We'll see if I keep it around. Gonna just give it a little bit longer to feel it out. Okay, let's put these sticks and seeds away and get back to tree building. Seeds for the seed chest. And sticks for organics.
Alright, Shears. You stay there a moment.
Now there's still more larch trees to... Well, that one grew. But we've got 3 stacks and 1 extra. So that should hopefully be enough to round out the tree. As you can see, the back top side needs a little bit more volume before we begin adding leaves. That, and we're very likely going to need to wait for the crimson maples to grow their second batch, because we are probably going to need far more leaves than what we have. Only time will tell, though. Whoops. Well, that's a stack wasted. Not what I wanted. I wanted the axe. There we go. So let's get to a little bit more branching and then pop the leaves on here. What do you say? Oh boy. With larch replenished, I'm going to start adding some thinner branches using the chiseled quarter logs once again. No particular hard pattern to this, just vibes. Now, using an actual tree for reference can be pretty helpful for this if you're having trouble deciding where to place the branches. My main goal is to fill in some of the bare areas so our leaf canopy looks a little bit more full. And now, at last, it's leaf time. I'm going to work roughly top to bottom, starting with placing a branchy leaf block on the tips of each branch and trying to do a rough zigzag pattern similar to what you'd hear in a tree tutorial for that other block game. I'm aiming for heavy coverage without having too many of the leaf blocks directly touching each other. Real trees have gaps that let a bit of sunlight through, so that's the goal. After a bit, though, I've noticed an issue. The leaves are despawning. Yeah, like that. So, that was a little bit strange. Now, I know when it comes to doing custom trees, you want to make sure that you've got regular log blocks every so often, because leaves have to attach to a wooden log, or to a branchy leaf. And if there's no ground, branchy leaves, or logs around, the regular leaves will despawn. Which begs the question, why were some of the branches despawning the leaves? Like that one right behind me. It's got a log on it. It's not chiseled or anything. So weird. There goes more of them. There's more disappearing. And now the strangest thing is I tried to replicate this in another world, building a near identical tree. In a copy of this very world, in this very spot, exactly where this tree stands, and you know what happened? Not a single leaf despawned. Not one. Left it running for over an hour. So I'm not entirely certain what's going on here. So I'm going to give a couple of these branches another go, just to see if the leaves will decide to stick around. And if they all end up disappearing, well, we'll just have to deal with that when it comes. And I suppose, worst case, if all the leaves do despawn, well, it's a weird instance. I can try copying the world and going from there. Hopefully I can figure out exactly what's causing it, because duplicates of this tree aren't experiencing the same problem. And the stuff at the top is staying. Mostly. I think that side was covered at one point.
Alright, branches, I don't like you and you don't like me, but let's give this a try and see what it be.
Did I do those branches yet? I can't tell which branches I've done and which ones I haven't. Did I do that one? I don't know. I could just be throwing these all away, honestly. Probably am. It's probably an exercise in futility. I feel like I did this one. Yep, they're still disappearing. Okay. What baffles me is they're disappearing from regular unchiseled log blocks. And with how rapid it's going, I'd expect that it might be a mismatch between log type and leaf type. But in every other world that I tried this on during my little testing between when I first started noticing them disappearing and now, that has not seemed to be the case. I am exceedingly confused. Well, if that's the case, I'll save the remainder of this stack of leaves and try and figure out what's going on, because this is going against what I thought I knew about trees. Very strange. But in the meantime, let's put a little detail here. Gonna need a few other wood types for a little face I'm gonna put on the tree. I'll have to do a little bit more research, I think, on why these leaves are disappearing, while a near identical tree, they don't. It's a bit strange. So, let's see, I'm going to need a redwood log, a walnut log, and I've already got a maple log. Ah, good. More of the crimson maples have grown, so at least we'll have more leaves to harvest once we figure out how to get them to stop disappearing. But regardless, we're not going to pay attention to that at the moment. We are going to do a little something something here. And with this log right here, we're going to make a face. And just to make it a little bit easier to see what we're doing and the dimensions for the log itself, I'm going to pop it out of the tree. Don't mind the dirt inside. It's good for the tree, I think. Pop our lantern down right in front here, so we have direct light to work with. And we're going to add some walnut in there, just to darken up the insides of these recesses. And then a little bit of maple, just to contour the face ever so slightly. And then for a dash of red, as if it's crying cranberry juice. Or sap. Probably sap.
Behold the cran-mother.
Now the face might not have much depth, but I feel like it's subtle enough, and it gives enough of an essence of a face to be recognizable.
Partake of my bounty, child. The cranberries. Cranberries.
Oh, with the face in place, if we can't do much about the branches, then at the very least we can start putting in some roots. There we go, and see, that is a nice little root there for the tree. I think we'll copy that onto a couple more. And while from directly in front of it you do see the wood grain at pretty much any other angle, it looks proper, and there's not enough room in there really to do two different directions. Because we've already gotten it down to a single voxel, and it still shows a little bit of the grain. Though it does look far better than if we were to do it to a regular log block, because the entirety of a log, once you've taken away that outer layer, is all internal wood and there's no bark left. This at least keeps the bark on, well, the sides that would have had bark. It's pretty nice. Let's see, how are we looking for our leaf situation? Not good. Quite sparse. Alright. Now I did have the idea to just chisel the leaves if we need to, if we absolutely have to. Because with the Chisel Tools mod, what I can do is take a regular block that we don't need, let's say all of that pared white that we are never going to use for much of anything, and then with the paintbrush, I can just apply a leaf texture to it. It can't be a branchy leaf or it turns all gray and weird, but if it's a regular leaf block, it'll actually take on that texture. Same with the waviness and the transparency. It just doesn't have the bushiness and will still very much look like a cube. That and any side that it's touching to another block will make that face invisible, which means a whole bunch of leaf blocks all together look like, well, one big mass of leaves, which I guess is fine. But let's say it were touching the side of a log. You wouldn't be able to see that side of a log, you'd see right through the entire limb. Unless we shave off a single voxel from all sides, and then it's not technically touching and it's all good, except that it's a bunch of floating cubes of leaves and they're very perfectly cuboid. It's not ideal. We'll just have to see what fate has in store for us. And hey, at the end of the day, if this particular tree is just barren, well, it was a fun experiment. And this tree being old and withered and barren of all leaves, well, wouldn't look too bad. Kinda gnarly. Like a root. Yeah. Though it does give me pause about making any other highly detailed custom trees. I'm gonna have to take a look, and maybe a more simplified design would work better. As far as I've been able to tell, I don't think any of the leaves I added to the oak tree over there have had any issues. Yeah, because this oak tree here, it's hard to see in the dark here, but it's looking very lush still. All the extra leaves I added onto it all seem to be staying. Would like to make it a bit taller if I could. Maybe move it away from the chicken coop just so I can see the coop a little bit better. I'm thinking the oak tree maybe out around here might be a better spot for it. You know what I'm going to do for a nice base of it? I'm going to actually plant an oak tree. I don't know if that's going to make any difference, but it'll give me something good and organic to work off of. First off, let's get rid of this one. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that is the entire mass of leaves I added onto it. Why did those stay? And why are they still staying? Nature's weird. But I have not been able to figure out rhyme nor reason to how and why the trees do what they do. Suppose I should reclaim some of these. Okay, the view cleared out a little bit. I do still think this divot here I'll want to eventually fill on in, just to bring it up level with the rest of the land around it. There we go. Let that oak tree grow, and once it grows up, then we'll just build onto it and do a little bit of modification. And hopefully the leaves on this one will stick around, because the other tree that was there that I added leaves on, well, they didn't want to go away at all. Which is baffling. I gotta get to the bottom of this mystery. It's gonna eat away at me. Plants shouldn't be eating me. People eat plants. Just ain't right the other way around. Huh. Wait a minute, speaking of eating plants, I see a lot of blue there. That flax isn't done. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. You, get on out. Get out of the farm. Get out of the farmland. There you go. Oh, the rye's done. You know, might as well collect it while I'm in here. Let that soil start to replenish a little bit.
Anything else done? Soybeans are done. Alright. Let's do a little bit of harvesting. Grab what we can.
Excellent. Excellent. Let's take a look at this flax. It is mostly done except for a couple small patches. So let's actually harvest this so we can, well, let this field replenish. This may just be enough to finish our windmills. Then we could start stocking up for a sailboat. And maybe a fancier set of winter clothes now that we've got ourselves a little bit of cinnabar. We've got all the dyes we're gonna need. Uh-oh. Food's starting to spoil. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through this. Yeah, making those 9 crocs of food all at once, maybe not the smartest move. It's a good thing I never claimed to be smart. Alright, there we go. There's a few left that still have a bit more time to grow. Those are probably the ones that were really low on nutrients. But nevertheless, we have a good bit of flax here. So while I go take a look at the windmills to just refresh myself on exactly how many sets of sails we still need to complete them, let's go over a couple of things about the tree that we just did. So normally leaf blocks in vanilla are completely unattainable. You're not supposed to be able to use them, you're not really supposed to be able to build with them. But with the branch cutter mod that I believe has been amalgamated into another mod by this point, but I still use the standalone one, the leaves themselves are typically supposed to be within a few blocks of a log or a branchy leaf. Otherwise they know that they're not supported by any sort of root system and they despawn. So on the one hand, it's a little surprising that the leaves are despawning the way that they are, especially when they're touching, well, branchy leaves as well as full-on logs. It's equally confusing that it's not doing it in other test worlds. That looks like that's got 2, so that needs 3 sets of sails. 3, 4, 4. We need 11 sets of sails, okay. Then our windmill system will be complete. So if I can't exactly figure out what's causing the leaves to decay the way that they are before the end of this episode, I'm going to do a lot of research. Try and become an absolute expert on chiseling trees, just so I can make sure that we're going to have actually functional trees and get them looking as good as they can be within the limitations of what we're able to do with them. Because yeah, any sort of custom tree like what we're trying to do here is really outside the bounds of vanilla. 9, 10, 11. Excellent. We've got quite a bit of linen left over. This is perfect. I think come this winter, we might be having ourselves a nice set of Canadian winter clothes. We've definitely got the linen to spare. We just gotta dye it and then get the little pelts. Alright, here we go. We've got that all at maximum output now. This little guy. That's at maximum output. And the final one. My work here is complete. It breathes once more. Now let's go see how things are functioning down below and see if we notice any difference in the Hellhammer speed. I don't actually know if we will from a practical sense, but who knows? I mean, that's spinning fast, but it always was. Alright, Hellhammer. Yes, yes, do your whole reverse rotation thing. I wonder. We have everything running. Yeah, it's a lot of strain on the system, but it's not too bad. It's running 3 Hellhammers, a pulverizer, and a quern all at the same time. That's pretty good. I don't think there's ever going to be a point in time where I need all of this to run at once, but let's see. Not bad for a moderate breeze. Yeah, it's zooming. Well, there we go. That's one little bit of workshop stuff all completed now with that first flax harvest. Not too shabby. Let's take a quick little peek at the old pigs here. Why are you all down there? The troughs. I wonder. Should I put the troughs over here? Might not be a bad idea. We might be trying to get to them here. There we go. Excuse me, all of you? It's a sea of pigs. No wonder they're exploding out of the walls. Maybe I won't feed them yet. I'll want to organize this a little bit. We're gonna need a whole rework of this interior, I think. Maybe an expansion? Or maybe just cull the herd a little bit, I don't know. Really just depends on how many stacks of salted meat we want to keep. But in any case, I think for pigs we are more than situated. So with that sorted, there's still leaves that persist. I actually don't really mind it being very sparse on that tree. I feel like it almost fits better. This look of an old, ancient tree that's probably been around for who knows how long, and it's probably nearly dead. Especially being isolated on a little tower. You know what? I'm still going to do the research. I'm still going to learn. Figure it out. See exactly why that's happening, because it perplexes me. It goes against what I thought I knew about trees. But I accept whatever fate is in store for those leaves. For it is by the decree of the grandmother, whether she shall cloth in leaf, or have her branches laid bare for the world to see. 'Tis not my place to question the cran. What it is my place to do, though, is eat this food that's quickly going bad. I suppose the good thing about this food spoiling is, it fills me up less, so I have to eat more, which helps me get through these crocs. They're already kind of spoiling. Ooh, though that meat's good for a bit. Let's just work our way through these last few crocs, and then we'll only make reasonable portions from here on out, because I guess 9 crocs is a little much to be able to eat all in one go, especially when you're not sealing them at all. If I sealed them, would have been fine. Would have been great. Would have been just dandy. But I didn't, so it's not. That's okay. All this delicious food gonna go to waste. That's my burden to bear. It's like real life. Gotta use the ingredients. Or the ingredients will use you. Ingredients. Cranberries. I'm gonna go gather up all of the wild cranberry bushes that are around here, get myself a little bit of soil, and start filling in the ground around the cranmother tree. Where were these? There we go. Cranberries. I'm not entirely sure how many cranberry bushes I'm going to surround that tree with, but it's good to have a few extras just in case. At some point before the winter hits, I do kind of want to add a berry garden. Just a couple sections of organized berry bushes, maybe a couple more actual crop plots would be nice. Getting more fields just so we can have proper crop rotation and leave a field or two fallow every season, that'd be fantastic. A greenhouse is, maybe, but I don't know if that'll be this year. I mean, maybe it will, maybe it won't. Who's to say? Not me, even though I'm the one that decides if it happens. Ah, red currants, the false cran. Are there more cranberry bushes within my line of sight? Red currants. Cranberries! Beside me the whole time. Okay, 22 cranberry bushes, not too bad. I think that'll be enough. How did you get all the way over here? You're a long way from home, girl. She liked to swim. You know what? I'll take these cranberry bushes too. 24. See, I got 8 medium there. 14 more there. Small trough. I wonder. Yeah. Hello, grandmother. You're looking patchy. There we go. A little bit more balance. Heavier on the bushes on this side because the trunk is heavier on that side. We're basically doing some composition here. I'm gonna remove the ladders for now, just to get them back, because I think we're kind of at the whims of nature until I figure out how to fight back. And at the base of the tree here, just right in front, put a small trough. A trough for offerings to the grandmother. I could bring her, like, flax and things, I don't know. Offerings of grain for a bountiful harvest. Something like that. We're developing lore, I think. Okay, it's calm. Can I make my way under the castle? Ooh. Quiet for the moment. Let's steal some medium dirt while we've got the chance. Uh-oh. I hear a bowtorn. It knows I'm here. No shooting, please. Let's hope this stack and a bit is enough to fill this in. I didn't do the math. Survey says it's gonna be close. Wow. I didn't expect that close. A singular block. Excuse me, Forrest, may I bother you for a cup of dirt? But a singular dirt, please. Are you medium? Ugh, blast. You won't be missed once the grass grows back. Do like how the castle's starting to look imposing, though. Some running past it. It's getting there. Ooh, cranberry. There's more cranberry bushes. Right, I ran past these earlier. Forgot about them entirely. Ooh, there's one. There's one hidden. Sacred berries. Secret berries. By the mountain. Why is it that I do all my best work at night? What's going on here? It's always dark. Day and night have equal sway, but I feel like everything happens at night. At least you can't see the lack of leaves that well at night. Dirt. Complete. Excellent. Let's line these paths here. Yeah. Yeah. You know, for now, I'm going to let the grass grow in there and just see how I feel about it. I'm going to put the walls in around it, too. Should we do that now? Let's do that now. Might as well fix up the home of the grandmother while we've got her. What do I mean while we've got her? We built her. She's there now. It's where she lives. Where she's always lived. Since time immemorial. The first cran spawned from her branch. Now, if it was possible to put cranberry bushes on a tree, I absolutely would have done that. But they gotta be planted in the dirt. So I'd only be able to plant them on the upside of branches, and if those branches were made of dirt. I don't know if chiseled dirt works. But regardless, I wouldn't be able to hang them from the sides or the bottom, so alas, in another life, in another time, perhaps. At least we can build walls around her. Well, guardrails for the visitors, more like. I don't think the tree's gonna go anywhere. I hope. Be a little scary if a tree just up and walked away. Well, it's the middle of the night. I'm gonna start building up the walls and everything, decorate that tower, to an extent anyway. Once we're in the light of day, let's take a quick peek at all of the progress that we've got on the walls, because I don't think I've shown off all of it. Well, let's get building. Well, it's dark, it's stormy, the rift activity is high, and as you saw, I just had a fight for my life on top of a tower. Kinda climactic. Now, in between recording sessions, I did a little bit of testing to try and figure out what exactly is going on with those leaves. Because by all account, with the way that they're placed, most of them should not have been disappearing the way they did. And I came across an age-old foe from the other block game, block tags. So if my testing has been thorough enough and I've found the culprit, I'm going to send you off here for just a moment to have an expert tell you all about leaf blocks and the mechanics behind them. Will my ingenious, devious plan work? Find out in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and good morning. I'm Professor Chert McGirt, and today we'll be trimming back the mysteries of the elusive leaf block. Normally unobtainable, these leaf blocks come with a variety of block tags hidden just beneath the canopy. These come in the forms of grown, and its various stages, and placed. Leaves created from grown trees not only decay when their respective trees chop down, but also come with a random decay tick built in. Every once in a while, these leaves will check to see that they are still affixed to a tree. Regular leaf blocks will seek out connected branchy leaves and logs of their appropriate type. And branchy leaves will check for their corresponding log. Logs also have grown and placed tags, which the leaves will check for. They will also check for the presence of connected dirt or gravel, in case they are part of a bush or shrub. In the absence of an appropriate block, the leaf will decay, causing a chain reaction for all adjacent leaf blocks to also check for decay conditions. This random decay chance does not present, however, in leaf blocks with the placed tag. This tag presents in leaf blocks obtained through the creative inventory. Whatever that is, sounds like pseudoscience to me. In this demonstration, you can see the difference in action. Notice how the example on the right does not decay, whereas in the example to the left, the moment a single block is broken, all adjacent leaf blocks check for decay. Leaf blocks provided by the branch cutter mod appear to retain the grown tag, leading to their eventual decay in places they normally shouldn't be. I hope that makes sense to somebody. But that's all for our frolic through the leaves. From all of us here at the Temporal Institute, we wish you all the best in your endeavors.
Behold, as her boughs bend in the wind, the grandmother tree stands tall and majestic.
So, the tree. So in the interest of my conscience, I tried to use about as accurate as possible to the amount of leaves that we've already lost to decay, plus the leaves that we have in the chest in the kitchen. But for good measure, I'll destroy a few of the blocks that I get from harvesting leaves from the other crimson maples down below, just so that the ones I replaced with the creative versions of them that have the placed tag rather than grown tag doesn't give us more than what we would have otherwise had. I figured since I completed a few branches a couple times, actually, as they kept despawning, I think we might be okay. Let's get a little bit of a farther away view of this thing, huh? Also, I picked up more cranberry bushes when I was down below building the base of the tower. There was a few of them sitting down there. We'll have more bushes to put around the grandmother tree. The grandmother tree, in all her glory. I am so happy with how this tree turned out. I was already happy with it even if it was kind of going a little bit barren. But with the full glory of all the leaves in place, I like this. I like this so much. And now I know for any future custom trees that we do, any leaf blocks that I get from Branch Cutter, I'm probably going to have to just count them out, swap them out with creative variants so they have the right growth tag on them, which is not grown, planted, placed, that's it. So that way they won't just start despawning on their own. Sets off a bit of a chain reaction like you saw both here and in that demonstration. Alright then, let's plant these cranberry bushes and get back inside. Yeah, it's just ankles. And when the cranberries are in bloom, this will be a thing of absolute beauty. When it's not raining. I don't think I'll put a little table and chair out here though. That's what the very large, well, we can't see it through the wall there, very large round area back there is going to be for. Kind of a nice little palace lounging garden. A lot of flowers, maybe a hedge maze. Probably not enough room for that, but at least flowers. And a gazebo. Every royal garden needs a good gazebo. A domesticated one at that. But for over here, I just need to finish up the walls, and a lot of this is not really going to have super defensive battlements. These will just be kind of like that corner there where we have just one block smaller for the little pyramid topper. And only really on the 3 flat sides are we going to have our arrow slits and the machicolations. Though luckily this tower, apart from the bridge itself, isn't really going to be much of a way of infiltrating the castle pretty easily. Because there's still going to be a gatehouse right there, a smaller one, but still a gatehouse. So with cranberry bushes all in place, let's skedaddle back where it's dry. Look at that, man. Wandering the... Oh, there's a rift below. That'll do it. Is that oak tree grown? Nope. The pig harvest is coming in, though. How's the flax looking? Still blue. Nothing done there yet. One of these days. But I think we've accomplished quite a bit today. And I think with the pigs getting ready to burst from the seams in the stables, that might be our focus next episode. Along with the chickens. The animals are going to need a little bit of attention, I think. Get the stables to a more appropriate size for the amount of pigs that we've got. Get the chickens getting into higher generations so they're no longer scared of us. Maybe build a proper doghouse for Dog the Moose. Perhaps mark out a stable. for our eventual elk. And hey, if there's time, maybe try and scrounge up the remaining few gears we're gonna need to be able to go get said elk. I see you sneaking up on me, stalking through the tall grass. Ooh, you best be careful, there's wolves out there. Alright then. On a dark and stormy night, the work began. Grabbing the scythe, I set to cutting the lawn in preparation for a touch of landscaping. We'll need a lot of this grass for later. Once a good amount of the grass had been collected, it was time to break out the shovel and get to flattening out the land. I took some of the excess dirt and used it to fill in the land around our pathway heading from the farmhouse out toward the workshop. Midway through the infill job, though, a shiver decided it wanted to roughhouse on the job site. I had to axe his position before the OSHA safety inspectors came to the area. Soon enough, I took a break from playing in the dirt to pick the now ripe apples as well as our cabbages. Once the produce was safely tucked away in the cellar, I made my way over to the maple wall to ensure that we would have enough wood for today's projects. And after that, it was over to the workshop to smelt up 10 more ingots of molybdochacos for a few more lanterns. Where we're going to need light. While I waited for the ingots to cool, I decided that since I was already in the mood for playing excavator, I'd flatten that little hill outside of the workshop to clear space for a later build. Taking some of the dirt from that mound, I finished filling in a low spot behind the chicken coop, filled in the pond beside the pig pen for a touch more workable ground, and took down a little rise beside the former pond. I may have carried on much longer with smoothing out the land, but alas, then came the hail. Golf ball-sized chunks of ice strong enough to crack windshields and dent in my dome. It was time to go inside. And so that brings us to today, where we're going to take a little bit of this dirt and work on making the pig pen a bit more suitable for such a high population of pigs. So we're going to take a little bit of this hay here, which I barely have room for, and we're just going to turn that into a nice little stacky stack right there. And with this strewn straw, we're going to get some industrialized efficiency going on. But first, we're going to need to get all these pigs out of the basement. We're going to need them to all go upstairs so I can do some renovations down here. Can you please, all of you, closing that door? Come on. There's too many of them. Okay. Out of the way. There we go.
Like lemmings, they come to the food.
Oh, wow. Oh, it really worked. Fast, too. There they go, the last two. And the basement will be clear. Okay, much more room for activities, and for them to spread out a bit more safely. So I will need to clear out my inventory just a little bit so I can fit all of the things that are going to clutter it up really quick here as I begin to excavate. But we're already off to a pretty good start here. So I'm going to empty my pockets here, and then we're going to do just a little bit of digging down in the basement here. Let's go over the plan for this pig pen redesign. There's going to be 3 main areas: the living quarters, of course, the collection canals, and redistribution holdings, or where the piglets will live. Now, the first steps are marking out where the new generation will enter the living quarters from, and chiseling the collection grate areas. Then popping down below, I need to dig out a basin where the piglets will begin their little river rafting journey and get the water source blocks in place. Yeah, that's right. We're using some of the same tactics as a villager breeding farm from the other block game. It's a tactic I am overly familiar with. Oh boy, have I built enough of those in my day. but I digress. With a collection area on either end of the pig pen, I'll need a second canal in place so that the two can meet at the same elevation down below. But before I get too far into digging out redistribution holdings, we're going to need those lanterns that I started prepping earlier. With lanterns in hand, I'm going to dig a staircase down from the pen to the space between our two waterways, pushing back the last few water source blocks just to widen out the space a bit. I didn't fully calculate things, I just kind of played it by ear and hoped it would work out, and it pretty well did. And with that all sorted, it's just a matter of quarrying out the area to a more respectable size, lighting it up, and just for fun, making the floor look a little bit more comfortable for the little baby pigs.
And for my next trick, we're gonna finish this off by getting this door all ready to go and covered up so that, rain and wolves don't get in. That would not be a good time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh-oh. 7? I can't fix that, can I? Not in the slightest. We got some regular doors there. Those might actually help a little bit. Where are my nails and strips? Of course. Nails and strips in the masonry lodge for some reason. Probably. Hopefully. Nails and strips? No. Surely I haven't. They must be in the workshop. Nails and strips? Not in there. Not anywhere here. I'm really gonna need to reorganize the organization that's going on. It's starting to devolve back into chaos. Nails and strips. Ah, they were here the whole time. Couple of gates. That'll do. And now I'm gonna grab just a couple extra maple logs here. And these, I think, are gonna get stripped. Or debarked, rather. Okay. Just gonna block off this side here so when I'm breaking those blocks and replacing them, the pigs don't start funneling down the wrong way. And since there's no doors there yet to get back in, I'm gonna take the scenic route. Here I go on the Piglet Express. Choo-choo! Uh-oh. Okay, that breaks the ladders. Not so good. Let's just have these at the ready. And now this is purely just an aesthetic change here. So we're gonna turn these into just little half logs here. Yeah. Yeah, I can't really fit through there, but pigs should. Ah. Ow. Hail. I'm gonna have to go around here because I can't get through. To place the doors from the proper side. Beautiful. Beautiful. There we go. Oops. I better be outside and not down below. Let's double check. It sounds like it's outside. I think we're safe. Yep, this should be well lit. Well, except for through here, but that should be okay. I think. Yeah, that's outside. We're good. I think I'll keep the escape ladders. The pigs aren't going to be able to use it anyway. They're going to get pushed away. Oh, you came from outside. Stop that. You can't do that here. No, please, sir, I'm hungry. All right. It's not quite safe. We're going to have to cover that up. Get out of here, shivery boy. Gotcha. There we go. Actually, before I leave the basement for too long, let's double check in here. basalt, slate gravel, soil, sludgy, granite, peroite. Nothing of use here. I need slate. In the dark of the night, there were bowthorns and shivers. Alright, slate. And we have a few roof pieces still. That's perfect. I need to put some of this away. That's a lot of limestone. Got a bunch of slabs, but I'll deal with those in a bit. If I'm not mistaken, do I remember these don't need? They do need a little bit of clay. I'll bring just a little bit, just in case I need to make more pieces. But I have a feeling we should be okay. Especially with 16 slanted roofs, I'm hoping that's going to be enough. Yes, chickens. I'll deal with you all soon enough. The gates are in the way. Ah, heck.
No matter. Roof Ridge to the rescue.
What do you... Go away. Oh man, it's Pain the Musical. Oh, no, get off the roof. Oh, you're creepy. No! This was perhaps a bad idea doing this at night with high rift activity. Oh, come on.
I refuse to die like this. I'm doing it in the morning.
Nope. It's in my house. It's in my house. The house is compromised. I'm just gonna wait for all this to blow over. I hope. Is it still in the house? It's still in the house. Get out of my kitchen. Those are granite countertops. That's a lie, actually. They're made of ceramic. Those are antique ceramic. They've been archived. You can't get them anymore. Only I may haphazardly walk across them. Okay. It's medium, but it's brighter, so we should be safer. I hope. Oh, you... What'd I tell you about my lawn, huh? That's right. I mean, I think we can buff that out. That should be fine. Now, back to real business. We're gonna need a few more of these. 1, 2, 3. I can't do 3. 4 it is, and I'll just leave one behind right there. And you know what? Before I get too far ahead, let's pop these slabs here where we're not going to need them anymore. There we go. We can just cut into those when we need them. And a 1, a 2, 2, a 3, and the last plank. There we go. It digs into the side of the mountain, goes down. Beautiful. Excellent. And then when the pigs come through here, and the little piglets are allowed up, they'll come on, filter through, fall down here, and because it's a block and a half, they won't be able to get up there. This trough will need to move, though, just in case. There we go. That's fine that they're floating. Yeah, they're kind of touching. We're just gonna say they're supported. With hopes and dreams. And pig magic. Porca cadabra. You know what? Without closing those, I'm going to probably want to put maybe this last lantern just right inside there. So that way when the piglets are trying to get up to the sows up here, they're not going to be in darkness. What are we going to do with these floating lanterns here? We've got a lantern right in there. So let's take some of these and do some creative movements with them. Let's pop one there. And that one will pop there. That'll let us take these random floating blocks out of here. That's probably good. The light from the block in there is going to pass through the doors, so this corner here is pretty well lit. We've got skylights coming in through the whole thing, and we have decently distributed lanterns. Can't be too mad at that at all. Now, for the trough placement, we're just gonna move these a little more over here. Whoops. Whoops. If I could manage to... See, it works great. Alright, pigs. Out of the way, pigs. Well, there are only ever 3 troughs. I need another big trough just for my own personal symmetry. I think one more trough in there and I can probably call this project complete. Except we're probably going to want to have a little access hatch to get down into that basement without having to fall through the water ourselves every time. So before I go grab a large trough, I'm going to fall down the hole. On purpose this time. Woo! Let's see, out in a random bit of the field there, where should I pop up? Probably in a back corner, I'd say. Seems like a good a spot as any to come in to check on things. How does this corner feel? You know what? Let's check up top first. We'll copy the coordinates down for these 2 corners and decide where we might want just a little, honestly, kind of outhouse-looking building. Leads down to the pig pen. Okay, so either right here, which is on a little bit of a hillside, or 10 blocks exactly this way. Which is right on top of this hill. I have a feeling some of this hill might get cut down. Pretty likely. This'll probably actually end up being the spot. Because I think most of that hill's gonna get cut down a little bit just to smooth the land out. Plus, this open area that's been cleared here beside the barn and behind the chicken coop might be a fantastic place to put some sort of milk-producing animals. We're not going to need a whole lot, just enough to maybe get into some cheese to balance out our diet. And it's going to be a little ways off, because I got to find a pair of them, because those rams did not survive the bear attack of last year. The 2 bear attacks. There was more than one before, that was 2 years ago. Where does the time go? I mean, not 2 real-life years, but 2 in-game years. Still, where does the time go? Well, regardless, if my math is correct, this should lead me directly down into the pig pen. Beautiful. And for now, I'm just going to do a very simple ladder backup. Yeah, we'll put a single piece of strewn straw there just so we can tell what it is, and we'll build that house in a bit. Get rid of these bushes around it. Gotta tame this land. So while I'm thinking about it, and while I'm right here, I think it's time to bust out the shovel and do a little bit of digging, flatten this little hill out. There's a lot of little bits of landscaping getting done today. Look at that wild chicken in the background. They're gonna be fresh poultry soon. So before I dig, I can cure poultry. Excellent. There's gonna be a culling of some of those non-Generation 2 chickens. Unless I just keep them for egg production, but honestly, I think we can do without eggs for a while. It's alright. It's not a huge variety. I mean, variety is not a big deal. We've got a whole lot of pork. In fact, we've almost got more pork than we know what to do with sometimes. So much it's bursting through the walls. But hopefully the added space in this little chamber underground is going to keep those pigs from spilling out of the walls. I haven't seen any more of them pop out since I brought them all together upstairs, but it could just be me not recognizing which ones were already out. It'll become clear as there's future generations if any new ones start popping out into the land. There we go. It's a little bit flatter now. It's getting a little dark, so it's harder to see, but this is our little spot where we're going to build the entrance that goes down, and the more I'm looking at this space here, the more I'm thinking perhaps more than just a tiny outhouse. Honestly, this could make a pretty good spot for a greenhouse eventually. Not too bad of an idea. That way, it's an enclosed entrance that's just part of the greenhouse building itself. Maybe like a little shed room or something. That could work out quite well. Yeah. But before I forget, I'm going to need another trough. Why do I have a feeling there's one in here somewhere? Is that just my small trough? Probably just my small trough, wasn't it? Yeah, I got some small troughs there. Okay. Okay, big trough time. Should I feed the pigs? May as well. Get things started on generational testing. Oh, and also the oak tree grew a while ago. So that's good. We'll have time to do that at some point. Today's animals.
Trough time. Please vacate the spot. Please.
There we go. That only took longer than it should have. There we go. I filled the troughs, and now I allow them to munch. And once they munch, then I will leave them to do the things that they do, and I don't really mind if not all of them make a new generation, because, oh, there's a lot. There is indeed still a lot of these. There's so many pigs. Oh, dang it. I'm gonna need some hawkwise or something. I think just feeding them, I'm gonna have to quell them down just to be a little bit more sustainable, I think. Probably. But we'll see how things go with the next generation. I'll patch this hole later on. Hello? Is that just playing dead? Alright. Sneak attack! Oh. Oh. He was left there as a trap. Huh. Now, if it weren't so dangerous out there, I'd be starting to work on the chickens. But there's already men banging at the door. So we're gonna work on things that are just a tad bit more mobile until things calm down outside. For one, storing all this dirt, along with wherever I ended up putting the dirt from earlier. I just shoved it in here, okay. I'll shove a little bit more in there for the moment. I think we're gonna need some dirt storage. We'll just shove a lot of it into here as well, because we're gonna need that right quick near the door anyway. Maybe along with the strewn straw for now. We're gonna have to make some proper dirt storage. While we're inside, we can ponder things. So the raised chicken coop. There may have been a slight design flaw with it, as in the chickens did not stay within the coop. In fact, there's only really a couple of them still left in there. The rest of them all are in the fenced-in area right around it. And I don't think they know how to use the ramp. So I think we might have to do something about that chicken coop, either by expanding the size of it to accommodate more chickens, or by bringing it down to the ground. I'm thinking a little at column A and a little at column B. We can take that similar design and expand it out, perhaps using the original one as, well, maybe just a section of it. We could just do an expansion. A chicken mansion, if you will. I mean, proportional to the size of chickens. Still be hopefully decently small, as are the chickens. So I'm gonna draw up some design plans for myself here and wait for all that danger outside to blow over. See you in a moment. So, hopefully we've got enough materials, and if not, well, we can always make a quick little resource run. Maple is in no short supply, and sandstone is just a hop, skip, and a sail away. So let's get expanding this chicken coop and replacing some of the trim on the rest of this barn here that I want to have all uniformly sandstone, just on that first block, for a solid foundation. Do you think he knows that he is a dog? Probably not. Let's get to building. Okay, so with that wall all proper, the coop. So I expanded out the back here just a little bit. It's going to be expanding outward that way. And inside here, we're going to fill in just a little bit of the ground here. Yeah, so that's going to give me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 interior, which is lining up to what we've got inside there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do the same thing here, so that's 1, 2 technically, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoops, that's 8. That's extra. And then just cover it up there. And this will be the interior dimensions of what our chicken coop is going to actually be with this little addition onto it. So we'll just bring the fence around here. And we're going to give ourselves just 2 blocks of grace in the front here, even though this is technically the side, but this will be the entrance into our new generation catch basin. This is going to be a much smaller but fairly similar design to the pig pen. This is for holding criminal chickens. There we go. And we'll have just a nice little yard out in the front there. We can pretty it up. You know what? This back fence probably could use a little 1 block safety buffer. Just so it's not butted right up against the building. Out of the way, chickens. Get away from me. Run. That's right, you scatter. Build up the wall there, and we'll probably do the same on the other side here, to an extent. So for these particular blocks that are on the corners here, and really most of these little wooden faces, they are pushed in by a single voxel. So here, we're just going to pull it back out so it's in line with the edge there. Just so we don't have ourselves a strange little gap when we're building up the rest of this. And that's actually just gonna be some hay roof on here. Thatch, rather. Just to keep it in line with what we've got going on up there. And for these little hay ridges going on up there, I was watching a few different videos from a bunch of different chiselers, and I came across one by Nelison, where they covered up the sides of these stairs with a nice little single voxel chiseled layer, and then hidden by beams. So you know what? That looks fantastic.
I'm using good tactics. That's some good stuff right there. It's the good stuff kids go for. It's Sunny D, all right.
So we're going to pop some facades on here, but I suppose first I can just pull these guys out, because they're not going to have to be recessed anymore. We're going to have another layer, in fact, going over top of them. And on the edges here, we're going to employ the exact same thing, just with cobblestone. Oh wow, that was the perfect amount. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. I'd be lying if I said I counted that though. That was just sheer luck. And let's see, I don't know if this will do the trick, but it just might. Yeah, at least as a temporary layer, we'll use these little sticks to hopefully let a little bit of sunshine through. But it's not going to keep things warm in there for the chickens in the winter. I don't think they'll die. That should be okay. 1, 2, 3. Always gonna have an extra roof ridge. Whoops. I have to grab a couple other quartz slabs just so I can make a couple more skylights there, but for now, the sticks will work. They'll keep the rain out and hopefully let light in. That's their main purpose in life anyway. And then with some of these little blocks underneath here, we're just gonna make them pretty well back into a full block. There we go, and if I do that, these should all be identical. So when I break them, they'll hopefully stack. Hey, they're stacking here. Yeah, so it's starting to look like it has a little bit more of a solid foundation underneath. And the support beams kind of clip into the stone, which adds a little bit of a reinforcement look. I kind of like it. On this side, yeah, there's a bit of a gap, but that's okay. It's a chicken coop. Perfection was never the goal. Chickens. Chickens are the goal. Now we're actually going to be doing it properly, so we'll have a decent amount of chickens. Uh-oh. I've run out of cobble. That's alright, I have a cunning plan. I'm going to replace everything above this line with wood. That can be a window. Yeah. In the meantime, we'll do the classic thing of putting a fence in there. You know what? We may as well reuse all of these slabs here. Yeah. And we're going to dig this entire little bit out here, we're gonna need a little bit of room for the waterway. And we may as well lower all of these down so they're just full-on slabs again. Except in these three, it's gonna be a little something special. Gonna do these little holes in the center, very much in the same vein as what we've got going on with the pigs. I think these might just be slightly smaller holes, ever so slightly. There we go. And then we'll have water down here. And do we have enough sandstone? Let's... There we go. You know, to make this place feel a little bit more like the basement, let's grab some more strewn straw. What do you mean grab? I've got all the things I need to make. Whoops. I've got everything I need to make strewn straw. Okay. Let's see, how far does water go? Water will come out to here. That's almost enough. And there we go. We'll fence off the water sources just so nothing can get trapped in there. Probably should have done that with the pigs, but the pigs will be fine. Pigs will be fine. I don't think we're going to have any go missing. Well, okay, I say that as several pigs have gone missing roaming around the land. But it's okay. They're plentiful.
Chickens are precious because we'll probably keep their numbers smaller until they're aged up into multiple generations.
And then we will take our docile chickens and propagate them across the land. As decorative pieces. Also as, you know, functioning barnyard animals. Let's block that off. There we go, and let's make ourselves a few little staircases for the chickens to go up. Let's do a little bit of decorative work here. All right. Let's take a few of these. Take a few of these slabs here, because we're gonna reconfigure this just ever so slightly. This is chicken sized. I take these slabs and I turn them back into that. I can recreate an entire block. And we'll just block those sides in so chickens can't really get up there and get trapped before they're able to get out here and walk their way up over to where we're just gonna add in. Ooh. Yeah, gonna need to give myself a little step up into here. Temporarily remove these. This wall here is gonna have to mostly come out. And we're gonna make one of our new items here, some solid maple trapdoors. And we're gonna need 3 of these, so that's just gonna be 2, so that'll take 18 of these. And we'll have an extra trapdoor left over. I'm gonna need to do this from below, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to get low enough, am I? Ooh, probably not. Now what if I... Aha! That'll do.
Beautiful.
Just pull those in to get rid of that little voxel of sandstone. And we will pop those right back on top. Excellent. Okay. Good. Fantastic. Wonderful. And now sometimes the chickens, if they're playing around up there, they might fall back down here, but that's okay. They'll just run right back up and around. And from what I've found, their pathfinding is actually pretty decent. As long as there's actual solid blocks to walk on, although they do figure out that ramp when food is involved. I just haven't really fed these chickens since they started to get out, so I haven't watched any of them go up the ramp in search of food. And that's entirely on me. And a couple last things we're going to need is probably to fill in this base here, but we're also going to need a door. And then let's just get a little beam going across here. Move this fern out of the way. And frame up the door all nice like that. And some of the patterning that we've got along here, just like that one bar going across, we're just going to repeat that across the entirety of the outside of this new bit of the structure. As well as having some vertical beams every 2 blocks. And we'll do a little bit of crisscrossing going on here, just to give this a little bit more interest. The door does break up that pattern on this side, and that's okay. Ooh, that's a problem. Those are vertical. I can't have vertical on here. Not proper. Now there's the question of, do I do this inside piece? But if I'm being honest, I don't think anybody's ever going to see it. If I weren't up on the roof here, I 100% would never see it. Could cover it up with some more roof pieces. Just extend that roof into here? That actually might not be a terrible idea. You know what? That blends it in fairly nicely. I need to eat. Away from the door, chickens. My lunch awaits me. Ah, and how could I forget? I'm going to need to organize this a little bit in here. So we've got our 3 little catch basin holes here for any new little chicks that get born. We're going to have to reorganize where these things are here. Yeah, that should do. That should do nicely. I'm going to take this lantern, and we're probably going to put that... You know what, actually, where it was probably fine. We might just need to make another one for the other side. So, you two are Generation 2, so you should stay. Alright, chickens. Generation 2, Generation 2. That's a rooster. You don't count. 1, 3? Oh my. This is gonna be tricky. Okay, Generation 1. Don't run off with the rest of them. Now it's Generation 2, that can stay. Okay. This is gonna take some precision. Oh, she knows some moves. I got Dark Souls chicken. She was dodging and weaving. Alright, Generation 2. You know what? We'll leave some of you. You're Generation 1. Okay. There are less chickens. We should be okay. Just gonna dispose of the evidence here. Pop this chicken down into the basement and grab ourselves a little bit of flax. See if we can't coax those chickens inside to start laying some eggs. Alright, troughs are filled. Door is open. I will give them some space, and we will watch from afar. They're learning. Oh, happy day. Oh, there's a bow torn outside. Well, I think at least for the moment I'm going to call that chicken coop a roaring success. I do just need a little bit more light in there, though. So we'll have to make some more lanterns pretty soon. However, most of the baby chicks that fall down into the water stream are going to run right up that little staircase that we made and stand right at the trapdoors, which means they're going to be within the light of the lantern that's already in there, like the vast majority of the time. The only potential flaw that I see with this current design for the chicken coop is the rooster. He's just kind of free roaming. And if another cockerel grows up to be a rooster, it's Highlander rules. I didn't decide it. I'm just here to adjudicate the match and declare the winner. So in theory, having the rooster up in its own little enclosed chamber where it's close enough to fertilize eggs, but not so close that another rooster can attack it, would near guarantee its safety. However, I'm just gonna let it be. He survived this long, how dangerous can it really be? And if he gets taken out by some young upstart other rooster, well, we still have a rooster, so that's kind of the important thing. But instead of leaving the exterior cosmetics mostly done, let's finish that off. Let's get a little paned window in place there. 2 glass slabs up for the skylights that are proper, not just layers of sticks. And I'm going to take some of these maple beams and try and finish off the exterior of the pig pen, finally. Because it's been a little lacking in the completed beams department for, when did we build that? Beginning of the 2nd year? It's been a while. Couple of years. Oh boy.
Brother, may I have some oats?
No.
I am starving, brother.
As am I, brother. The tall, skinny figure has thrown the oats at me. Me, brother. I believe they have taken a liking to me.
No, brother. I have seen this before. I have observed many things, from the roaring beasts that the tall, skinny figures crawl inside of to travel far beyond the horizon, to how the figure wept when the other had fallen into a deep sleep. And from my experiences I have learned that they will give extra oats to one of us before taking them into the shed of no return. They will do terrible things in that shed, brother.
Lies. That shed is where the chosen ones go to dine with our tall, skinny gods. You are a fool, brother, and you shall be left behind in the mud with your backwards ideas.
No, brother. You must believe me. Share with me the oats, and you shall not reach the desired girth for the tall, skinny ones. They will spare your life, brother.
Aha! So this was a plan all to steal my oats. You truly are despicable, brother. I will not trust your lies.
Brother, when they took me outside the reaches of the pointy fences, into the roaring beast and way over the horizon, I saw it. I was taken to a gathering of these tall, skinny figures. They paraded me around, brother, and I saw the truth. I saw the tall, skinny figures consuming our flesh. Could not have been mistaken, brother. The smell of the flesh was surely one of us. They suspended the flesh above a fire and let it burn before consuming it. And they did not just consume it either, brother. They took pleasure from this. Their mouths curved a wicked smile. And some even let out moans of satisfaction from consuming our flesh, brother. The figures are consumers, brother. They are no different than the furry red demon that consumed and terrorized us and the feathered ones.
Your story amuses me, brother, but it does not convince me. I shall have these oats myself and dine with the tall, skinny gods.
I am sorry for you, brother. Your eyes cannot take the blinding light of the truth, and you scurry back into the cave. I shall take care of your spawn once they consume you, brother. As they have consumed your lover, our father, our mother, and many more.
Darling, hold my hand.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free Child Place holidays available with 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with Jet 2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
I need your help. Can you come here?
I can't. I'm buying clothes.
All right, well, hurry up and come over here.
I can't find them.
What do you mean you can't find them?
I can't find them. There's only soup.
What do you mean there's only soup?
It means there's only soup.
Well, then get out of the soup aisle.
Alright, you don't have to shout at me. There's more soup.
What do you mean there's more soup?
There's just more soup.
Go to the next aisle.
There's still soup.
Where are you right now?
I'm at soup.
What do you mean you're at soup?
I mean I'm at soup.
What store are you in?
I'm at the soup store.
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
You. Okay. We've got all this detail work in place. Everything's looking pretty good. It's getting dark, though. Getting a little spooky outside. Also, there's a lot of pigs. I think more of them might have phased through the wall when I had them all huddled together for food. Whoops. But in any case, since we're on a bit of a building spree with the animals and their requisite housing, why don't we do one, maybe two more little builds over here? Dog the Moose is going to need his little house. And even though we currently don't have any sheep or goats, we're going to want a spot for when we do get them, so we can properly keep those generations separated, replace as needed, as well as have a milking station, so we can get that sweet, sweet cheese. Although I suppose cheese is more salty than sweet. No matter. The cheese will be had, eventually. So just beside where we have the pig pen here, I'm thinking maybe a 5-block gap, and then right in this area, we could have ourselves a nice little barn for milkable animals. And maybe somewhere out just adjacent to it, here-ish, maybe? We could build a little doghouse, or I guess, a bit of a bigger doghouse, since Dog the Moose is, well, no small dog. We'll give him his own little dedicated space. And maybe at some point, clean up these escaped pigs, and cull the herd inside. I don't think we need an exponentially larger next generation. The amount of pigs is already a little unmanageable as it is. But regardless, let's get some foundations and maybe a little bit more than just foundations in for these other two animal-related structures. Commence the time lapse. Okay, so it's a little bit dangerous outside, and to fight for my life just to get back indoors. But I dare say we've gotten a lot done today. Got the pig pen all reconfigured so it's a lot more efficient, and once we cull down the population a little bit, it's not going to be as bursting from the seams. Plus, I won't have to worry nearly as much about how to get the pigs to go where I need them to go with each new generation. We also got the chicken coop expanded, so there's room for them to grow, and we can start getting those generations going. There's already some eggs in there that are fertilized and being laid upon as we speak. So soon we'll have some little baby chickens. They'll go down the waterways as well. We're using that other block game waterway techniques, of which I became abundantly familiar with back in those days. Don't ask me about the war crimes, I'm Canadian. And along with that, we also got the beginnings of a milking barn for sheep or goats. Depends on which ones we catch. If we get goats, some of them are a little bit smaller, so we might have to make the little holes for the bebis to fall down a little tinier. But right now, they're sized for bighorn sheep, so hopefully we'll come across a few of those that we can lure over, since I haven't seen any of them spawning recently. That's since the influx of the pig population. They're probably taking up the spawn cap. And lastly, we've got the beginnings of a doghouse for Dog the Moose, so we can get him out of the entrance to our pig pen and be able to use the front door again. But a bright fall morning awaited us.
I started the day with another harvesting of the maple wall before replanting far more maple seeds. Hopefully we'll get one more big haul of wood before winter sets in. With trees cut, I moseyed over to the farmland to collect more of our finished flax, collected the completed compost from its temporary spot at the tannery, and harvested the cluster of larch trees that we'd planted a couple of episodes back. My axe didn't survive the lumber collection, so I had to resort to the saw to finish it off. Fun fact, if you use a saw to break a log block, it will not disturb the rest of the tree above it. Could be handy in certain circumstances. With wood collected, I refueled the steel furnace a bit just to get that last 3% going. And then I set sail in search of slate. I went over to the same cave I'd found loads of it in previously, and many slabs later, it was time to head back home to begin breaking them down into a whole bunch of little rocks. With said rocks put away, I smithed up a few new steel tools, picked some pink apples from our second apple tree that was ready to go, and set sail once more, but this time in search of clay. It took a few trips back and forth to be able to bring home all of the red and blue clay that I'd come across, and I turned the red clay into bricks to save on inventory space. They're gonna be cooked into brown bricks so we can finally finish the farmhouse chimney one day. While I was in the workshop, I decided to put some of that earlier harvested lumber to good use. And I ran another round of the charcoal kiln. And that brings us to today, where we're gonna continue the theme from last time of building new things and finishing up a couple of existing things. So while our charcoal burns away there, we also have, burning away in the kiln here, some really nice, super hot red clay bricks. And I've got those cooking with all 3 doors open so that they're gonna come out as a nice, big old batch of brown clay brick. And with those brown clay bricks, we'll finally be able to finish the chimney on the farmhouse. That's, been sitting like that for, oh boy, what was that? Episode 9? An Iron Will to Build? I think that's what the episode was called. That was my first flue-inspired building fever dream, where I used birch windows on some of the windows, and I think I replaced them in the meantime back to the oak that they should have been, but I don't know. But in any case, don't mind him, but in any case, our steel is actually done. All right. And we'll just pop the back. There we go. Just pop the lid back on there. We'll leave that as is until we're ready to do a new batch. There we go. We'll let those sit there and we'll process them in a bit. But I'm sure there's something that you noticed during the between the episodes portion there. I've installed Napster. No, not that one, Metallica. The other Napster with a K. Napster with a K. So for anybody unfamiliar with it, Napster will allow me to basically save my hands, so to speak. Instead of having to aim and click, I can just kind of hold down the mouse, which has been very handy. I've had a little bit of a sore hand recently, so that's helping. It's helping a good bit. But regardless, let's just pop that coal back in there. Do we have enough iron to do another load? No. We'll worry about that later. We've got a good bit of iron and a good bit of steel. Our real goal for today, with all those resources we've collected, we're going to finish up a couple of the projects we started, and of course exactly where I want to work is exactly where a rift is. This is the way. Let's go inside. You're why we can't have nice things. Okay, so when it's less dangerous outside, then we'll be heading out there. But way over yonder, where the rift doth hang hauntingly in the air, we have the little doghouse for Dog the Moose. And obscured by the pig barn, we have the milking barn. And with all that slate that we just picked up, oh boy, we have, I think, more than enough to finish the roofs on those and have plenty of extra for, well, at least some of the bits and bobs of the castle that might have slate roof. Mainly the rest of the gatehouse, and probably the other gatehouses. I might put little conical roofs on top of the towers, but I haven't decided that yet. I kind of like the open, flat top, with just the crenellations and machicolations. But regardless, today, we're going to finish the doghouse, going to finish the milking barn,
probably gonna try and go finish the tannery. I don't think I'm gonna put a slate roof on there, but I think the tannery deserves a little bit more than the crude door and window that we've got on there. And also, you know, a proper roof. And I also want to get a head start here on marking out at least a rough idea of where our greenhouse / composting building is going to sit. I had the thought that maybe the greenhouse portion could be separate, and somewhere in the composting building portion of it that's going to be attached as part of the same larger structure. That is where the little hatch that goes down into the pig pen is going to be. Almost as if we're harvesting the pig poop to make compost. Yeah. It's recycling for all the bodies that we throw down there. I mean, grain that we throw down there. Ha ha. Don't tell Larry. But of course, with all of this as well, oh boy, we have a lot of men at the door. But anyway, along with all of this, of course, we are going to want to work on the castle walls. And since we have a batch of brown bricks going on for finishing up the chimney here, this will not be a task that will be finished today, but for sure this space and the bedroom, and a little bit more of the attic, they really need to get finished up. It's been a long time coming. They've been neglected. But because everything apart from the chimney is inside work, I think we're going to save that for the winter. Get all the outdoor activities done while it's still warm enough to do outdoor activities. And speaking of warm, and it no longer being warm soon enough because it's already October, I think it's going to be about time we get some of that cloth dyeing to make the Canadian winter clothes, don't you think? I sure think. I had a thought once, but only once. Twice, that is not allowed. So while it's a little bit dangerous outside, let's run on over to the, run on over past all the lads and off to our Mason Lodge here, just so we can make ourselves a whole bunch of slate roof to use when it's safe to go outside. Oh good, I brought food. But not much, apparently. Okay. We're just gonna make a whole bunch of stacks of roofs here. 42, that's a weird amount. Oh, so it works in weird multiples. Right. Right, it's been a while since making some of these. Strange. I'll make some roofs. There we go. That should do it. Roughly 3.5 stacks of roof and nearly a stack of ridge. For the projects we've got going on, that should hopefully be more than enough. For now, we got plenty of clay, plenty of slate, we're good. We have supply. Boy, it feels good to get restocked on stuff. There's still more clay deposits out there, yet to be pillaged. Alright, you get out of my way. No, I gotta close the door. Oh boy. Yeah, real dangerous out here, real fast. They really don't want me working at night. Okay. So I'm going to wait until it's a little bit safer outside, a little bit brighter, and I'm going to cut up a bit of wood in the meantime, so we've got a lot of maple to work with for the milk barn. And then we're going to get into a nice old time lapse as I slap the roof on there and maybe try and lure Dog the Moose over into his new little home. And hopefully not be killed in the process. Me, not him. I am the far more likely one to be harmed in the move. Then we'll go over a couple of the little design choices with the upper portion there of the milk barn. Kind of already described the holes in the bottom there being a good size for bighorn rams to go down, or bighorn sheep. The ewes, the rams won't be giving birth, but the rams will be, or should I say, singular ram, because it doesn't matter what generation he is. He'll be up on a little walkway we'll be building. You'll see. You'll all see. With your eyes. Look. Look with your special eyes. A little more unhinged than usual. I'm full of steak and Mountain Dew. Okay, let's get into that time lapse when it's safe, okay? Yeah, let's just do that. Wait a minute. Actually, let's do a little bit more sprinting through the dark of the night because we have to get that cloth dyeing. Because that takes a little bit of time, so we may as well get it going before we start building. So, Canadian clothing here. Alright. We're gonna need some pelts. We'll have to check on our pelt supply. But we just need leather. It's showing all sorts of different colors, but quite literally any leather will do. We've got a bunch of standard leather, I think, so we should be good on that. The trousers, we're gonna need a bunch of blue. It's gonna be 10 blue, 6 red, 4 black, 8 red, 5 plain. 10 blue, 8 red, 4 black, and then some plain bolts. Oh, and that's also gonna mean we need to mordant the cloth. I've never had to mordant cloth before. How do we mordant cloth? Diluted alum, diluted cassiterite, diluted chromite. Oh, we have crushed chromite. Oh, happy day. So that's gonna mean, so 5 liters of water. So we're gonna need 10 chromite per barrel. So we can put 25 cloth per barrel. That's going to be enough for everything, really. Okay. Well then, let's grab ourselves a little bit of this cloth. Grab those. Might as well grab that one bolt and pop that back. We're going to need some plain cloth anyway, so let's grab that so we can make our 5 plain, and then we'll throw a stack of 25 in, yeah. Live and learn. Except I don't learn 'cause I forget stuff. Grab a little bit of water. Let's fill up one of these barrels. There we go. There we go. Diluted chromite. There we go. We'll put our cloth in there, and after 8 hours, we're going to get 25 mordanted cloth. I should probably seal that if I want to do anything. Now that we've got that going, we can now head off to finish up Dog the Moose's little doghouse, as well as the milking barn. And once those are done, this cloth should be well done. And when we come over here to work on the tannery building, we'll just pop them in a bucket of dye. I do have the right dye, right? Yes, we do. Oh, thank goodness. So we can let the dye soak on into it while we work on other stuff here. While I figure out what kind of roof I want on this thing. Maybe pine. I do like a good pine. The scent of pine could offset the smell of all of this. Tanneries smell disgusting. Kinda smells like the pee-pee poo-poo man. Rated R. Starts Friday. Boop-a-doop-boo. I almost got distracted. Let's get to building. Aha! In the wee hours of September 7th, Dog the Moose vanished without a trace. Now it's up to one crackpot investigator to pick up the trail. And hopefully not die in the process, because it's high rift activity outside. But I will find my boy. Oh, I found too many other boys. Oh, wow, that's a lot of boys. Why are there so many boys? Dog? 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 If I was a moose, where would I be? Have you seen my boy? My boy? So many pigs. I just have to keep my ears open for the telltale signs of a moose. Where could he have gone off to? He's the size of a Ford F-150. The extended cab, even. Dog, have you seen my boy? I don't think any of them have seen my boy. Let's see, there's no way he's in here, is he? Hello? Oh no. Chicks, no. Oh no. Oh, this was a horrible mistake. Oh, the poor babies. That was a horrible revelation. We're just gonna not think about that ever again. Now let's see. Okay. If no one's seen Dog, perhaps he's phased through the ground and has come down here. Dog?
how did you get down here? This is crazy. You're crazy. Crazy girl. We got tons of drifters, but no sign of dog. This does not bode well for my boy. You know, we're just gonna say he's on vacation at the moment, and he'll turn up. He'll turn up. He's in those rebellious teen years. Yeah, that's what we'll tell ourselves. To make us feel better. As I wait for the day for my son to return. My biological moose son. But I guess while we wait for him to turn up, we've gotta keep pressing on. Of course he disappears once I finish his house. Although I suppose he's been gone for a few days and I haven't really noticed. He disappeared on September 7th and it's October 2nd, so that's been 4 days. He's been missing for over 4 days now. I'm a terrible father. And well, while I can't really do a whole lot of building out there with it being high rift activity and crawling, absolutely crawling with danger. But what I can do is sprint and scream through the night all the way over to the tannery, pull out the very likely now mordanted cloth, and get it dyeing, so that we'll have our cloth ready and prepared when we need to put together our Canadian winter clothes. And dodge and weave those lads while I go out there. Ruffians, the lot of them. The pain is worth it, it's my punishment. Alright, oh. Alright, the gray dye. I need to turn some of that into black dye. Well, I'll get the red and blue going at the very least. Take that mordanted cloth, get 10 of that into blue, 8 of that into red. Let's grab ourselves some scraps I keep on hand for just such an occasion. You know what? We'll do 2. 20 liters of black dye. I don't think I'll need that much black dye, but you never know. You know what? No, I'm just gonna make 10 liters. All right, we have 8 hours on that. Those will be ready, and then 8 hours after that. So, in about 16 hours, plus whatever time in between the first dyeing and the black dyeing that I have to do, we will have all the cloth that we need. And once I get that cloth, then I can continue the hunt for Dog the Moose, or just wait for him to wander home and headbutt me when I'm least expecting it. If he hasn't despawned from how long he's been in captivity, there's no way he's despawned this time. He's out there somewhere. He's just very, very sneaky. A master of disguise, if you will. But lo, he shall reveal himself to me one day. Hopefully soon. Built him a house. Maybe he didn't like it. Well, when he shows up, I'll ask him. So I think since most of the activities we're going to need to do involve being outside, we're going to sleep off this high rift activity night. That way, when we wake up, that first set of cloth will be done and we can get the rest of it all in there dyeing. So off to bed we go. Oh, do my eyes deceive me? Is that a small bit of snowfall? Oh, it's only October. Come on. It's too early for that. I may have woken up slightly too early. Well, I'm gonna wait for the sun to come up here in the next couple minutes. Hopefully some of the lads out there will despawn. And if Dog the Moose shows up, fantastic. But otherwise, let's continue on with a little bit of building. And of course, I will not forget to do the fabric. So as we get to finishing up the milk barn roof, let's jump into another little time lapse, shall we? Ah! Ow, I banged my knee on the counter. Ah, the first bun toasting of the year. Ironically, when everything outside is toasty right now, and I wish to cool my buns in real life. But it's the exact opposite here, where it's really chilly outside, and my buns, they be needing a good toasting. Therefore, we must toast. So once we've adequately toasted our buns, we'll head back out, grab the black cloth, and then let's get to making ourselves a good new set of winter clothes. Ooh, it just got a little foggy. Or perhaps that's smoke from the fires here. I should get a carbon monoxide sensor. PSA, check your carbon monoxide sensors at home. Just in case. Ooh, and the food is done. Nothing like a good bun toasting and getting a few sets of meals out of it. Pop these sealed boys down below. There we go. Now that we're toasted to perfection, let's grab that cloth and see what kind of clothing we can make. It's calm. It's cold. And the milk barn's about as done as it's going to be for the time being. The detail work and what I'm doing with these wooden pillars yet to be seen. Don't walk in the water. It's above zero, but with the sleet, it's a little chilly. There we go. Black cloth. Excellent. Alright, onward to the basement. We'll grab ourselves a few pelts and get ourselves an outfit. And we might also want to clear out a little bit of this inventory. It's a bit full. There's our leather. Good. And then hides down in the basement. Alright, what do we have for pelts? Alright, we'll grab these, and one of the huge. Oh, what a joyous day. Alright, let's craft ourselves a brand new outfit. Alright, let's start from the bottom up. I need a sewing kit. Always forgetting about the sewing kits. Alright, Canadian fur-lined boots, there we go. Next we've got our trousers. Our shirt, which we need another sewing kit for, so let's just whoop, angle our viewpoint down so we can make another. There we go. And last but not least, our woolly sweater with another sewing kit. Alright. I made these recipes. You'd think I'd know this, but there we go. With our sewing kit created, we're going to put a medium pelt there, huge hide there, why not? And we get ourselves a sweater. Excellent. The time is nigh to change our outfit. And perhaps we just run around like this. No, of course not. It'll be silly. We're going to pop on our pants. Pop on our Canadian shirt there. Get ourselves some nice boots to cover up our little toesy-woesies. And boom, a sweater. Gonna keep us warm and dry there, eh? Oh, for sure. Look at that, walking around. I'm all bundled up. I'm cozy. I got myself my tool belt and my defensive Canadian bracers here for all that combat with the wildlife. Excellent, excellent. So our next point on the agenda here, we're gonna get on down to the Tim Hortons and grab ourselves a double-double, eh? Or perhaps we'll mark out the greenhouse. Yeah, let's do that one instead. We don't even have a Tim Hortons here in the wonderful land of Eisenholm. Maybe we'll have to rectify that one day. But not this day. Here I am reporting live from just behind the barn, where we're going to build ourselves a nice greenhouse. Or at the very least, we're going to get it marked out. And then perhaps continue the hunt for my son, Dog the Moose. So this little rock outcrop here, this is going to have to go. There we go. Much better. Nice, flat, clean ground to work with. Apart from all the grass, but we'll deal with the grass. All in due time. Brought a little bit of our leftover sandstone cobblestone here, just to keep the style in line somewhat with the other buildings here. And where was that strewn straw? There's my strewn straw. So that is going to be our entrance down into where the piglets are kept. And I think with this being a building that's going to increase warmth, I don't know if it'll actually affect the temperatures of anything that's in barrels or chests or whatnot, but alongside the greenhouse, I'm going to have a little bit of a composting station. And inside that stinky, ruddy composting station is going to be our entrance down to the little piglets. As if we're harvesting their poop. But we all know, pigs don't poop. Nobody poops. Poop isn't real. Never has been. So, I think having this against the back wall for the greenhouse portion could be good, so we're just going to pop that right there. Have our little entrance right up on the wall. So the far side here is going to be our greenhouse. And this side will be our composting area that we might just have to level out the land ever so slightly. Now if we take a look at our handy-dandy handbook here, once you've obtained glass, you can make a greenhouse to extend your growing season. So the maximum interior volume on a single greenhouse is going to be 14 by 14 by 14. And the roof has to be at least 50% glass. We're not making this thing 14 blocks tall, but this does mean we can have decently sizable sections. So, let's get marking it out. There we go. So we've got ourselves 3 different sections of 6 by 14. We'll have little dividing walls with double doors and then a 2-block path running all the way through the center, as well as maybe some doors on the sides. And then on this side here, we'll smooth out the land and probably add a 4th greenhouse of some size. And that's where we're going to put a whole bunch of chests and such and other containers that will speed up decay rates so we can stick like bread dough and other things like that in there to get it nice and rotten. But then stick it in barrels also put in here to turn it into compost. And eventually, through that method, we will get ourselves fields. Fields entirely full of the best soil in the whole game, Terra Preta. Now in a practical sense, it's a very minor upgrade in terms of soil. We might be able to get 1 extra crop in there. It's got a higher nutrient amount, so we might be able to get a little bit more growth going on. Or at the very least, not have to worry as much about crop rotation unless we're going real heavy on it. But the main reason I did 3 greenhouses here is so that we can rotate our crops. For science, of course. But we've done quite a bit of farmland building today. I know I wanted to get onto the tannery. But alas, I have yet to settle on a roof type that I'm happy with. I don't necessarily want it to have the same 45-degree roof angle that everything else has. I kind of want a nice 27.5-degree angle. The only issue is that's pretty difficult without custom chiseling the entire thing. So, the design of the tannery is still up in the air. So in that case, now that we're all bundled up and we can withstand the cold quite well, let's first gather up the crops that we've almost forgotten in the garden there. We've got some cabbages and I think a little bit of flax left. And then, let's get some castle walls put together. Because that's a thing that we have to consistently do. Because there's a lot of wall. And they gotta get done. So let's get our green thumb on before we get our smushed and swollen under a hammer thumb from construction work going on. That's a thing. Don't judge me. Probably a thing. It's not a thing. What you doing? You missed them. The cabbages are gone. There we go. Every single crop, as far as I'm aware, has now been picked up. Harvested. That's the word. Oh. It's a total eclipse, now it's gone. I actually heard a cover of that song recently. I can't remember the band name, but it was a pretty good cover.
Turn around, babe. I should put this modern cloth away, 'cause I don't need it in my hands. I ain't gonna do much with it. It's not part of my plans. I just made it to have a spare, and flax goes in there. I don't really know the lyrics anymore. Now I'm just saying stuff I don't know what for. That's the wrong chest, the leather goes in there. Put away stuff before I get scared. Rift activity is really heckin' high. If I stay out at night, I might just heckin' die.
I have no idea if any of that's gonna get left in the video. Oh, I'm a silly, silly man. I do silly things.
Winter is coming. It's practically already here. We've already got our first snowfall coming down. And surprisingly, or I guess not surprisingly, since it's all freshly made and toasty, the winter clothes have kept me surprisingly warm. I think by this time last year I was already shivering making up all the castle walls, so this is a huge improvement. But since it's cold out, and it's dark, and it's snowing, let's head back home. Ah, that's better. So, we got quite a decent bit done today. We got the milk barn mostly done. It just needs a few of the decorative elements put in place before we can call it complete, and get some animals in there to be milked. And speaking of animals, we've got to find Dog the Moose. He's on the loose.
That silly goose.
It was only him and a couple of pigs in the outer fenced-out portion of the pig barn there, so I don't think it was entity cramming that pushed him out. He just kinda disappeared. He can't have gotten too far. I'm sure he's out there somewhere. We just have to find him. And find him we will. The search for Dog the Moose carried on into the night. Through sea, slope, and stable, there was no sign of the boy. Eventually surveying the southern coast, something tall loomed in the distance. It was Dog. One escort quest and a torn pair of trousers later, Dog was safe and sound in his new doghouse. I added a little oil lamp to give him a nightlight, and all was right with the world. With Dog home safe once again, I turned my attention to the castle, specifically the western gatehouse. It was time to start filling it out in preparation to complete the western side of our outer curtain wall. While laying down the floor plan, however, an unexpectedly fortuitous guest arrived. Getting the ram all the way from here to the stables, however, was not a task I was prepared to tackle just yet. So he gets to live free, and we'll just have to remember that he's over here for now. I carried on with laying floors, being perceived all the while. But eventually, the footprint was set. Not wanting to run out of conglomerate rock mere minutes into continuing the walls, it was time to once again hit the quarry for more stone. Having already dug so deep and so greedily, it was unsafe. With our gambeson absolutely tattered to shreds, you say, I donned our blackguard armor to safely continue mining. A decent number of slabs in hand and many bone arrows sunk into my flesh meat, it was time to head back to the surface and process the slabs. With a looming need for mortar in the immediate future, I needed a far more sustainable supply of sand. So it was time to finally utilize the other part of the quarry mod, the rubble bin. I smithed up a copper plate, collected the completed brown clay bricks from the ceramic furnace while I was there, and then headed back over to the masonry lodge to put together the rubble bin using 5 boards and our new copper plate. Finally, our immense supply of paradewhite stones will have a use. Using a rubble hammer, the stones can be ground down into gravel and then further into sand. Never before have I been so glad to have too much of a stone I had no plan on using. Now having a potential massive sand supply on hand, I continued breaking down more of the conglomerate slabs to replenish our castle wall material supply. And so that brings us to today, where we're going to start things off by making a whole bunch of mortar, because we're going to need a ton of it for all of the brown clay bricks for the chimney that's finally going to get done, as well as a lot more for bits of the castle, because we have all of those little bricks all cut out for the conglomerate. We gotta glue them together. So I probably should have grabbed lime while I was over there. But let's brave the lads and grab some limestone. All right, get out of my doorway. They're shooting at me, they're chasing me, they're tossing rocks. Let's grab ourselves just a bunch of limestone. We're probably not gonna do all of these, because that would be a whole lot of quicklime. I don't think we're gonna need that much mortar. Then again, Nah, probably not. But we'll make a lot of it, just so we can have some stocked up. Let's take all these rocks back over to the house and get them cooking. Hold up. Why is it so... Oh, look at that. Gotta get up to a hilltop. An aurora borealis. At this time of year. That is beautiful. Oh, I thought it was an aurora borealis. Turns out, that's just the beginnings of sunrise. You know what? Doesn't matter. Nature's beautiful. Yeah, except for you. Nature, you scary. So I'm just going to tend to these fires for a little bit. And once we've got ourselves some quicklime, we'll make up some mortar. And then we'll head on over to the castle walls and do a little bit of work on those before we get into housework. Long overdue housework. Chimney and second story work. Yeah. Yo. Shearing trees is dangerous. Oh. I'm just gonna sit here. And I'm gonna watch the fire. I'm gonna recuperate. I'll see you when my kidney regrows. Ah. Alright, so here we are, 1,024 mortar in our tiny cuboid hands. Now let's slap bricks together till sunrise. and mosey over to the castle. And hopefully it'll be a little less dangerous outside. The rift activity is dangerous. My flesh meat is bruised. Okay, so it's not quite morning, but it's calm rift activity, so it's safe-ish, apart from the stray Bowtorn, to come outside. So, corners. The one in the distance over there in the dark of the night, hard to see right now, but we're going to do pretty much the exact same pattern that we've done for this, where we'll have that little indented one. And hopefully we'll be able to do it safely without being accosted by a Bowtorn. This may use a few extra blocks compared to what we could get away with. We theoretically could do this mostly with dirt on the inside, but... Okay, so we have the curves out on the sides here. We'll have a 1 block gap, and then right here is where we'll do it. There we go, and that's just with merging the shapes, and I realize now I've trapped myself up here. Great. Help? Let's see if I can get onto that. Oh, parkour. And we're going to repeat the same pattern that we have normally here of going 1, 2, 3, and that way we keep everything just one below these regular patterns on the side. The slight elevation change will make the corners feel just a little bit more unique. Kind of. A little bit. But oh boy, this is going to be precarious. Let's see if we can finish this before sunrise. Oh! There we go. Less like a harsh corner and more... King's Landing? Sure. We'll go with that. Do my eyes deceive me, or did I miss a couple blocks there? I think I missed a couple blocks there. There we are. Beautiful. Excellent. Now the corner's done. Yeah, let's hop over to where we're actually going to be working for the most part. Now that middle Okay. There are friends up there. You heard of the Fox and the Hound. Now get ready for the Fox and the Sow. But in any case, that section there where the bridge is, I'm going to leave that open for the time being, similar to the bridge at the front of the castle over on the eastern side there. Just because I'm going to blend in the curvature of the bridge. It's going to have an arch underneath. And I want that to blend into the walls a little bit, just so it looks supported. So I'll leave that wall as is for now. But here needs to be covered up. And then wrapping around the side, oh boy. So we're going to get into a little bit of a time lapse as we work on the walls here, just a little bit more. 37th verse, same as the first, I suppose. And then after that, the farmhouse will get a little bit of that love it's been waiting for since, oh well, the end of episode 9. Slow and steady. Emphasis on the slow sometimes. We may not get to things all the time right away, but ooh, we get to them eventually. Let's get into the time lapse. got quite a bit of this southwestern section of the castle wall done pretty well up until our western gatehouse over there. It's taken a lot of time, a lot of copying and pasting the little divots in those square blocks there. But you know what? It's all worth it. With every consecutive building stint we do on this wall, oh boy, it's all coming together. And the best part about the entire thing is, this outer curtain wall is probably the biggest material investment that pretty well all of the castle is going to have. Well, for the most part, depending on how far we go into the mountain with the actual keep itself. And I did learn some of the upper limits. When we got down to below about -15 or somewhere in that neighborhood, that is when these clothes finally were not keeping me warm enough to stop myself from shivering. Right now it's a nice balmy -8, so that ain't too bad. Ain't too bad at all. But since for the moment we are entirely out of polished rock for conglomerate anyway, so let's go do something that we've been meaning to do for quite some time now. Let's finally get that chimney built on the farmhouse. It's a little long overdue. I think I left all the bricks up over here. Yes. Let's just pop these extra little bricks away there. All right, here we are. Okay, so right here, this little section is the backside for where we have our ovens. So that's kind of the basis for, well, at least the 3 wide bottom portion for our chimney. And up there, I believe that's the center of our fireplace? Is it? Let's see. Ah, it is. Good, good, good. So at the very least, our chimney has to be this wide at the bottom, and at least go up in the center, though we could have it go up on one of the sides as well. Depends on where we want it coming out the roof, and I'm thinking possibly slightly over to this side, just to have it a little offset from the peak of the roof itself. Yeah. That also then leaves room for the window, where that packed dirt is right up top. We will get more natural light up in that dark, scary attic. Beautiful. So let's just thicken this out here. Yeah. And then if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get rid of that roof piece. And go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be pretty good. 15 tall chimney. Nice and tall. We can put ourselves a little bit of a decorative... Ooh. Make one of those decorative smoking chimneys from the Chisel Tools mod. We might not even have to do anything to it. We could just have it as is. First I need to get down. Uh-oh. Oh, I know some moves. Let's go build one of those so we can pop it up top. I was thinking of using the clay stone to have a little bit of a snow hood on the top of it, just so, water and such wouldn't get in, but I think with keeping in the style of it just being brown clay bricks, we have to at least give this a try. Alright, that and a couple of clay, we got ourselves a chimney. And if I'm not mistaken, that with a chisel, decorative chimney. Ooh. Let's see if that's going to look like that, or if that'll actually look like a brown clay brick one. Ah, oh I see. Okay. So perhaps we will have to chisel a slightly more decorative top if we want it to be smoking. That calls for this. Time for a bit of studio work. Let's chop off the top half at the very least. We're probably gonna do... Ooh. Is that too little? Probably too little. Alright. Claystone, you're back on the menu. Alright. You're gonna need something for the supports between this. Perhaps we will use slate after all. Perhaps a piece of polished slate. Yeah. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see how that looks when it's smoking. You know, if the smoke came out the sides a bit more, that'd be pretty neat. But not too shabby. Not too shabby if I do say so myself. From a distance, it'll still give off the exact effect we're going for. So I say, good. Very good. Let's do it. Back out into the dark we go. To make a chimney build real tall. Doop, doop, doop. Oh, good. That was just enough to get up here. Gotta put the smoking chimney first and then that. Excellent. Beautiful. Majestic. Almost as majestic as the majestic moose. Look at him. Look at him down in his doghouse. He's a good dog. Alright, let's chisel the rest of this chimney. It's gonna break my ankles. Oh, snow broke my fall, never mind. Ankles will remain unbroken this day. Let me just look at a couple pictures of chimneys and see if I'm on the right track for what I'm trying to get out of my brain meat. Okay, so after a couple minutes of looking at pictures of actual chimneys, I'm overthinking this. This is already fancier than most chimneys, and actually having this portion in the front be flatter would probably be more realistic. Most chimneys are really just going up, probably flat on one side, and just a little bit of that action going on. And that's kind of about it. They're quite simple structures, and I'm really just trying to make this fancier than it ought to be. Yeah, that sounds like me. So I think before I do too much to this, I might just leave this as is, honestly. Let's see. What would this look like if I slimmed this back down now that I've flattened around a little bit? Yeah? You calm yourself. Oh wait, it's 6 a.m. Carry on. This bit here I've really only jutted out just because I didn't want to have a little bit of brick that's flat against this wall exposed. Flat against this wall, that's what's throwing me off. Okay. Oh, okay, I can fix this. We don't need any of this little artsy stuff here. These little decorative nubbly bits are not needed. Ooh. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I hope the lighting won't be messed up like that. What I need to do is the same little tactic I've done to the outer portions of the rest of these walls. I'm gonna do it to these. Because this, if I give it a little bit of texture, I can flatten this out and it'll be fine. Because that little bit of exposed brick on the flat of the wall, well, it's not gonna get seen once we bulge out the wall a little bit now, is it? No. No, it will not. So that's what we'll do. We'll finish off this wall right and proper, the same as the rest of them. Looks like I'll just have to grab a limestone rock, or a couple of them, and just replace that little, what's that, quarter of each block? Yeah. Beautiful. We got a nice view, got a little bit of sunlight in this dark, dreary attic. Now, I just need to properly do the little windowsills. Just rotate these and we'll, There we go. Beautiful.
It is done. The chimney. And the smoke looks to be billowing as it should. Excellent.
Let's pop a couple things away here. Clear out the old inventory. Wrong room. Force of habit. Food's in there. Like when you open up the fridge when you weren't hungry, but it's just kind of force of habit at some point. So we've got ourselves a nice chest full of random clutter. Ooh, we got more random debris here. Gonna fill that attic with all the clutter that we got. Boy, maybe not all of it. We don't need a lot of old fire pits in there, but yeah, let's get a little bit of creepy cobweb action going on in a lot of these corners. There we go, stacking up the tables like we got too many and we don't know what to do with them. Some of these might do well in a particular room in the workshop, but for now they're decorative clutter up here. And if I want to finish a little bit of clutter here, I should probably change up these a little bit. Which means I gotta go grab that oak wood that I put down. Perfect. Go back there, cobweb. There we go. I think the attic is looking a little bit spookier. I think we might just need a little something to cover up the window there, just so that people can't see in, and it adds to the allure, just like the rotted door up front. That one. Hee. I have a couple of trapdoors I can slap in front of that window just to obscure from the inside and outside, rather. Even if they're maple, that's okay. Makes them look a little more worn from the outside. Yeah, that one might have to get replaced with maybe a solid oak trapdoor or something. Actually, maybe that third maple one, why not? These are just excess left over from building the milking barn. There we go. A different wood type makes it stand out a little bit better because everything in here is, well, pretty much all oak. So that makes it a little bit easier to see when I want to get out of here. It's place is creepy. Cobwebs. Pfft. Get out of my face. You know what all this is making me in the mood for? Filling in a little bit more of the decorative aspects of one particular portion of the workshop. Specifically one of the main rooms we spend time in there, the smithing room. I do believe we have the fat to finish enough axles to get the pottery wheel up and running, and then, with all of our mechanical lines run, we should probably cover it all up so nobody ever sees our mess of spaghetti eldritch horror behind a facade wall. Nothing beats a facade wall. Except for the brick. Nobody beats the brick. Except for a hydraulic press. Anyway. Oh, safety of the workshop, please take me in. Keep all the baddies out. Alright, you just gotta go down there. We actually don't need all that much in terms of a mechanical line. Well, alright then. So, what do we need? We need 1 angle. 2 angle. Just 2 angle. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Axle. 2 angle, 5 axle. Alright, well that's it. And that. Perfect. And now we've got the whole thing going. Let's see, if I turn everything on with a gentle breeze, is this all going to lock up? Well, with a gentle breeze, yeah, probably. That's okay. That's mainly the Helvhammer's fault. Everything else here, even on a gentle breeze, is working at a moderately decent click. Yeah. Alright, that's enough of that cacophonous noise. So that looks like all the mechanical bits are done and dusted. So all we have to do now is cover this stuff up with some facade walls to make it seem like everything is just all hidden away. Although I guess it's not seem, it actually will just be hidden away behind these little thin decorative walls. But one of the main things is going to be having labels next to all of our clutches. So that way, when we look at all of those levers, we're going to know exactly what it's going to turn on. I've made pixel art for this. Simplistic pixel art, but it gets the job done. So, let's do a little bit of a time lapse here as we not only put on these facade walls, but dig out this little section behind me here for our storage room. Where we can keep all the ingots that we, well, at some point we'll have to take some time to amass because these are just pitiful little piles. We need mountains of metal. But until that moment where we have said mountains of metal, let's work on prepping the space for them and prettying up this little room here. Because then really all we're going to have left is staircases in the front room and those 2 side rooms from our main mural entrance. Unless there's any other little details of this place that I've forgotten about. The basement. Well, calling it a basement's a bit generous. The area where we refuel the steel furnaces. Yeah, that'll have to get done at some point. It's less important. We just set things on fire there. Anyway, let's build. we interrupt this time lapse to bring you an explanation. But first, we're gonna grab ourselves a little snack. The hunger pains. Well, while we're in here, we're gonna make ourselves a little something something. Let's just take a couple of those. And let's see, maybe a couple of those. There we go. A shelf. No. Wait a minute. That's what I wanted. A tool rack. Then we're gonna take this tool rack, take a chisel, pop the chisel there on top of it, and make ourselves a decorative tool rack. Let's pop back over and I'll show you something cool. Alright, so, with this little decorative piece behind me, we're going to pop some tools on there. Well, at the very least one, we'll put the tongs there. So first, we'll make a little bit of room, pop that off, place our decorative tool rack, and then place our chisel block on top of it, and right there we have ourselves a decorative tool rack. So we can take these tongs off the floor finally, pop them here. Wrong spot, there we go. And voila! For good measure too, we could pop a hammer there, or even there perhaps. And now we have ourselves a nice, fitting, chiseled spot to place our requisite tools for all of our smithing needs. And they've all got their proper little hooks there. We got a couple of hammer spots and a place for tongs. Beautiful. Wonderful. Now are we going to go right back into the time lapse we were in the midst of? No. No, I don't think I will. There we go. We will have to add in the yellow stripes on there, or requisition those ones. Nope, nope, we're building, we're not cannibalizing. There we go. We've got the beginnings of a properly decorated wall to hide all of our mechanical machinery. And how could I forget talking about the decorative bits? We've got a little bit of a mesh covering here, and nicely the quern right in there is now surrounded by blocks on all sides, so the only side that it should be able to pop things out into is down into our nice little container. Right on into the hopper. And yes, it will still hold a stack inside of it. However, once that first stack fills up, then it's going to have to be forced to really kind of push everything out into the hopper, and anytime it tries to push out into a different direction, sure, it'll fail, and yes, that will slow it down slightly. But it's automated. We don't have to worry about it. And as long as we stay close enough that things don't despawn, we are in the clear. And we've got labels on all of our toggles too, so, we'll know exactly what we're turning on or off. Which is kind of nice. And if we need to get that stack of stuff inside, we can still access it through the holes in the mesh. Like so. Nice and easy. Super easy. Refueling it though. Aha. That is where there's going to be an access point to get up top there and feed the chests. A nice little platform. That staircase won't be over here. That's going to be something where we come around. This clutter is all going to be gone. We're going to have our smithing area, and then in here, this will be our storage room with shelves and piles of ingots. If I ever get around to actually making piles of ingots, I'm sure one day we'll go on a little smithing spree. But regardless, we'll have pallets and such, and shelves and all whatnot to hold things. This may potentially move. I don't know why I gave it so much space from there. I think I was under the impression I was going to put my tool rack here, but that's far from everything else that we're going to need the tools for. So I'll probably pop this into like a corner here or something. Now that we have Napster, I don't know how often I'm really going to be using the pottery wheel, but I guess if I'm mass producing something, it does speed it up to have mechanical power. So we'll take advantage of that. Yeah. Now for this trunk here, we may visually change it to be a decorative chest at some point, just so I can make it look more like, I don't know, a floor safe or something of that nature. Just have to decide if I want it to look like a hatch or something else. A hatch. I could just cover it with a trapdoor, honestly. An iron trapdoor. Very fitting. Very expensive. Could be nice, though. But I think we've done a good bit of building so far this episode. I think it's time to go on to a little something different. Building adjacent, it's crafting, but not slapping together structures or decorative walls or anything like that. This is something with a practical, tangible result. For heat retention. Also, don't worry about the fact that we have a paired white quern there and a chalk or limestone looking one there that actually is a material that you can't make a quern out of. The white was far more readable. It's an artistic representation. Anyway, as I was saying before I derailed myself, let's get some preparatory stuff going for a couple more additions to the Canadian winter clothes. Is that update that I talked about briefly at the end of last episode already ready to go? No. No, it is not. Will it be? Yes. Yes, it will. Before the episode ends, you say. That's what I claimed in a comment. Will I fulfill my end of the bargain? I hope so. But at the very least, let's prep the crafting materials we're going to need for that. So we're going to need some pelts, and I think I used up all the pelts on what I'm wearing right now. Let's double check, though. Onward down to Basement Town. Oh, we have 2 huge pelts. That's pretty good. So theoretically, with those 2 huge pelts, that's probably all we're going to need. Because the crafting recipes I have in mind for these are going to take 2 small. No, sorry, scratch that. 4 small, 2 medium, or 1 large and or huge. Not and or, just or. So, I guess with 2 huge hides, we're all set for the hides. We just gotta get some cloth dyeing. Good thing we made a few extra mordant cloth. We might need a few more, though. So, with pelts all sorted away, what we're gonna need now is to make a few bolts of cloth and mordant a few more. Because if I'm remembering right... Alright, stay down there. We have 3. Yes, but we need 3 more. We're also gonna need 3 plain cloths, so we'll just make those all right now. And we might as well get 3 of these going in their requisite dye already. The crafting recipes themselves will be shown when we actually make the clothing. Will that be today? Will that be tomorrow? Or will that be soon, and for the rest of our lives? If all goes well, it'll be before the end of this episode. So let's hope all goes well. Let's hope I remember how to code. The second I finished the mod the first time, it poop out of my head. So what we're gonna need first for our mordanted cloth, let's go grab our chromium. Or crushed chromite, rather. Okay, we're making 3 of those. We'll need 6 liters. We're gonna have 10 liters. Alright. Just 2 of those. Excellent. We're gonna have even more winter warmth. Even though the warmth that we have right now is good. We're gonna be toasty in the coldest of nights unless we go super north, and then we will die at night from frostbite. And bears. Probably a bear. Oh, I thought that had been snowed over. That's just white dye. Alright, so we are going to need a few red, so we'll just get those ones already going. And we'll, there we go. Grab ourselves a bit of water. And we will put our mordant in here. Diluted chromite. Pop those in there. Mordant those cloths. Good. And then once those cloths are done mordanting, we're going to put 2 of them in the black dye and 1 in the gray. Oh, I hear things around. Oh, we got a shiver on our tail. Oh, good, he's caught up at the tannery. But while we're waiting 8 hours for that, so it'll be ready by breakfast. I didn't need to mordant all that, did I? No, I did. I miscalculated. Because we don't need 3 of those, we're going to need another one. We need those 3 for being plain. Yes, I'm being vague because I know what I need. And I'm not telling until it's ready. It'll be a surprise. Now, where's my tannin? No longer down here. Tannin is back outside where the danger lies. You'd think I'd remember that, building a whole building for that very purpose. Even if the building's not quite complete yet. It will be soon. Will be soon. Mordant. Not mordant. Tannin. Strong tannin. I'm gonna pop one little guy in there, make some brown cloth. Second I sealed that, I had a thought. We need more brown linen to fix our, very, very tattered gambeson. It's been hard to notice with making it invisible. But, as you can see... it's holier than Swiss cheese. It's seen better days. It needs some repair, it needs some love. And by some, I mean like a lot. Like a lot. So we're just gonna hide that away again. Speak not of that which we wear, which is tatters. It's our Walmart clothes. Good armpit ventilation. So while we wait, while we, words escaped me. While we wait another 6 hours for all of that cloth to finish doing its thing, I'm gonna finish up a few more of the wall facades in here. Nothing too interesting. Just kind of more of the same of what I've already done on this wall here, with a corner or two thrown in. So I'm going to work on that for a little bit, only a few minutes really, and then we'll grab our cloth and get right to, putting the last little batch in that needs to be dyed. So I'll see you in a moment, when it's dawn. The time, not the detergent. Alright, let's take a look at our cloth. It is probably done. It should be. It's been 8 hours. Excellent. We have our red. And we're just shy of having our mordanted cloth. And we're just shy of our one brown cloth as well. This should be done any moment now. There we go. 3 mordanted cloth. Beautiful. Now, we'll pop. We only have 2 liters of black dye. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, man. Okay. Well, we can pop 1 in there. Get our gray cloth. Guess we're gonna need to take some of that and, I guess we'll make a second batch of black there and let's at least seal up the 1 gray that we need. And I guess we'll go grab some metal scraps, make more black cloth, so it'll be a few hours. That's okay.
This is what happens when you don't read the ingredients list or you don't check your vats of dye. Wouldn't be a Solstin video if I did everything correct the first time, now would it? It's always the numbers. They'll trip you up, they're tricksy. Predictable, but tricksy. Like those hobbitses. Pop that in there, we'll get ourselves a bit more black dye. I suppose we keep the 1 mordanted, we can at least finish off that barrel, and with this fresh one, we'll just put the last cloth in there. No matter, it only adds another 8 hours to our dyeing process. Not a big loss. Not a big loss at all. Just means we'll be crafting in the wee hours of the morning rather than at dinner time. That's okay. While that's doing its thing, let's go make the couple of sewing kits we're gonna need. Yep, that's right, sewing kits, and I'll remember this time, before getting to crafting, won't have to make them at the same time as everything else. I'm prepared. Mostly. Except for the black dye. We don't talk about the black dye. We're just gonna pop these in there for the moment. Make a couple of sewing kits. There we go. And now I suppose one little tidbit of what we're making and what all these ingredients are for without me giving, well, actually no, this will be giving everything away, except for how they look at the end of the day. But what's getting added to the Canadian Winter Clothing mod is hats, a couple varieties of hats, a scarf, and a pair of gloves. The gloves are just going to be a retexture of the fur-lined gloves. Same with the scarf being a red with a couple white stripes version of that green scarf that we were wearing for quite a while. And the hat? Well, there's a couple of versions, but you'll just have to wait and see. By the time this episode goes out, the mod will be updated anyway, so some of you probably already know, and the secrecy here is really just for my own dramatic effect, because timeline-wise, it hasn't happened for me yet. But it's happened for you. And soon it will happen for me.
and them. Who are them? The world may never know. It's the Rot Walkers. That's right. I'm talking about you.
Oh, thank you.
But while we're waiting for everything to finish getting all colored up, let's play in the dirt a little. Do I have more grass? Did I grab more grass? I've got a little bit. Let's grab these hay bales here. And then we're going to use some of this dirt here. Make ourselves a little bit of cob. Let's remind ourselves what cob is made out of. Cob is dirt, the lifeblood of land. It's got electrolytes. It's what plants crave. Okay. Now on this bright sunny day, let's take all this cob that we've made and go on out to yonder castle. I don't think onder is a word. This is just a little bit of work that's got to get done eventually, so we may as well do it now. Because we started this little cob staircase, and this is honestly going to change. We're going to have this little sorry excuse for a gatehouse. Expand it out just a little bit. We have a good bit of depth and a visitor. But we're going to make this very similar to what that gatehouse's shape is eventually going to be. Which is similar to that gatehouse, but instead of it being a straightaway like the one on the eastern side, the western side, as well as this one here, is going to be a bit of a 90-degree turn inside of it. So on the 11-wide wall side between the towers, rather than the 7-wide in between towers that the front gatehouse there is on the east, we're going to have our door going that way. So it's going to come out, and we're going to come out on this side. I don't know if I explained that right. Hopefully that made sense. We're going to turn. No go straight. Go turn. Right angle. 90 degree. That hot. Ouch, no touch. But that's not exactly what we're building at this very moment. What we're doing is we're going to fill in the land here. And Cobb is going to make some very nice lush green grass at the, well, once spring has come back around anyway. Winter's kind of the non-grass time. However, we need to fill it out so we can eventually start building up some walls here to work on the keep. And once we're toasty, well, it won't matter that it's the dead of winter. We'll be fine. We'll be able to work out in all conditions except for dange. Because we die when it dange, but when it not dange, that is when we live. We live so good, the drifters wish we never lived so good. Yes, Rift, I hear you go ding-dong. The doorbell of death. Alright, well, several stacks of cob has only gotten us, well, this bit here. But it did save us on a lot of dirt, and oh, we have a lad. Okay. Using up all that grass, which I don't think we can really scythe harvest when there's snow on top of it. We might have to do a bit of scythe cutting in the dangerous spot under the castle if we want to make more cob. But wait, it's been 8 hours. That means, ooh, I should grab my mordant cloth.
I might need that if the black dye is ready.
Oop.
Yes.
Alright, this is almost done. What about the brown cloth? That's done. Beautiful. Finally, it's all done. Excellent, we've got our black cloth there, our gray cloth there, and our new 10 liters of black dye to make our last piece of black cloth. Now, somewhere around 5 in the morning or so, we should have the last piece required to construct the last extra vestiges of our winter clothing. Huzzah and hurrah! 'Tis a glorious day in the great land of Canada, and therefore the world. You know, I guess while I'm here I can grab this little bit of compost and... You know what? Do I have more rot? Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna do this. We're doing side quests. And dodging these things. Alright, well if I remember correctly, I think there was, what, 45 in that barrel? 45 plus this 37? That's over a stack. Hey. Hi, you. Hey. Hi. Don't hurt me when I'm in a menu. Okay. Safe inside once again. So, I think while that last little piece of cloth is getting dyed over there, this might be a good time for me to actually finish up the coating for the mod. That way we can actually put these things together once the cloth is all ready to go. So for me, this could potentially be a few hours of banging my head against coding and testing things out. But for you, it'll be seconds with movie magic. So without further ado, I cast myself into the fires of Mount JavaScript. Oh wait, C#, I think? Probably C#. I think that's what mods are coded in. You think I'd know this? I learned C#. I took programming at one point in college. Although that was back in 2008. It was a very good year. 8 to 9 years after the world didn't experience Y2K. You remember Y2K? Were you born yet when Y2K was a thing? I was playing with Legos waiting for the power to go out at midnight, and I was so excited I played with Legos with the lights off using a flashlight. Look at me now. Digital Legos. Let's be honest, that's basically what this is. The more things change, the more things stay the same. So as I said, without further ado, and then I adoed a bit more, now without further ado, I'm going to put that mod together, get that update going. I'll see you in a moment. And just like that, with the power of movie magic, it's done. Only took 2 days of dedicated troubleshooting to figure out why it wasn't working. Every time I dive into the code, it's like the first time every time. But it is done. The new update has added a few new items. 5 new items to be exact. So let's take a look. So where we used to have 4 items, there is now 9. So let's go through some of these new items. We have the toque. Now for this and any other white cloth required, I've had it so white or plain can be used interchangeably. It won't have any effect on the texture, it's just an option. We've got the gloves, which are very similar to the fur gloves, just a little bit more material and a little bit more warmth to them. And they've got like a little black fabric over top of the fur. We've got 2 versions of an Ushanka here. We've got the lumberjack variant, kind of a nice red plaid, very similar but slightly different from the shirt, and a more wintry festive variant as well. That's the one I'm gonna make. And last but not least, a scarf. Using the same shape as the green scarf that we were wearing before, this one, well, it's just a little bit more Canadian. So once that last little piece of cloth is done dyeing, we should be ready to put these all together and see how much warmer we get. We're gonna be toasty. Let's see, how much longer till it's done? It's been 2 days of me programming. Now, I know you saw just a few seconds ago how this was going. Okay, so we have 4 more hours till the last piece of black cloth is done. That means we can make everything but the gloves, I think. Grab our pelts. Maybe we'll free Cat the Rabbit from our little basement trap here. Go on. No, not deeper. Go out. Go out. Run. There you go, little buddy. Get up the stairs. Come on. You can do it. Alright, be confused. Okay, so with all of our ingredients in hand, minus 1 black cloth for the remainder of our gloves, we can get 2 of the 3 new items that we're going to be wearing all put together. So, let's start with putting together our new scarf. There we go. And then we'll put together our brand new hat. And now that we've got those, before we put them on, let's head on over to where our cloth is, wait for it to finish, and then we can put everything on all at the same time. Ah, beautiful. Let's get back inside before we get punched in the mouth. Alright, so, winter gloves. Let's pop these here. Ah, excellent. And now, we put them on. We get the gloves on. Removing our clockmaker wrist guard as is winter tradition. Put on our scarf to keep us cozy. And our festive Ushanka.
I always called them flap caps, and I don't know if that's just a colloquialism of around here or if I was just mistaking them for the more deserty kind of ones. Either way, stylish. So the hair still comes out the back of this. It covers my ears. Sure, a little bit of my beard comes out the side, but that's just because I have an extra bushy beard. Not much I could do about that without making it flare out too hard. It is quite toasty. Good coverage. Keeps the ears warm. And here is the fit. With all of my extra accessories, my old tool belt and forgotten noble necklace. My stylish glasses, too. So, with this, what does that give us for a total coverage here? So we've got 4, 3 for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15 and a half, 17 and a half, 19 and a half. This gives us a total, when in good condition, of 19 and a half degrees of extra insulation. Now that, without a big puffy winter jacket, that sounds like a proper set of Canadian winter clothes. So I think we're going to safely be able to be out for pretty well the entire winter without having to worry about toasting our buns all that often. So outside building, when it's safe anyway, is definitely an option for us. Sure, we may not survive, but at least we won't be cold. But speaking of being warm while we're outside, let's wait until morning, so hopefully it's a little safer to go out there, and pop back over to the castle for just a brief moment. Now, I know it isn't exactly safe. We're just going to try and collect a little bit of grass down here. By little, I mean as much as we can physically carry. And hopefully, not get sniped in the process. Because there is still a lot of dirt in our storage, and we have much cob to make so we can finish actually filling in the second level of the castle. Now, I don't want to acknowledge it, because it'll stop the second I do say anything about it, but it's weirdly safe under here for some reason. Now I heard something moving around because I said that, huh? Don't shoot me. No, you shoot me. Alright, well I had a decent run down there. What about here? Can I? Nope. Cannot cut grass when it's covered in snow. Okay, not too bad. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost 7 stacks, not too bad. Now, while we're filling this in and getting our second level, ooh, that was a dangerous little gap we walked over. While we're getting this whole area suitable for walking around so we can get access to start working on the structure of the keep at some point in the future, I think it's time to talk about the castle's name. Because I brought that up a little while ago, and I think now is probably the time to reveal what I'm pretty sure I'm going to stick with. There were a ton of fantastic suggestions put into the comment section about what the castle should be called, and thank you to each and every one of you that submitted a name. And while there were many wonderful suggestions, of course, there can only be one name for this castle. There were a couple of suggestions that involved Welsh naming conventions for the castle, and I really liked that. Felt very fitting. So, in honor of the flag that I have ready to go for the banners on the castle, as well as what we see around here, which, if we go outside the castle walls, especially over to the west, what do we see a lot of in the forest there? Wolves. Plenty of wolves. Sure, recently there's pigs, but it's mostly wolves. And the occasional bear and moose. But it got me thinking about the... Hello? But it got me thinking about the sea wolves in Western Canada, specifically around Vancouver Island. And I thought that would make a pretty interesting name for the castle itself. So, with Welsh naming conventions and sea wolves on the brain, I present to you Caer Blythemore, otherwise known as Sea Wolf Fortress. Now that should be a pretty good name, as I slowly meander away from these drifters that keep accosting me up here. We're gonna have to seal that up. They're just walking straight up onto this platform, aren't you? Oh, yes you are. So, let's finish filling in the floor on this second level, and then we can get inside where it's gonna be safe. Because it's gonna get dark soon. The danger comes out in the dark.
Now, for any of you unfamiliar with what the sea wolves actually are, there's a bunch of wolves over on the west coast of Canada that have managed to, kind of become, well, at least semi-adapted to being aquatic hunters. From what I understand, a bunch of wolves swam out to an island, ate the local population of deer, and then switched over to eating otters. And now that's the vast majority of their food source. So while we don't have otters here, we have definitely seen wolves going on out into the ocean, because we're kind of surrounded by it on almost all sides. Technically not on much of an island. The landmass does carry on far to the west, so... What is that, a peninsula? Like a little finger tendril on a larger landmass. Ah. That appears to be the rest of my cob. We're almost done filling it in. And then eventually we'll fill in up here to get our castle going. But I think we've accomplished quite a bit for today. Got a lot of work done on the western side of the outer wall of the castle, got some of this filled in here, got ourselves some new clothes, spent several hours remembering how to program. I'm excited to see what kind of shenanigans we get up to next. I think we might start focusing on getting ourselves that elk, because it's about time. We've been sitting at 34 rusty gears for far too long. Gotta hit that desired 50. With more spider pigs gathering outside by the day, I got dressed up to hit the clubs. Texture mapping for the Canadian Winter Clothes mod got a little mixed up after updating to 1.21, but we'll rock it like this, just for a little bit. In the meantime, we bloom. Gathering up some of the charcoal from the earlier firing, I filled the bloomeries with as much iron as I could find to get more iron blooms cooking before collecting the rest of the charcoal. I love how much of it there is. Oh. The next day, I awoke to see that XXX_ape_XXX, who is a massive help with model making for the Winter Clothes mod, had fixed all of the texture mapping issues. With that, the mod was once again fully functional and ready to go for 1.21. Back in the workshop, I got a bunch of copper ingots going with the idea to make a few lanterns to light up the quarry as well as under the castle. We'll see if I stick to that plan. While the ingots were cooling, the bloomeries were done, so I got to processing a few of them into proper ingots. Then it was outside to collect cattails in preparation to harvest our skeps for the last time until spring. Sudden apocalyptic rift activity had other plans, however, and I was very quickly assailed from all sides. As the horrors of the dark waged war at my door, something sparkly caught my eye. Lore books. They hadn't sparkled like that before, and it had me questioning if they had suddenly appeared as a sign or instruction from some unseen force. Turns out I've had them sitting there for quite a bit now, I just forgot they were there. Also, lore books sparkle now in 1.21. But that brings us to today, where it appears in 1.21 we've got little particles on lore books. But for the moment, since it's dangerous outside, exceedingly dangerous outside, apocalyptic even, let's do some indoor activities before we can safely venture out once more. Let's see, what do we have for planks and nails and strips? We do have some here, so we're going to want a couple of these. And then let's pop some boards around them. We're going to make ourselves a trunk. There we are. Beautiful. And let's just grab ourselves a couple of maple planks here. No. We're not going to use planks. We're going to do something a little bit better. So first of all, we're going to get our trunk in place, and I think a good spot is right there. It's a nice little spot there. I'm standing on barrels. Maybe a third chest? Ooh. Now that I think about it, maybe another trunk. Yeah. Okay, let's shift this one over to there, and we'll have another trunk right there. I have a cunning plan that relates to the main event of today. It's a crime. But I won't reveal which crime just yet, not until we've committed it. There we go. And then we're gonna need 4. And we're gonna strip these. Debark them, rather. Wrong game terminology. And we're just gonna do that. We actually need another. A 5th log. And that's just because we're going to chisel all of these. And can I reach under there? Yes, I can. Beautiful. I'm gonna get that one. And that one. And we're gonna put those together. Just gonna pop it right here first. We're just gonna make this into a nice little shelf. Of course, this one is the corner piece. And then we're just gonna copy that shape there. Pop that corner piece in there. There we go. And when it's safe to go outside, we'll grab ourselves a few pieces of polished basalt so that we can make little L brackets to hold up these shelves so they actually look a bit more supported. But as you can hear, it's the opposite of safe outside. So what these are going to be are salt storage chests. So we can bring in a whole bunch of salt, make a whole bunch of brine in here. For the pickling? Perhaps. But also more than that. Do we have any salt left inside the house with which to put into our new salt? We have a little bit of salt, only 38 pieces. Anything else hidden in these chests? Nope, just 38 salt, okay. Well, we'll begin filling the singular salt chest there, and one day both of these will be full. Now, let's see. That's a lot of lads right there. What can we do to get out of the house? Okay, now we gotta figure out a way to lure those lads away from the front door. Boys, please, vacate the premises. There they go. Dispersing. I don't like how many of them there are out there. Just crawling around. Like the pigs. Here we see the Arctic drifter migration. They head for higher ground before despawning takes them. The drifters that despawn will never find a mate before spring. Oh, there goes another. That might have opened up enough of an opportunity. It's only high rift activity now, so now I can run on over and grab myself a little bit of basalt to finish the supports for those shelves, and then maybe we go grab some salt. Onward back inside to safety. All right. There we go. We have ourselves some better supports under our shelves. Should we shave these shelves in just a wee bit? I think that's probably gonna look kind of nice. What if we go? Ooh, no. That's a good amount. And so now, with shelves made and chests at the ready, let's go grab ourselves a little bit of salt, shall we? And then we'll reveal what this devious crime is all about. Now, let's hope salt mining will be safe enough. It's high rift activity, but it's sunny out, so the brightness will hopefully keep them at bay. Let's swim. Let's see how well these clothes do in the water. -5 and soaking wet. Let's see if we shiver. Oh, I hear a bow torn already. Okay, cool. Great. Wonderful. Fantastic, even. I'll just be over here gathering salt while being assaulted. With all this salt here, I wonder if quarrying might be the quicker way to do this. If the rift activity is high, I think I might have to just settle for 2 stacks for now.
I don't want to have to be running home with my tail between my legs. I don't even have a tail. Alright. The sun has fallen, but I'm back home. Let's get this salt ground up, mixed into some water, and then go over our crime. Stacks of salt in hand. Let's discuss crime. In Vintage Story. In Vintage Story, you hear that, FBI? In Vintage Story. You gotta cover yourself when it comes to things like this. So, with salt, we can make brine, which is 2 liters for every salt. You might notice something a little extra on this list. A rusty gear. Since technically we could make some bronze tools or various other things and sell those to traders, why don't we participate in a little bit of currency forgery? With the Rustier Gears mod, you can take an iron ingot and smith that into 4 iron gears. And then you put them in either water, seawater, or in our case, the most efficient of all, brine. And you rust those bad boys up. That's right, we're gonna have a counterfeiting operation going on right in this very basement. Because in this economy, who can afford not to? Because we need those gears. And I don't want to use precious bronze when it could be used for decorative things. Like lanterns. Mainly lanterns. And wall placards. We're gonna fill up more of these barrels, slap some salt in them, and get ourselves making brine. 4 barrels to start shouldn't be too bad. Let's just check. So with brine, we've got that going on there, and a rusty gear. 5 liters of brine plus an iron gear is going to give us a rusty gear. So we can do 10 per barrel, so this is enough right here for 40 gears. And since we've already got 34 gears, and we only really need 16 more, I think a couple of these barrels and we're going to be good enough to get ourselves that elk. At long last. That's right, we're committing crimes so we can get a pet. A rideable pet. Like a horse. But better because it has antlers. Sorry, horse people. We're gonna go elk mode. So with a moderate breeze, we should in theory be able to have a decent speed on our half hammers. Ooh, strong wind, even better. Oh, no, don't go down a gentle breeze, please. But for as long as the wind will hold out, let's try and get as many of these iron blooms turned into ingots as we can, and then turn a bunch of those ingots into rusty gears. Yeah. This could take a little bit, but let's get hammering. Well, they don't sit on the tongs quite right, but that's okay. These are kind of illegal anyway.
Peekaboo. I see you.
Alright, I'm just gonna make more of these before I get weirder.
gears in the bucket. So, there we go. We've got our gears safely rusting away down in the basement. And in just a little over 3.5 days, we're going to have ourselves 40 more rusty gears, which is far and away going to put us over the threshold of the 50 that we need to go grab an elk later. But it also means we have a few days worth of stuff to do. And boy, do we have stuff to fill those few days. Probably more than a few days, but we'll see how things go. So, in the interest of decorating up the castle off in the distance there, do we have heather? We do have heather. Now, the wonderful thing is, heather, along with onions as well, but I don't want to use onions, because they're edible. We can make yellow dye. So let's grab 50 of them and let's make ourselves a nice big bucket of yellow dye. What do we need yellow dye for, you might ask? Well, since we've named the castle, I think it's time we get some banners on the walls. And we've already got blue dye. I'm going to make sure that we still have enough. But along with that blue dye, we're going to need a little bit of yellow. If I'm remembering correctly, the blue dye that we have is not woad blue, and that's very important. Yeah, I think just regular blue dye is exactly what we want. Because for the particular colors that I'm looking to use for the banners, using the paintbrush from the QP Chisel Tools mod, regular blue is going to give us the correct shade. Woad blue is more like blue. I want this slightly darker, paler blue. Alright, let's grab a little bit of water from under here. We're going to need to put a water source up top at some point. But until then, let's pick one of these barrels. This one's empty. We're just going to keep filling her up with water. Make ourselves a little bit of dye, get that going. And there we go. 8 hours later, we'll have ourselves a whole bunch of yellow dye. Now in the meantime, do we have any more conglomerate ashlar? Let's go find out. We still have some. Good. Well, probably won't need quite that many, but let's bring 3 stacks just in case. So, with these conglomerate ashlar blocks, and a little bit of maple, well, okay, maybe a little bit more than a little bit of maple, we're gonna see if we can't complete the tannery. Decorate it up, make it all pretty. Because there's one particular mod that I have also added on that I've been told various times would help sort the exact issue of why I haven't completed the tannery. That's right, one roof. Played around with it a little bit in creative, and oh boy, it is exactly what I was hoping it would be. If I had given it a try sooner, I would have realized it was nothing like what I thought it was. For some reason, I was expecting it was going to be just an entire specified giant roof shape in a single block. Little did I know it was just very modular roof pieces that do exactly what I was hoping to have roofs do in the first place. So we're using it. 'Cause it's good. A little too good, maybe. Like really, really good. But instead of me yammering on about it, let's just grab some maple and I'll show you. Because with these maple boards, the same as making an actual block, we can just get a one roof maple. And then if we pop that in the crafting grid on its own, we get one roof maple dynamic. Now what's the difference between a regular one roof and a one roof dynamic? The dynamic blocks will actually mimic whatever block is below them. So you get a nice clean roof ridge over top of whatever your wall is made out of. Don't need to make any little chiseled facades or any of that such. It's quite nice. And then the non-dynamic ones you can use to make an overhang that is still just the roof texture with no block material underneath. So it stays at a nice, good angle of whatever you put the roof at, which honestly is quite versatile. You can pretty much get whatever roof angle you build for. Classic 45-degree roof, the much sought-after 22.5-degree roof, other roof degrees that I am not even aware of the exact numerical measurements of. All things are possible with one roof. Anyway, I said we'll do this instead of talking about it, and then I just kept talking about it. Let's grab this wood. Okay, so we're just gonna step up onto here, get rid of some of this snow. So the roof blocks, as you can see there, take on the texture of whatever block is below. And their angles will automatically adjust, so if I were to place another one right there, you can see that the angle reduced to match the slopage that that's going to give us. Yeah. Yeah, I like this.
I like this a lot. This is great. Beautiful. I know it's a little hard to see because it's nighttime, but it's beautiful. And now, if I were to place one there, there we go. We can have it overhang as a little bit of a roof ridge, and I think that's looking fantastic. Yeah, a few beams and a little bit of decor, and we should be in business here. So now, we just gotta finish the rest of the roof, which I may wait until morning. Nope, we're doing it live. There we are. Suppose we don't really need these blocks over here as a hood. Excellent. Let's just clear this snow out of here. We don't need this going on inside. It's just not proper having snow indoors. That's the outside being in. Almost as bad as the inside being out. Like a leather couch caught in the rain. So sad. I think this is actually looking pretty cozy in here. We just maybe need a little bit of light. Yeah, a little bit of light will do. We can clear this little bit of snow that the awning is going to stop, and that way we'll never really get stuck because we can just walk right out into the snow. It's going to be good. So I think we'll mark out the rest of the little courtyard here because I have a plan for over yonder in the darkness there, the other half of this little courtyard I've made for the tannery. And the more I've been looking into it, the more I'm realizing this little plan of mine may require a small little mod that I think there probably already is one for. Because what is that plan? Well, making books with all the leather we can make at the tannery. Where's me shovel? Here's me shovel. And so in order to get those books made with any sort of efficiency, mainly due to the fact that our predominant source of hides is medium from all the pigs, I'm fairly certain you can only make parchment from small hides, which that's going to require, oh, I don't know, setting up a little rabbit breeding area, and that's not really something I feel like doing. Pretty well only because we've got so many medium scraped hides and no idea what we're ever going to use all that leather for. Apart from books. So yeah, I'd rather make do with what we have, because there's no sense that you can only make parchment out of small hides. If medium, why not more parchment per hide? If you're using a shear on them, you're already cutting it to shape, so it wouldn't make sense to not be able to get, I don't know, a couple pages from a slightly larger sheet of skin. The books are going to be 100% pig. Oh boy, we're going to need a name for that then. The book trough? Piglet's tales? Cutlet's catalogs? We'll think of something. Some sort of pig-related pun for our bookmaking section. Why are we going to need books? Well, once we get to the interiors on the castle, there's going to be a library. Because no castle's complete without a big old library. Maybe a nice spiral staircase and a big hearth. So we can sit down in a big old leather chair and read books. Write books, perhaps. Make a section that's a collection for every lore book that we come across. Yes. Replace the lore books we've got in the kitchen with books that we have written with actual cookbook recipes. Whether they're possible in Vintage Story or not, who knows? I might just throw in some regular real recipes, and then when the world downloads come up, well, hey, you've got something fun to look into. Maybe hide Easter eggs in the books. Not real eggs. Those will go bad. But for the moment, I think that's pretty okay. I haven't gotten interior design quite yet for what we're gonna do. Actually, hold up. That's a lie. Get rid of all the snow inside here. We don't need this. Get out of here. There we go. And we'll put a roof on this one. Much the same. But you know what? Actually, no. No. This one is going in a different orientation. If I could get up there, that is. Kind of makes a ridge. Almost. And I'm out of roof blocks right now, but that's okay. We've gotten most of it set. The ridge there is going to be a little bit of a tricky thing. I don't know if it likes uneven amounts. The even amounts for this one worked fine. It made a nice little peak and it's all good. That one, been a little complex. But I think we're going to need to make a new saw if we want to keep on working on that roof. Which also means we're going to need a saw to make more beams. Which also means we've seen all there was to see. We saw it all. We saw the saw until there wasn't a C to saw anymore. A saw to see anymore? That's it. Anyway, our yellow dye is done. It's been done for a few minutes, actually. So we can take some of the blue and some of the yellow and get to doing those aforementioned banners. Bucket of blue. And let's pick up this old empty bucket here. That is empty, right? Good, good, good. Close the doors. We have proper doors. And get a bucket of yellow. There's a couple more stops to make. Let's go grab some logs from the basement. And then we'll head on over to the Mason Lodge and grab ourselves the paintbrushes that I really hope are still in there. Do we have? We have pine. I just need 4. I also need a saw to debark them. Wait a minute. No, I don't. I just need an axe, don't I? Axe and a hammer. Huzzah! Everything is good. It's all coming up, Millhouse. Paintbrushes? Well, we've got the Jonas paintbrushes, but those are for light blocks, which... Actually... Not so much for the banners, but for lighting up below the castle just as an intermediary thing to keep it safe while we work on it. I was going to make a metric ton of lanterns, however... We can just make a whole bunch of light blocks with the paintbrush. And just a dab of dye. We got a bucket right there, white dye. That might be the better way to do it. And then as we go, we just repurpose those blocks that have already kind of been turned into illegal creative light sources. Turn those into whatever other kinds of colorful blocks that we need as we do a lot of replication of a painted plastery surface inside of the castle. It's gonna be fancy. We're gonna have, what's the word, frescoes? Murals. Decoration. It's gonna be fancy. So at some point we'll grab the old paintbrush and a bucket of white dye and just go slap a few random blocks under there and hope that that lights it up enough to keep us alive. And maybe do the same down in the mines, because the mines have gotten quite dangerous. Which reminds me, the to-do list keeps growing. We gotta fix our armor at some point. We need to make more brown cloth. We also need a paintbrush. And a heavy temporal storm is approaching. Everything is happening all at once. What is going on? Okay. A little bit of everything all of the time. Why is the snow like that? Okay, do we have a paintbrush? I don't think we have an extra paintbrush. Okay. Well, I guess we'll make ourselves a new saw since we have to make ourselves a paintbrush at the same time. We'll get that done. And then weather that temporal storm. Even though it probably won't be too profitable until I actually get around to building the newer design for a temporal storm shelter. Which will actually also double as being okay not during a temporal storm. Just a passive mob grinder. Or mostly passive. Predominantly passive mob grinder. Still working out the kinks on that though. So that's a later problem. Right now, it's our lack of saw and paintbrush. Those are the tasks at hand. Hey, you. Get out of here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Carve up your flesh meat. Thank you for your pocket string. Do we need anything else? We do need a pickaxe. We could probably do with a new sword. Can we stack multiple kinds of ingots? No, we cannot. Okay. Yeah, we'll want another hammer at some point anyway. There we go. There we go. Well, even though the boiler room is not the most usable thing at the moment, just due to the changes to hot water,
I'm gonna get these trapdoors all opened up and get it all prepped. Oh, there's already a man who's gone inside. Okay. Speaking of going inside, let's get inside the boiler room here and weather through this temporal storm. If anything interesting happens during it, I'll pop in, but otherwise, see you on the other side. Fare thee well. So we're just gonna wait a few minutes till morning, and then we're gonna put some banners on the front of the eastern gatehouse. And then, well, since we've got everything made for a new saw, we'll grab a little bit more maple, and after that, we're gonna get back over to the tannery and the little bookmaking hut that's gonna sit right beside it, and get some beams on there. And finish the roof. We're gonna need a little ridge on that other building. So I'll see you in a moment when the sun is awake. Oh, there's still so much out here. Oh, breakfast is still a dangerous time. Alright, the sun is coming up, just over the horizon. It's a beautiful time, and so we're gonna beautify the castle just a wee bit more. First thing we gotta do is make a little bit of scaffolding so we can get up to where we need to reach.
Just use a little bit of dirt that we keep for the dirt man.
Let's see, we're gonna wanna go... We're gonna go about here is a good spot. Grab the debarked pane that we've got, and we're gonna place them just horizontally like so. And we gotta repeat the same on the other side. You know what? We'll do this one first. Then we're gonna add some blue, and we're gonna add some yellow. We're gonna add those, and we're gonna turn those blue first. This is why I love these paintbrushes so much. And we're gonna grab our yellow. Just add a splash of yellow. And now at the moment, I know this really doesn't look like much. But I've worked out the design. I've been holding on to this shape for a long while. So let's open up the old portfolio. Grab a pantograph. Get rid of that bucket of dye in case we use it for anything. Got some banner pieces here. Yeah. Yeah. No. Not at all. Let's fix it. Gonna rotate these all into place. There. And there we have it. The banner for Kyre Blythemore. It's got a bit of depth to it, like all good drapery should.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at it. Look at it flow.
Now the design that's on there, I cannot claim credit for that whatsoever. I found it on a website for... beading? Purling? Crochet? I'm not entirely certain, but I'll have a link to, as far as I can tell, the original creator of the design. There's a lot of reposts on that very same website of this exact same design, so I don't know who made it and who stole it. But whoever the original creator is, if that is indeed the person that I have linked, great. If anyone comes across who actually made it, if it is not in fact that one person, then please let me know. Credit where credit is due. Look at it. It's beautiful. So let's get a copy of it on the other tower. There we go. Two wonderful large banners on either side of the eastern main gatehouse, and of course we're going to have another set of these banners on pretty well every gatehouse. We need people to know whose castle this is. And for anyone curious how I planned out all the waviness to it, I put all the pixel art into paint.net, which is what I use for a lot of my photo editing. I did a layer of highlights and shadows just to get a feel for what should be popping outward and what should be flowing in behind. And from there, I just took a single voxel layer and, well, cut out the shadows and highlights and replace them with a layer either one further forward or one further back. And these are the results. Gives it a little bit of shadow, a little bit of depth, a little bit of intrigue. I think they turned out pretty okay. Yeah, it's a good height. It's a good height. I don't know, I toyed with having them one lower, but I think that's actually a good height right there. Who goes up there to change them when we need to change the banners? Someone who doesn't care about OSHA safety. Just ladder up the wall or something, I don't know. But in any case, let's head back over to the tannery before we lose too much sunlight. And let's get to adding a few beams and finishing up the roof ridge. We are going to have to go grab a little bit more wood, but I just want to test out something. I think I realized why we weren't doing a ridge earlier. Pretty sure I have to hold control, and then it makes a proper ridge. Well, with a little bit of Z fighting, but that's okay. The Z fighters are strong after all. Especially Krillin. Yeah, I like that. I like that. This is a fantastic mod. For so long I avoided the one roof mod because I thought, in taking things literally, that it was a single block that made an entire roof. I thought it was prefabricated structures. And I was like, no, that'll stifle creativity. And now I see it and I know the error of my ways, where the blocks were just better. Oh. Okay. Well, we're losing a bit of sunlight, so we'll sleep, grab more maple, make some beams, and finish up decorating the exteriors of these buildings. The interiors, well, those will have to wait, but we'll at least get the outside looking pretty okay. Onward we go, bed and breakfast, ho! Oh, no, I'm being shot at. Okay. Now I have a plan for a little bit more detail there, and I may have gone a little heavier on the beams than I originally intended. See, that is a good amount of beams. What I did at the tannery is maybe a little excessive. Ooh, it's getting dark. Let's get our lantern out. I'm gonna check and see if we have any more path blocks. If we don't, we can always make more. Ah, we have some. Stone path slabs. Those might do. I have an idea. It's a wild idea. And it's just so crazy that it just might work. So even as night descends, we're going to head right back on over. It's still calm rift activity, which is a nice change of pace from what it has been the last few days in-game. Now let's see with this little courtyard here. If I chisel that, can I then... I can! Excellent. Excellent. I know what I must do. What I must do is clear away a lot of this. And we're just going to remove this grass too, so we can get a little bit of dry grass from it. Might as well if we're removing it. We're going to need some more of this anyway from our cab. Yeah, I do like this texture. Even if it's not acting as a little recessed actual running path to increase our speed, it still has a really nice visual style that's going to lend itself proper to the kind of mossy stone floor idea that I've got for this courtyard. So give me a moment and I'm going to do the rest of the ground here. And there we go. Now it's nice and wide open, and I think we're going to have to add a couple little bits of decor. Over here is where there'd be drying racks. Now, unless I add a mod to put in drying racks for hides, that's not exactly going to be a thing that we will have. But, at least for the time being, I can place these wattle fences and have them act kind of like some kind of drying rack, or at least visually have a very nice kind of latticework look. Latticework, you say? These are going to come in very handy for a berry garden. They'll fit right at home. But yeah, this is just a very temporary thing until I figure out what's actually going to be useful in this corner. And as for this platform here, apart from getting my ladder back, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to be doing with it. It's a nice little alcove. Storage, perhaps. Maybe. We shall see. But with the tannery pretty well as decorated as we're going to make it for the time being, we have one more task at hand. Before elk time. So, it's dark, it's a little scary outside, but the rift activity is still calm, and it is not apocalyptic like the first time when I tried to do this. We need these cattails. They've been along the coastline for far too long. We're gonna dig up all these roots and relocate them. We'll finally have ourselves a proper, organized cattail plot. Just a nice, perennial crop. Is that the right word? Annual crop? No, several times a year. Evergreen? They don't really grow in the winter. It's a crop. Now what spurred me on to finally do this is when I was looking through it making candles, I realized we're gonna need a lot more skeps, and it's kind of inconvenient in this unruly, natural, winding shape. So collecting enough cattails for skeps is a little bit tricky. And the From Golden Combs mod, well, that's been fairly tempting. But before I go that route and get even more modded up than I already am, I kind of want to give a shot of just having the cattails in a very convenient location where we can efficiently gather them. Maybe that'll prompt me to harvest them more often, keep a better stockpile of them, and then make more skeps when we need them. Or pre-make more. Maybe expand the apiary. Maybe dedicate part of the greenhouse to an apiary. Maybe expand the greenhouse there so I still have 3 plots in the worm, along with an apiary where we keep our monkeys. Our monkeys are bees. We're going to test out these winter clothes a little bit by taking a bit of a dip while we go and hunt for more cattails across the pond. It's -16, and I'm now thoroughly soaked. So see how long it takes for me to start shivering. Look at us. Harvesting cattails like it's day one all over again. Ah. The more things change, the more things stay the same. Now, I would have grabbed the scythe for this, but I don't think a scythe can pick up the roots. No. Knives and swords, that's about it. Okay. Cattails. Oh, woo. I've spotted more on the horizon. We're at 3 stacks and a little bit of change, and climbing still. I've kind of lost track of the days, and I'm fairly certain those gears are all rusted up by now. So I think we might need to check on them once I finish collecting all these cattails. Who knows? Maybe when I hit 4 stacks, I'll find that to be an acceptable amount to stop at. My greed sickens me. More reeds. You know, these... I hunger. I'll ignore the pain. No, I can't stop for food now. These are good reading material. No, Mom, I don't want to stop for dinner. I'm having fun. Ow. Okay. 4 stacks. Now we let the hunger pains dictate our next course of action. Which is lunch. But on a less painful and far more positive note, I would like to point out that -16 or so last night, and we jumped in the water and did not even begin to start noticeably shivering. Life is good. And warm. Just gonna eat an apple. Keep the doctor away for a moment. So if I've done my math correctly here, we have 256 cattail roots with 4 stacks of 64, leading to, yes, 256. However, the scythe breaks up a group of 3 by 2. Therefore, if we were to make this 12 wide, leading to 4 scythes per row, we're going to need 252 cattail roots, which is just a few less than what we've got. And then we need 21 rows. So we're going to make a 12 by 21 plot. How big is this space? I hear deer around. There'd go. A lot of them spawned all at once. How many blocks do I have from here? So I got 1, 2, 3. Gonna do some counting here. 4, 5, 6, 21. Okay. Six, 7, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. I did not know that you can just kind of plant them like this and they'll just overwrite whatever plant is on the ground, so that helps quite a bit for speeding up this whole process. Did I do my math wrong? Did I only have 3 stacks this entire time and I thought I had 4? Okay, let's quickly check on the bees, see how many skeps we need to make, clear out some of these stones from our inventory that we don't need, because those were from previous building earlier today, and then we'll harvest the honey that's ready, if any is, and make more skeps. Then, finally, elk time. Hello, bees. I come to check on you, please. Oh yeah, we got... Oh, the populations are poor because it's winter. But there is indeed honey. Alright. So we have some honey to be made. Let's go clear out the inventory, gather them, and then make more skeps. Oh boy, it is dark outside. I really do need to make lights along these paths. Oh jeez. I thought it was still calm. Oh my god. Oh, it jumped out of my skin. Felt like I was tased in my soul. Oh, okay, let's put these pricks away. Never again do I want that feeling. That was terrible. Horrible even. Oh god, okay. Am I still gonna do things outside, or is that too spooky 5me? Look at them. Oh, look at them. It's low. Go home.
I hate this. Okay. No shooting, please. Whew. So, 12, that is... Could have grabbed clay while I was over there. 'Cause I need clay from over there. Oh, good. The bow torn are gone. Ah. Don't attack me. Go after the... There we go. We're just gonna remove the snow from the bees. Oh. Oh, the animals are being attacked by bees. Oh. Poor baby, where you at? Oh. You did this. We did this. Well, back to it then. There we go. Skeps all refilled. Hopefully this pig is not too mad at me. I'm sorry, sows. It's okay. You will be food one day. Let's go squeeze out these combs. I can squeeze these directly into a barrel. I was just kind of doing it wrong the entire time before. Not too bad. Well, the honey's all squeezed. The skeps are replenished. The cattails are... Well, I did my math wrong, but at least I've got a plot ready for 4 whole stacks of cattails, but I've got... or just about 4 stacks. I've got 3 sitting up there. So that'll be a run at a later point in time. And now... let's go check on those gears that were rusting down in the basement. If they're not done, I will be quite surprised. Oh, they are definitely done. I was right beside them. I don't know why I didn't check when I was down here. We got ourselves 10 rusty gears from each of these, for a grand total of 40 extra gears. Oh, happy day. Then in here with our 34 existing gears, we now have 74 gears. This is good. This is very good. I think we've got everything we need. Okay. Chest. On the old back. So, the sun will be up in a little bit. Let's start our journey at night and reach the trader by dawn. Hold on. We've only got one tiny bowl of food. We have an empty bowl with no food. First we cook, then we elk. And we no cook elk. That bad. The meat's far too gamey. Plus, it would be our friend, not our food. Make a couple batches of meat stew with carrot and cabbage. Maybe a couple black coal each. How long's that burn? 25 seconds? Wait a second. There's my other stack of cattail roots. I did have 4 stacks. Okay, well, we're just gonna set these cooking. And we're gonna go plant these. This is... Oh, I'm a silly man doing silly things. Okay, it's a good thing I cleared up my inventory. You do have to come down now, Walnut Log. I'm not too worried about your leaves and your seeds. I know I was gonna have a couple of them left over from the stack. What was my math again? I've got 4 here. Let's reconsult the numbers. It would be 252 divided by 12 was 21 rows. Yeah, so that'd be 4 remainder. This is correct. Okay. Maybe I'll still plant these 4 here just to have something. We got 4 little spots right here. That'll be a nice big swath of cattails come maybe spring, hopefully before, but probably spring. Okay. There we go. I thought I was losing my marbles. I mean, I am, but there we go. With a piping hot meal in hand, cattails sorted, banners sorted, tannery pretty well decorated, but potentially might change in the future depending on how I feel. Gears rusted. Let's do this. It's Elkin time. Finally. If I remember correctly, it's mostly a walking journey. I think the raft just kind of helps cut down on
little bit of roundaboutness. I don't mind, right? I almost, almost did a whoopsie daisy down into the forever box. There we go. Slopes are safe. But as I was saying, yeah, I'm just gonna curve around here through the swamp and then carry on over to where the trader is. No need to raft. We've got ice floes we can walk on. Or do that. There's more cattails. No, resist the urge. We've done enough of those today. Leave them alone. Maybe I should have brought my raft. Forgot about this part. We call that one the polar bear swim. At last, our destination is just ahead.
Actually, it's a trader.
Sir, you have a temporal anomaly just outside your home. Alright, so, he's given me a letter with directions to the lazaret. There we go. Approximate location of the lazaret added to your world map. It'll be a long journey, friend. Make sure you're prepared. Do worry. I won't. What I do need to do is get away from that thing right outside his door. There we go. Now we're gonna grab ourselves the vessel and our elk stuff. And just exactly 50 gears. Okay. Now this is a little thing that we got from the Resonance Archives there. Don't worry, for those of you who care about spoilers, having a little thing like this is not a big deal. It's just a thingamabob, whatchamahoosit that I found in a place-a-thing. Yeah. But the journey to come at some point here, that'll be a thing. Hello, sir. You still got that elk for sale? 100 gears. How much would it cost if I gave you this treasure I found? Oh my, that's very intriguing find you've got there. You've a mind for bartering, friend. Give me that artifact and I'll take 50 gears off the elk. Have you got a saddle and bridle with you? Of course. Buy the elk. What a lovely treasure, thank you. A pleasure doing business with you. Now, let me call him to us. Alright, check outside, he should be nearby. Thanks, I'll check him. Oh, I'll take care of him. Oh boy. Elk. Elk? Elk? Where you at, bud? Elk? Hello? There he is. Hello, elk. Let's put... Can I put a thing on you? There we go. Yeah, scream to the elder gods. I understand. Alright. Bud. Oh, hold your horses. Oh, we just... There. Okay. Hold on, let me get my pack. Oh, where'd he go now? Oh, you're a master of disguise, you know that? Well, there we go. We got ourselves an elk finally. It's about time. It's been a while. Took a long time to make that money. We don't have to tell anyone we forged it with our own two hands. He took it as valid currency. Who's to say? No one's an expert on these things. Not even the merchants. Plus, at the end of the day, getting 4 gears out of a single iron ingot is, well, it's not quite as lucrative as a single tin bronze ingot getting you, well, 5 to 7 gears, depending on what you're selling. So I'd say it's actually quite legitimate business. Ooh, that horn is kinda detached. Well, maybe just from the bottom.
We won't tell nobody.
Well, let's get home then, shall we? And away. Oh, you swim slow. Quick over land, though, so that's nice. We're gonna be here a while. Alongside our new elk friend, the journey home was far quicker than expected. I guess half the water being frozen will do that. Completely on purpose, and not at all because I couldn't jump the fence, I left him in the garden while I crafted a bone flute. With one of these, I'll be able to call our elk friend from afar so he can jump scare me. I took him for a bit of a test drive around the castle courtyard before showing Dog the Moose his new brother from another mother. I think he was excited. For now, though, he can live with the bees, at least until we've got a proper stable for him. There's been a lot of suggestions for his name to be Horse, but I thought Buddy would be a fitting name since he'll be our only companion for very long treks. What about Huddy? Or Borse? While elk names are contemplated, I plopped a few trunks down by the docks before crawling under the castle to take advantage of our Jonas paintbrushes and light up the place a little bit. It's been far too dangerous under here, especially since Bowtorn and Shivers still love spawning during calm temporal stability. Once the underside was lit up, it was time to shave a little off the top of where the keep is going to be built. All this dirt is going to help kickstart the docks district with a bunch of rammed earth. With a few extra light blocks in hand from the castle, I then made my way down to our ever-increasingly dangerous mines to also make that a bit safer of an area. While I was down there, I also nabbed a few more slabs in the new relative safety. Heading up to the surface, I decided to try out quarrying some of our halite to break down for a big ol' salt grinding session. And that brings us to today, where we've got a few different things on the old docket. We're going to touch on all of the major builds because guess what? As the question that I asked last time was answered pretty much unanimously, we're going to spend the rest of the winter building. And then in spring, in the greenery and the vernal dawn, that is when we will travel. I like that word, vernal. So let's load up on as much of this salt as we can carry and bring it all back to the house. We might have to make a couple of trips back and forth, but that's okay. While we do, let's discuss the plan for today. So I've got a quick little thing I'm going to do at the house, and then we're going to do a little bit of work in the castle, block out the dock district a little bit here, and then... Yes, thank you, bud. Then we might just go and put a little bit of a proper door on the old workshop. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We start with the kitchen. Well, actually, we start with the basement because we got to unload all the salt before we do anything else. And we're going to grab, let's see, what do we have? A little bit of extra wood that we don't... Let's grab a couple of oak logs. 2 will do fine. And we're just going to cut these into firewood here. And where's our chisel? There's our chisel. Make ourselves a couple of decorative fire pits. Now these 2 bits... Where's our pickaxe? And we're just going to slowly, because I forgot to go grab the new pickaxe head while I was in the workshop, slowly break our stovetop. And upon them, we're going to place our decorative fire pits. And then, put them right back. I, for some reason, never thought you could stack fire pits on top of fire pits, or at least not the decorative ones, but lo and behold, we can. So now, not only can we have 2 cookpots down below, we can put 2 more right on the stovetop, so that means we can cook 4 different cooking pots worth of food at once. That is a total of 6 crocks of food per batch. We've doubled our food efficiency. And that took, what, less than a minute? Yeah. Now I think the real question is, do I have any other cooking pots? I think I absconded with the 2 that were here to put over in the tannery. Do I have any other ones? Cook pots? Let's just pump that brown coal in there. We don't need that where we're going. Cook pot? We've got 1. Well, we can put 1 on the stove there. So that's a start. I don't think we've got a second one, do we? Cook pot? Nope. Cook pot? Why would we have one there? Are there any hiding upstairs? I highly doubt it. Nope. In here? Nothing. I really doubt we've got any cook pots anywhere else hidden around. I know the 6 are over in the tannery, but those are gunky and full of sulfur. Is there anything left in this old dirt dugout? We got tongs, we got a hoe, we got a bed, we got our old fire starters. Our old panning spot here. Well, I guess our current only panning spot. What have we got in here? Dirt and bones? Nothing. And dirt and bones. No cookpot. Okay. Well, at some point, I'm just going to have to make another cookpot. Will I do that right now? Probably not. We'll see where the day takes us, but perhaps we will make a cookpot at some point. Or come across one? In a ruin? I wouldn't be surprised if I've seen several around, probably in close proximity. But for the moment, we are going to take advantage of the Calm Rift activity and start our day by actually getting that pickaxe, because we're going to need it.
Finished off the old pickaxe head while I was grabbing more stone. Pickaxe head. And a stick that I kept on me just for this occasion.
There we go. Now, with a new pickaxe in hand, we can head on over to the castle for our first little spot of outdoor activity and enrichment for the day. And hopefully no shiver jump scares when we least expect it during Calm Rift activity. So before I go and gather the materials I'm going to want, there are 2 specific things that we are going to focus on, at least for the beginning of today. The first is this outer wall. Let's just pop up here to get a good view of the wall. There we go. So you'll notice how I've got a few of these 5 segments. It's a little hard to see with the snow blending in, but we've got a section of 5, section of 5, section of 5, section of 5. And then it dips back in and just goes into a straight line until we get to the circle. That is mainly because I didn't do the math at the moment where I was putting it all together there. I didn't know where it was going to reach that circle, and, well, to be honest, on that single day, I believe I'd been doing quite a bit of outlining the walls. But I have done the mathematics, and I've realized I don't necessarily need to do the little 5 and then jut out. This wall can be a straight line, and between every 5 long section, just have a 1 little bit jutting out, very much like we have out on the gatehouse over there, for the 11 long section of wall between the 2 towers. We'll just kind of have that as a repeating pattern in a straight line all the way till it hits the rounded area. It's going to be a nice little outdoor arbory area, berry garden, flower garden, hedge maze, gazebo, domesticated of course. But that is going to get changed. And secondly, we can see just over my shoulder there, that dirt facade, just a square, roughly outlining where the keep will sit. We're going to put an actual outline for the keep, at least for the base level of it. I've done a bit of testing. Members on the Discord server have seen a couple screenshots of some of that little design testing I've done for the interior, and I think it's starting to come along quite nicely. The pre-planning is planning pre. So, let's just get these started. Let's knock down this wall, straighten it out, give it a little bit of flair, a little bit of style, and then get to outlining yonder little bit of wall, a little bit of keep, so we can finally, maybe, eventually, have a place to live inside this castle. We can start moving stuff in. Maybe. Living quarters will probably be on the 2nd floor of the keep. Or 1st floor if you're into the whole calling it a ground floor as the first. I guess that really depends on if it's North American or European. But regardless, I'm a building. Well, that didn't take nearly as long as I thought it was going to. So, I've just cleared out my inventory of all of the excess rock that I had from the castle. So, let's prepare for the next leg of the day. several days, I guess. It's night again, as it always is in the winter. But before we fully get into the next leg of our journey, it's calm right now, so I kind of want to take advantage of that, grab a bit more grass from under the castle, and get ourselves just a bit more cob. Hello, Scythe. And the reason I want to start with this is just because if we can make enough cob to fill in the open gaps up top in the castle, then we'll know how much dirt we've got left to turn to packed dirt for outlining the docks. There we go. I think that's the entire second floor all done. So this quartz mine here, it does have traces of silver in it, if I'm not mistaken. And one day we will plunder it for its silvery bounty. But that is not this day. And we've got more problems to deal with here. Get! It's daytime, run! You good? Yeah, he's fine. So let's take a little look at the keep here in broad daylight. Okay, so this is sort of the outer ground level of the keep. And for the moment, I'm not going to fill in the floor just because we're going to be filling that in with proper castle floor material. But we will deal with that all in due time. For now, let's go over to the docks after I safely navigate my way down from here. Is this currently a security risk, being able to leave through the outer edges of the walls? Absolutely. Will it be fixed? Most probably. So at some point through here, I'm going to have to level this out a little bit more so we can make a nice little path going straight out into the backside of the customs area. Or I guess coming out into this side. Yeah. That's technically the northern side. Yeah, we'll come out this way. And that'll be a little gatehouse entrance right here with, oh boy, a lot of hills to take down. But it'll be an entrance right into our dock district from the mainland area. There's a couple different things I want to map out. I want to get at least a footprint for the front docks here. Hello, rabbit. Okay, goodbye. So coming out from the seaward side of our customs house that we still only really have as an outline at the moment, but we'll work on the docks quite a bit here in a minute. And by a minute, I mean today's going to be more outlining, but getting a lot of it all ready and blocked out so we can start doing some real work on it once the water line's visible. So tangents aside, we're going to get this front area here and maybe mark out a bridge going from our southern exit of the customs house area all the way over so that this little bridge here that we use in the winter, well, we're not going to have to swim when the spring comes. We'll be able to just mosey straight on across. Maybe for my own convenience, make a little staircase that leads up onto the bridge from this side rather than having to go all the way through, but we'll see how things go. Once I've got an actual pathway, it might end up being a pretty convenient way to go. Am I making sense? I don't know. So here, look at this. Remember this from a way back when I first started to kind of block this place out? Good. Good. Let's try and kind of replicate some of that today. So let's start with something a little bit simple. We're gonna do the bridge. Okay, so from here, let's come out to, and we'll put a block there. And the other side, we'll come out another 2, put a block there. And then let's have this come out about 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 blocks. We're already losing daylight. Oh boy, son, why you betray me? There he goes. They grow up so fast. My son. Right, where was I before we lose too much light? Ooh, we have seconds. And that's 7. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a tower here, so it's going to be a little bit of a rectangular tower. We're going a little bit more Norman style with this. 3 block opening. That'll do. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't need to be a very big one, I don't think. It's kind of just going to be a little bit of a guardhouse type of deal where you have to pass through it on either end of the bridge. Yeah, a little courtyard here. I might add an entrance here if the need arises to have a path kind of skirting along the coast to come up here rather than going inland over to that side of the customs house. Here we're going to have the beginnings of our 5-block wide walkway for the bridge, and then, guardrail blocks on either side. The exact design of the limestone trim I haven't quite solidified yet. I've got a few different mock-ups in my test world, but I haven't decided on which kind of style I would prefer. There are too many ways to build a nice bridge. Oh dear. So we're just going to go out 5 blocks, as that is going to be our first segment of bridge before it starts to slowly rise up a little bit until we get to a couple blocks higher, just so we have room for a boat to pass underneath with the sail and the mast and everything. There we go. Don't look like much, but it's the beginnings of something great. Now, as night has well and truly befallen us, let's take a look at the seaward side here. Okay, so the corner is going to be probably about where this corner is, and what do we have here? We got ice. That is the beginnings of water, so I'd say this is a pretty good corner pillar right here. Yeah. And from here we'll come out just a little ways out into the water. And a little ways out this way to the south. And so this top level here is going to be, well, of course, ground level, because it walks directly into our customs house area. And this area over here in the dark grassy area, well, that's going to be our Dock District Promenade. A fancy place for fancy shops and other such tomfoolery and shenanigans. But I'd say somewhere along here there will be a staircase that will lead down, and I'll make a lower stone platform there, which will then lead into wooden docks just along here, so the boats can sit out in the water, which is hard to visualize because it's all just covered in snow and ice. Let's have our stone area wrap around probably just to the edge of our actual customs house. I say stone, even though it's just literally super, super packed rammed earth. But it works. It looks kind of close enough to being some sort of like clay stone, almost clay stone, really. Oh, I should have been changing the textures. I'll do that when I build the walls. Whoop. That was sprint, not shift. We're going to start crawling along up this way here. There we go. And somewhere down here is going to be where our dry docks will sit. So we'll have probably either a building that sits on the edge here with a staircase going down inside to the dry docks, or possibly from the lower stone platform we're going to build out into that area once we cut down those 2 hills. Well, one you could see and one you maybe can't. We might have just a staircase going down there that leads along wooden docks into our dry docks area. And that's where we're going to build sailboats. Or at the very least 1 sailboat. Having a bunch more for decorative purposes would be fantastic, but we'll see where life takes us. Let's just pop down here and get the corner framework in. Just so we've got a little bit of a shape, which we can barely see at night. Well, I suppose while we're stuck in the darkness here and we can't exactly see what's going on at a distance, let's just cut down some of these little bumps on the water. There we go, and this one is a much taller challenge. Yeah. Well, we're doing it anyway.
Because we're gonna need this space, aren't we? Yes, we are. Oh, ow, snow.
Oh, there goes the shovel.
Back to digging by hand like a Neanderthal.
Not too bad, as the sun's beginning to crest the horizon. We have done it. Cleared these down to 3 blocks high off the sea floor. Or surface. Not sea floor, sea surface. Sea level? Sea world. There it is. There we go. So we've got a little bit of framework here for the top part of the dock. So we're going to have to do a lot of leveling off over here, cutting down these mountains. Just so we can have our promenade be a little bit of a straight line. Or at least a level walking area. We don't need people tripping with slight elevation changes. That's how you get sued. And also how you just make a place that's a little bit unsafe. What is it? Anything more than a 2-inch elevation change needs to have caution tape? I can't afford caution tape. We're making this flat. Alright, we're gonna need to make another shovel if we want to start dealing with any of that. Did we make another shovel head? Did we plan ahead like that? Do we have another shovel laying in wait? Let's find out.
Shovels? That's an axe. You kind of use it like a shovel.
Tell me how you really feel.
He's got so many opinions. He's a very smart lad.
Speaking of the elk, while I'm on the hunt for a shovel here, there's the question of his name. I did not make a shovel. Fantastic. So I think with the fact that we have a moose named Dog and a rabbit named Cat, I think we should have an elk named Buddy. Bud for short. It just kind of fits, you know, with the theme. With the theme? Doesn't fit with the theme at all, I know. That's the joke. What do y'all think? You think that's a good name, calling him Buddy? Because he's going to be our buddy for these journeys. I've seen a lot of people recommend that we name him Horse, which I definitely thought of. That would be kind of funny, just name him after his function. I think we're going to be spending so much time with him, he's going to be our only buddy on the road. So, in a way, technically, we're still naming him after his function. Because Dog the Moose is more than just a dog that is a moose. He is acting as our stand-in for a dog. And Cat the Rabbit doing much the same thing, staying as an indoor pet. So I think with the elk being alongside us for all of our journeys ahead, because we've got a couple of them, not only the story content, but we have to make a trip down south at some point, I need woodcolors from the south. Specifically, acacia. And he'll be our bestest buddy. Buddy. Can I go in the water here, or am I going to lose my stuff? But yeah, let me know what you think. Do you love it? Do you hate it? Are you indifferent to the name of our elk? Back to the Dirt Brigade. Okay, we got a little bit of a walkway going on between here and there now, so we can go kind of straight line. We'll widen this out at some point here when we're actually making the proper walkway path and cut down this oak. But it opens up right here, just behind our fruit trees. So with a fresh batch of shovels, I think, especially as we're under the darkness of night here, let's deal with some of these dirt mounds, shall we? Get them a little bit more suitable for our needs. And maybe, if we're good, mark out some of the towers that are going to be going around here. And I guess I could do some geometry, some little bit of math here and there, to figure out some diagonal pathways linking up said towers. And by pathways, I mean walled walkways. Maybe not quite as wide as the ones for our castle, but they're going to be suitable. All right, let's get her done. bowl of food, a bowl of food. Everything is better with a bowl of food. He's singing along with me. Alright, it's medium out, but let's just see if we can do a little bit more work out here before we get forced inside by the horrors of the world. I thought I was going to do this a little bit later, but I have a feeling I'm going to want to cut down these trees because I need a whole bunch of oak logs. And also, yes, the sweater is off. Well, kind of. Technically, it's not. It's just being hidden using the vanity mod. We're going lumberjack mode right now. Gonna cut down a whole bunch of oak trees. I've got plenty of oak seeds, so I do not actually care about those. I'm just here to drop logs. Not a bad haul of oak logs here. So once we've got ourselves just a wee bit more daylight, we're gonna start putting some posts in the ground. We've got some walls surrounding the little dock district we've got here. Well, the outlines of them at least. But it ain't much of a dock district without a dock. The marine kind, not the medical kind. Although I guess a combination of the two would be a field surgeon. I'll see myself out. Okay, so the sun should be coming up any moment now. And now we're at calm rift activity, so that's good. Let's start placing a few blocks here. I have done a little bit of adjustment to the shape of this in my testing. So let's get those changes implemented, shall we? 3, 4. Whoop. 5, and I guess that corner is where the first bit of wood's going. Whoop. There we go. The first log. So as I was trying to say before I so rudely lost my balance on a bit of snow, this entire design is going to be mostly made up of 5 block long segments, and then a log in between. A little something like this. I go a 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5, then I put the log in the wrong spot. Take 2. I go a 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5, then I put the log down, and then we dive to the icy depths below. That's a bad idea. Especially since this is actually going to end at this corner here, and we're going to just reconnect right over into the wall of our customs house. So all this dirt, you can be reclaimed. There we go. And same idea with this one here. Beautiful. I think what I'll probably want to do, there we go, just set that all the way down to where it will meet the ground. Actually, this one in particular, no, we can actually cheat this a bit. Because these are going to be just a slight bit above the water. There's a reason I left those to be 3 blocks high, although now that I'm thinking about it, I should have torn them down to 2. That's okay. I'll tear those down when I'm ready to put the full floor across this whole thing. Right now we're outlining. This would be the same idea of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're pretty much going to be repeating this pattern along for a little bit until we get to the corner just past this landmass before we turn to the left and go on that way. Keep doing more of the same. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have to carve through this a little bit, I think, to be able to reach our goals here. And I'm not all that worried that there's going to be a little bit of this land just right on the outside here. Some of it is going to be covered up by the docks. So this particular little section here, this is all going to be hidden under the wooden docks that are going to go along this area here for the ships. And this side here, well, we'll shape it up a little bit. But if the land kind of encroaches up onto the sides of our wall, well, that's just going to look a little bit fancy. Give it a bit of a look like it's just built into nature and not completely separate and devoid of it. We like to work sustainably here and totally never deforest entire areas, and never do anything to draw the ire of the Lorax. Not once. Never.
We're just not gonna worry about that now, are we? Okay. A little bit of mathematics here. Pop a couple logs over here.
And this area here is going to be our entrance into the dry docks, where we'll then build our ships and sail on out into what will one day once again be water. I hunger.
2 block gap there, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then a 1, a 2. There we go. This little pillar can come down. We're not really going to need that. It's just going to be in our way.
So, from here, on a straight line from here, we can probably remove this little line of packed dirt because the entrance into the dry docks is going to start right at that log. So this is all going to be open space where we're going to have our little staircase coming down to the work area. There we go. All right. My calculations were actually slightly off. This is going to be the entrance to the dry docks, right here, along this line here. So I guess the rest of that could have stayed. Oh well. Such is the way of the world. Actually, no, it can't stay. I don't want the platforms to be of the same material as the walls. That would be too samey. We've got to make whatever kind of walkways are going through here into the same texture that we're going to have along here for the promenade where we walk. Got to be fancy lads with a fancy dock district. For trade and commerce and all that in a kingdom of one. I'm so alone. Alright, we may have lost daylight and we're soon to be in the darker parts of the night here, but we do have a good decent bit of outline all done here, including all of those walkways going around and the circular outlines for all of the towers. Except for this side. There's that giant landmass to deal with still. Look at it there. Peeking up out of the water. Mocking me. But I'm just going to fill in some of these pillars until I'm out of oak logs, and then maybe on some of those walkways fill in a few more oak slabs, just until I go through the rest of them, because we're going to need a whole lot more. We're going to have to go out and cut a forest or two out over yonder. But for now, just going to use up what's left in my inventory, and I'll meet you back at the house. So, I think we've accomplished quite a great deal today. We got some lighting in where lighting has been sorely needed, broke ground on the keep, and gotten a whole bunch of work done on the dock district for getting it blocked out and ready to start filling it in and, well, detailing it, texturing it. The texture really has to happen. So far, it's really just been the one and only texture of the rammed earth. That's gotta change. Gonna have to figure out a little bit of a gradient as it gets closer to the water, probably adding more of the brick-like textures to it that'll be a little bit darker and give it a little bit of a gradient going downward. Make it look a little more eroded in certain spots. And I know I said earlier in the episode we'd get to the vault door entrance into our workshop today. However, this is what it looks like so far in my creative testing world. I think perhaps it looks just a little bit too vault-tech and not quite dwarven enough. Gotta get a little bit more of that Dwemer action going on. So I'm gonna fiddle with that design just a wee bit before we actually get to implementing it for real. So the wind is blowing, the men are at our door, so of course I'd head out into the dark of the night to sift through our rock collection. We'll need a bunch of granite to work on the workshop entrance today, and the current stock is lacking. So once the morning light made it safe enough, I hopped outside to begin breaking down a bunch of the granite slabs. With enough granite for our purposes sorted, I had a mighty need for a dollop of quicklime. Rather than just a dollop, however, I made a whole bunch. We'll eventually need a whole ton of plaster for the castle interiors, so I thought I'd just get a bit of a head start at the same time. Our immediate use for this quicklime, though? Palettes. They open up a whole slew of color and texture options, a couple of which we'll want for the workshop entrance. Tools and materials all ready to go, it was time to finally carve out the space to build said entrance. And fend off the security inspectors. No, you can't see my permit, I don't have one. Once the footprint of our entrance was set, I stored away all of the extra debris to clear up some inventory space, headed back to the farmhouse to gather our tools, and I do believe that then brings us to today, where we're finally going to get that door to the workshop all put together. Thanks, buddy. So I believe we've got all of our tools and all of our supplies. But it's dangerous and dark outside, as it always tends to be in the winter here, so let's head on over to the Mason Lodge.
Finally gonna use our chiseling house for its intended chiseling purpose.
The Grand Studio. And let's just move this shovel out of the way, we're not going to need that. And this chair, I'm sorry chair, go in the corner. Ladder, stay in the inventory. Now for the vault door, I'm going to need more headroom than what I've given myself in here, aren't I? We'll just have to do it in stages, I suppose. No harm in that. So, first things first, let's chisel these. And a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. One thing I didn't actually check, do I have... good, I have chert. I'm going to need chert. How much chert do I need? 13 chert. 13 polished chert. There we go. So, let's get each of you chiseled, and we're gonna pop a granite into each of you, like so. And let's just get our tools organized in our hands here. The planer has seen better days. And I'm just gonna carve out a channel right through the center, and that's gonna give us a nice little groove for our cog door to sit in. Excellent, and yeah, so this layer is going to be the floor. And you know what, I just had a really good idea. Once I've finished chiseling out this little ground layer, I'll just inset it into the floor. Then we'll have the height that we need to have all 5 blocks tall that we want for the door.
We work with solutions here.
And just to make things easier here, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that should leave 6 voxels. Beautiful. There we go, and we've got the bottom of the inset that we'll have in the floor. These little bits will come back up to the top when we're done. And so the door is kind of going to arch around in a circle like so, and the cog is going to sit like that. Right here, the end of this block will be probably about halfway. But instead of me yapping on with every single step here, let's do a little more show and a little less tell. Okay, so maybe we won't entirely be only showing, not telling.
I've got to tell about this part. We're using a palette.
Now, for the first time, we open this up here. And there's 2 colors from this that we need to add in. The Art Mars and the Art Burnt Sandstone. So we're going to select that, and then Shift, right-click, and that will add the color in. And then we're just going to use F to open up our Functions menu, pick the Art Burnt Sandstone, and Shift, and add that one as well. Just adding a couple little colors to our canvas. Going full-on Bob Ross mode with this. And with our Art Mars, using our 2x2,
Add the first portion of one of the teeth of the cog. And I'm just realizing I didn't have to add the second color here. That's going to be for some of the upper portions of the gear, but we're going to go over to our chart. Now, for the most part, this is going to be covered up. We're not really going to see any of these little details unless we look real close, but even then, it's barely there. Okay, I think that's the base all done and dusted. There we go. And with that, we are partway there.
Now we just have to add the little, wall that goes around it. The trim.
Door frame? Door frame. That's the word. So let's slap the door frame on here and get it all ready to pop in place, huh? Food break. It is done. And it's also apocalyptic outside. Oh, never mind. It's only very high now. And so for the open sides that we can see here, such as right here and just behind me, well, the walls on either side are going to kind of conceal that just a wee bit. We'll have polished chert over on the other side there and just more granite for the wall here. And that should fill in the gaps pretty nicely. But before we get this all installed and in place, we should probably, since it's dangerous to be outside, try to sort out that food situation. Just a wee bit. So let's go quickly check on the pigs. I ran back to the house on instinct, but it's okay, I need another crock of food. These pickled onion and parsnip meals really don't hit the spot. Okay, let's see the pigs. There's a boy. Okay, you're all Generation 5. Let's go say hello to what might be... Oh, you're all up there, okay. Okay, bunch of sows down here. There's 2 of them that are Generation 5 for some reason, but the rest are Gen 6. So really, all I need to do is leave a singular boar alive up there, and that's really about it. So I do believe it is time, in the dark of the night, to restock the pantry. But it is going to be quite the gruesome sight. You don't need to see it. Avert your eyes. Peek not at the man behind the curtain, for his hands are stained red. Did they just all run in place? Yep. Alright, well, I'll see you all after I practice my butcher impression. The occupation, not the boys. We've now got ourselves 5 Generation 6 sows, and 1 of the Generation 5 boars, because all of the next generation were just sows. There were no boars down there. That's okay. The next generation is based on the mother. We also have a piping hot, fresh crock of food. A few crocks of food, anyway. And plenty of meat, salting away. So, with food all sorted, and the rift activity quite a bit calmer now, let's get working on this workshop door, shall we? The whole entryway, I guess. We've already chiseled out the door. There we go. We've got the whole base down in our hotbar, and the entire doorway here in position, so I know exactly where everything's gonna go. Now, let's just grab ourselves a few of the things we're gonna need. I got stuck on the snow. Okay, so first of all, just gonna start by filling in the floor here, because this is going to be the same brick texture as this. Yeah, and columns are gonna be the same. Get rid of the old dirt in there. Okay, we've got that little bit of a doorway here opened up. So let's start plopping our blocks. Maybe clean up with these rocks now that we've got a little bit of inventory space. And I do. Beautiful. Excellent. And now in here, this is just going to get hidden away behind the wall, but that's just so if we look to the side there, we'll just see the chart, which will be ever so slightly less noticeable than if we were to see just granite or limestone or something else brighter and not red. It's going to make it beautiful. Or at least hide the laziness in the shadows. Because honestly, who's ever going to look in there? No one's going to see it. We know it's there. But shh, secret, secret. And for this side here, well, it's really only these ones that we're going to actually see. But let's do it all anyway. And I have missed that spot. There we go. Okay, it's starting to come together. Ever so slightly, bit by bit, piece by piece. So now, for all of the detail work that we're going to do for the rest of it, I think you know what time it is. I know what time it is. That's right. You know it. You love it.
It's time-lapse time.
It is complete. Well, that didn't actually take nearly as long as I thought it was going to. Let's do a little tour here. So we've got the outside here with a couple of Monster Hunter pixel art icons for their different weaponry, just to kind of show off the different things that we make. We got hammers, and we got swords and shields, among other things. And then we have the same hammer and anvil symbol that we sport along in our main foyer area. And from this, of course, there's a couple little lighting glitches there. I have rotated the blocks, but that's as good as it's gonna get. I might have to add a little bit more of a transition with the pathways here, but we do come into this first just covered but still exposed area, where we've got some little runic glowing glyphs on these pillars, and the main focus, the vault door.
Look at that, it's beautiful. That's a work of dwarven engineering right there, eh? Oh.
And like I was showing earlier, you can barely tell unless you're really looking in the gaps that it just kind of ends off there. Usually it's just going to be a walk on through, and that's about it. I did contemplate putting a bit of a trim around the circular opening around it, but we'll just see how this feels for a while. I haven't really been able to decide on a trim that I liked the look of. I think keeping it looking like it was carved out of raw stone might just be the right call. But after we come in through the vault door, which kind of just fits into here, the grooves do actually line up with the bulk of the door, as well as the teeth for this smaller groove that goes around. Which, of course, that groove just kind of carries on straight because this entire gear is designed to slide into the wall. Of course, it doesn't actually really move, but, with chisel tools, we probably could make it into a full-on functional door. That's not a today thing. Maybe an ever thing. We'll see how it goes. But then we come into this main entryway hallway, and this is kind of the mudroom equivalent. Same stone tile that we've got throughout the rest of the place, more columns, but on either side here, we've got areas for murals. I'm thinking on this one, probably a nice piece of artwork. Something that kind of shows off what we do here. Tools, metal, the life cycle of ore to ingot, perhaps. Still working on the pixel art. But here, the right-hand side, as the door opens like so we're very likely going to mostly be on the right-hand side when we come in. This is going to be a little bit of a directory. We'll have a scaled-down map of the inside of the building here, and perhaps some warning labels and things like that. Of course, the text will likely be far too small to actually read. Might just be dots and dashes, but still quite nice. But of course, the final design for that is going to have to wait until the other rooms are complete. Namely, these two rooms that right now are just a whole lot of nothing. This one is really just the pipe that goes down to our basalt. But with the entryway all sorted out, I do believe we need to move on to something a little more organic. Gotta put away all this extra stone and all of my tools, and we're cutting down the maple wall. Because every time we've cut it down, there's always been one little bit of complication. When we go to cut, it goes up in a diagonal, meaning we have to do several cuts to finish trimming down all of the actual trees themselves. That takes up extra time, extra effort, extra issue. So, I'm going to build something just a little bit more efficient. Yes, and ooh, the snow is starting to melt. Quite a bit, actually. Yeah, we are into April. Spring is coming. We're going to need to cook more food soon because I believe this is my last bowl. Yeah, at least of the batch that I made right before starting to work on the workshop. And this temporal gear in my inventory, I got it from a random drifter when the rift activity was high. Shears? Shears. Ooh, they've seen better days. So, the rift activity is calm. I'm just gonna do a little bit of midnight forestry. Using a chainsaw at night never hurt nobody, did it? Certainly not. And also, if it's getting warmer out, we don't need to be quite so bundled up now, do we? That's better. We'll change our hand gear in a little bit here, but for now I've just kind of hidden some of the clothing. Oh, and I've noticed the model for the shirt might need a little bit of trimming. Speaking of trimming, let's trim these trees and lop them down. And there we go. Now we've got all this open space that we can finally use for other purposes. Not nefarious ones, no. Not us, never. Now, I did collect these saplings. Don't know why that one doesn't want to sit with the rest. Maybe it's just an outsider. But those are the ones that hadn't grown yet, and I can just plant those so we can get a sooner first harvest. Oh, that was our last bowl of food. Let's make a new batch. And when the sun rises, we're gonna head right on over into the forest on the west side of the castle, and that is where we're going to make a little bit of a clearing to make our new, more efficient tree farm. These still need a lot more time. Okay. Well, I got a little too bold and salted too much meat. We're just gonna make ourselves 3 cook pots full of some hearty pickled carrot stew. Hefty rather.
There'd be some hefty carrots in there. But in any case, I'll see you over in the forest in just a moment. While our carrots are cooking away, I'd like to take a moment to talk about this video's sponsor, Lagless. Lagless provides server hosting for games such as Minecraft, Vintage Story, and the long-awaited and newly released Hytale. Lagless also provides server hosting for other games not listed, so if that's something that you're interested in, just reach out to them. They're a great group of people, and I'm sure they'll be able to help you out. So if you've been thinking of starting up your own server, check out Lagless today, and use my affiliate code in the description below to let them know that I sent you, and it helps out the channel. And now, let's get out to the forest. Okay. We're out of the not yet completed exit. There should be a spot somewhere over here with two little bodies of water. Yes, on the mini-map I can see it now. We've got this body of water here. Actually, for the size I'm going for, this water... oh, there's a wolf over here. Of course there is. Be my bait. Oh. You escaped the purge. Good job. Okay, well, I'm not entirely certain where that wolf is. He never chased me. But that's okay. I'm sure we're going to root him out. We're about to clear a nice chunk in here. I'm sure he won't like that. Nor will the Lorax. But we all know about that ongoing feud. That's alright. My kneecaps are reinforced. Or are they? No. No, they're not. But we will survive. Oh, there you are. You were stuck, were ya? Yeah? Yeah, stuck in the leaves. Yeah. I can't even get you through the leaves. Hello. So, right between that body of water there, and that one, this is where we're going to have our wood farm. And what's the elevation of the water here? 110. Okay. About halfway here. I think this is... yeah. Oh. There's the cousins. And that ram. Don't stray too far. We might come back for you. Maybe. But with one small pit, this is going to be the ground elevation, and we're just going to smooth this out in a 17 by 17 pit. Well, flattened area, and then we'll work on the pit, and I'll let you know what we're doing. While I'm digging out all this dirt, I did get a comment that you can theoretically use the quarry mod on dirt. I gave it a try, and you can harvest stone through dirt. Like, you can put your little pythons right there on the dirt, and if there's rock underneath in the space, you will collect that as a slab. However, the dirt remains untouched. There might be a setting in the configuration, I'm not entirely certain. But as it stands, by default with the quarry mod, dirt must be dug by, well, hand or shovel, still. Alright, back to digging. Okay, so the space is cleared, the land around it is definitely going to need to get smoothed out, and we will do that in time. Probably as part of building this, but what is this exactly? I'm sure you've noticed from all the times I've cut down the maple wall that when trees are butted up right next to each other, they cut diagonally. So the tree wall, every time I'd cut starting at the end, it would create a staircase going up. So why don't we build them on what is effectively a staircase? But not just any staircase, no. Why stop in one direction when we can go all directions and build an inverted pyramid into the ground? Those wolves are cruising for a $350 fine, I tell you what. But regardless, I thought the middle of the forest here would be a very good place to build this because it's already surrounded by trees. Lore-wise, it's where we're kind of getting the maple, quote-unquote, for all of the walkways that we're going to have on the castle walls. And when we get around to building the paths off of the western side over to our much smaller northern docks, we can have an offshoot from the path, come over to here, and maybe build a little, like, logging camp or something. Just a nice little detail out in the forest here, and it's also where we can store a good bit of our excess wood. And we might have a good bit of excess. With this design, 79 saplings, we're going to get well over 400 wood per harvest, and as long as I run around the tops and shear the trees, we will get more than enough seeds back. Of course, that's with the whole lot of tree seeds mod. Oh, he came out of the woodwork. Without the whole lot of tree seeds mod, I don't know if you'd quite make up the difference, but as long as you shear, you should be okay. Oh no. Oh no.
That didn't go so well.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go lick my wounds, and then let's build this thing, huh? Oh, it's a good thing there's horsetail out here.
I'm going the wrong direction. Mere minutes in the forest and I'm already getting turned around. Are you wild pigs or are you escapees? It appears we still have escapee pigs on the loose. That's okay, I'm in no condition to do anything about that right now. Didn't know the Lorax was sending abominations to do his dirty work these days. Okay, we're patched. I'm more bandaged than man at this point. I'm gonna grow a horsetail. I've covered myself in so much horsetail. But we're just gonna grab our saw. Because since rift activity is high, and it is dark and dangerous, and the forest will be the death of us, I'm gonna spend the night making the things that we're gonna need alongside a whole bunch of digging. And those things are mainly going to be a whole whack ton of trapdoors, and some cobblestone for mostly just decoration, not really a functional purpose. Actually, there will be a little bit of a functional purpose. The cobblestone will show us where not to plant trees. And all of the spots where we do want to plant saplings every time we want to grow a new harvest, those will be dirt. So, I'm going to get to crafting up a whole bunch of trapdoors, nearly a stack of them, honestly. And maybe get myself a few stacks of some cobblestone going. And then, when the sun is out and hopefully the forest will be safer, a lot of tree cover there, so Bowtorn and Shivers might still come out no matter what the rift activity is. Silly monsters. Tricks are for kids. But I'll see you then, with materials in hand, and the sun at our backs. Ah!
Okay, we're gonna have to put a bit of a pin in that. There's a temporal storm on the way. It's been a minute since the last one, so I was wondering when it was gonna show up. But it's good coincidental timing. We're running out of these carrot stews. They didn't really last all that long.
Nor did they help me see in the dark.
Let's see, we have a few minutes until the storm hits. What do we have? We have a little bit of bushmeat. That's kind of useless. We still have 12 and a half days. Is that math right? I don't care. Point is, we won't have meat till June. We do have grain, though. Soybean pie, you say? You know what? Let's make some soybean rice pie. I don't think we'll be able to make them before the storm hits, but we can at least get the dough going. 3 hours, that's what, 6 minutes? Do we have time? Oh, we gotta go to the grinder. There's a rush order on pies, people. Come on.
We need pie to survive the storm.
Quite surprised the flour is holding stable in my hands. Huh. Raining there? Not raining here. Wild. I don't have time to be just standing around. I'm so enamored with nature. Well, I've got the dough. I've got the soybeans. I don't think there's going to be time to preheat the ovens, make the pies, pop them in, and take them out before they're burnt to a crisp. So, we're just going to have to scream and starve through the storm. And by scream and starve, I mean we're going to go to bed. And we're going to wake up ravenous for pie. Isn't that just how life works, though?
Do you ever wake up ravenous for pie? I know I sure do. What I am gonna do though, I'm gonna pop these little bits of dough down into here, so they're good for 2 days. Good for 7. They'll go bad slower. Soybeans don't matter; they're still good for over 3 years. Just in my pocket. They're a long-term friend.
So, let's sleep through the storm, and see you at the other side, where it'll probably be in the middle of the night.
I awake with a hankering for pie. Let's make a pie. Crust. We'll make 'em pretty. Pie.
I probably should have been preheating these as I was forming the pies, but hey, you know, we can't always expect ourselves to make optimal choices. What was that? That was my throat. What's it got to complain about going, ow? That's just its protestations at the lack of pie within it, which will soon be rectified. Boop. 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 Now, I believe that 3 pieces of firewood should be enough to warm this oven up just enough to bake a singular pie in each. I don't know if it would have been more efficient to just superheat 1 or 2 of these, but it's all a learning experience. We're baking with vibes. Don't do that. Baking is chemistry. You need exact measurements for the most part. Soybean pie, a soybean pie, and a soybean pie. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We got pies. They're multiplying. Floor pie. Oh, sweet, sweet, delicious rice flour and soybean pie. It's probably not bad. We'll just pretend there's sugar in there somewhere. It's a savory pie. Not quite as savory as a meat pie, but you know, it's a protein substitute. Probably honestly the best use that we could have for soybeans. We have a lot of them. We planned to sell them, but perhaps we'll just keep them for pie during the lean meat eras. And we'll take a couple of the pies with us. We got 7 more slices. That should hopefully get us through what we're about to do. Speaking of what we're about to do, what other wood do we have here that we can use? Kapok, perhaps. You perhaps will do nicely. Let's shave one of these kapoks down, because for a nice little sawmill structure just right around our tree farm, I want a warm wood, but not a super warm wood. Kapok is nice because it's like a muted pine. Wood. Nature's
tree. I don't know where I was going with that one.
Is that all of our kapak?
I think so. We're a lot more open. Hold up. No, you heckin' don't. That's right. You better run.
You leave my chickens alone. What did they ever do to you, huh? You bucked with the wrong baka.
So the open landscape gives us a far better view of... Oh dear. A dead hen. We're gonna pretend we never saw that. I don't think it was one of ours. I think it spawned naturally. Yeah, that's what we'll say. What we'll also say is we're gonna need our saw. And to put some seeds away. And to close the door so Cat the Rabbit doesn't get out. Back out towards our lumber mill. Oh, we are definitely going to need to make a road out to this thing. Oh, there's just foliage as far as the eye can see. So, right, in the light of day, and with no drifters around, we can see a little bit better how this is going to work. We've got all our little saplings there, and they're all going to grow up. And right down in the middle there is our route out, which we're going to have come up onto the land here at some point. And by at some point, I mean not in the future. I mean at some point physically, because we're going to do that right now. So what do we got? It's coming out this way. What does over here look like? Land that should be cut down. All right. Okay.
Oh, we're hitting dirt. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'm probably gonna shave this land down just a little bit here, just so we don't have such a massive, sharp cutoff of elevation change. We only deal in elevation bills.
Large denomination bills. Unmarked, untraceable, rusted.
Oh. Oh, pear tree, huh? Were you always here? Okay, well, you know, maybe I'll clear some stuff away from you. And oh, another one. 2 pear trees, huh? Sorry, Maple. Get out of the way. It's not very often that you see 2 fruit trees right next to each other, but it's okay. These ones come in pairs. Okay, before it gets too dangerous out and I have to run away before I can come back to continue carving out this little landscape here. From our stairway, we're gonna come up. This is gonna be a little covered shelter just right here. And thematically, we'll have some wood storage just over in this area here, but most importantly, right up against the water, that is where we're going to put a mostly decorative sawmill. I don't exactly know what I'm going to do with the water just yet to make the water wheel look like it's actually functional. Although, looking at some of the devlogs and water wheels becoming a possible thing in the vanilla game, I still don't know what I'd hook it up to because we don't exactly have a thing that bisects logs. So honestly, it's still probably just going to stay cosmetic. But that is the plan. And this body of water in front of me does have, well, relative proximity to the ocean. So maybe we can do something with that to make it seem like the water's flowing. Or just ignore the water wheel entirely and just have the saw have like a hand crank or something. No, we're gonna go extra with it. But for the moment, I'm just gonna dig out as much of this dirt to flatten out this space as I can before I'm forced indoors from the medium rift activity out in this forest. Oh. They're throwing rocks.
That's my cue to skedaddle.
Let's just bring the daylight back.
Ah? What are you screaming about now? Hail. Good call. I'd scream too.
I think for sure one of the first things we're going to do at the start of next year is, well, finish this gatehouse, but then make the paths that we're going to need to go down to the eventual smaller docks on the west side here, as well as our logging camp. So, even though we don't have it all dug out, let's start building the foundations, at least, of our covered entrance and the sawmill. Okay, we have our footprint, and that's showing we're definitely going to need to dig out more of this. There we go. Much better. So we'll have to figure out what we're doing with the water. We might have this hill be the origin point, so we have a bit of flowing water to at least cosmetically have some sort of source of propulsion for the water wheel for the little sawmill. Of course, medieval expansion would give us working water wheels right now, so perhaps. But not this day. This day we block things out a little bit. And we're going to want the water wheel probably centered somewhere there. There we go. That is there. Alright, so we have a working platform for the shape of this. So, let's see. Which way? Yeah, that'll work. There we go. Nice platform. And of course, more of the land surrounding this is going to need to get flattened down, so we have room for storage sheds for all sorts of wood. Quite honestly, with this particular farm design, redwood's going to be the only one that's kind of a problem. But that's okay, we have very limited uses for redwood beyond firewood. They're great for firewood. Wonderful for charcoal pits. And maybe one day I'll have a building that I want that redwood color for, but until that day arrives, it's okay that we can grow other types of trees. And if there ever comes a day where I need a whole bunch of different types of wood, we can just make more of these. So we're gonna have a little staircase here, which for the moment I'm just gonna put sand down because it's kind of a filler block until we get the proper stairs in. Because the end of the year quickly approaches and we aren't gonna get this done today. But at the very least, what we will get done is getting some pillars in place. Still undecided if I like the green. These might change. Perhaps. Put these birch logs here as placeholders. So, this is the roughest of outlines of what this is going to look like. The sides aren't just gonna be dirt and wood like that, they are going to be probably conglomerate dry stone. Make it look like foundation walls. And then once things are flattened out a little bit, we'll have a couple more storage sheds, probably same dimensions as the covered opening that we used to go down into the tree farm. Or soon to eventually be a covered area. The marked out 5x7 cobblestone area. We're gonna grab that dry stone and perhaps make a decision on what kinds of wooden support pillars we want for the little sawmill. And simultaneously yearn for the day where we make a proper path so we don't have to walk through this every time. 55 dry stone. Will that be enough? I don't have any more ashlar blocks, do I? No, I will have to cut more. Rift activity is high. Perhaps not right now. Could be danger. The rift activity is really making these nights not so safe for outdoor activity. At least we have pie. And what we can do is things that require running around. Oh, maybe we can't. Maybe we can't. Okay. I'm sorry, Botorn, I forgot this was your house, not mine. Come on, my proper shooting me in the back of the neck. It's my skull. I'm keeping it. Sleep another night away. What are you still doing here? I don't even want your arrow. You keep your bones to yourself. just gonna use a similar principle to the tree farm. Got a whole bunch of kapok planted here now, so that's going to almost assuredly give us more than what we need in terms of wood for all of the different roofing and flooring and all the little decorative bits in our sawmill area. When they grow, of course. So that's just a waiting game. And while those are growing, let's take this dry stone on over and plop it on down where it belongs. Ooh, I had a sneaking suspicion this wouldn't be enough. But that's okay, our current bottleneck really is the wood. And wood selection, those are really going to be our limiting factors on this because we could just make more dry stone. Quite easily, in fact. It's picking a color palette for the rest of this. That's going to be the real trick. And of course, this entire outline that I've got there, it's going to get chiseled down to maybe just a couple of voxels. And we'll probably need more kapok so it can go on this little overhang outside of our pillars. You'll see it when it all comes together. It's this thing, basically. There goes Solstin, once again using D&D terrain for build ideas. But hey, they're grid-based. They work well. But this is functional for the moment, so we'll just cut down a couple of these floating trees and call it a day on the old forest. Alright, Maple. Thou shalt not defy gravity any longer. And you're just getting out of my way. While I'm up here, I might as well give it a little bit more of a haircut. Okay. You know, it ain't done, but it leaves us something to do later. Alrighty. Let's get out of the rain, shall we? Ah, that's much better. Nice and cozy inside as the rain pitter-patters on the windows. You know what they say, April showers. I don't know who that is, but good for them. That's good hygiene right there. But in any case, as we get very, very close to the tail end of April here, that brings us to the end of year 4. And you know, we've done quite a bit this year. Got ourselves some sturdy leather, built a tannery. Still gotta remove some of the excess beams on that. It's a little cluttered for my liking. Got a whole bunch of work done on the castle, and like a ton of work done on the castle, including our most revered grandmother. Did a little bit of mechanical optimization for separating generations of our chickens and our pigs. And a little bit of decorating here and there, some forgery. Can't forget the forgery. It's one of my favorite parts. Got a good chunk of the dock district all blocked out. That's looking pretty nice. It's a skeleton, but it's getting there. And soon, once the water is water and not ice, we'll be able to build ourselves a boat. Should probably plant some flax. We're gonna need sails for a sailboat. Speaking of travel, how can I forget? We've got Buddy the Elk, singing the song of his people every so often just outside our door. And lastly, we've capped off the year making a nice new entrance. A proper entrance, if you will, into our workshop. And, optimizing our tree farm. One fell stroke and the whole thing comes down. It's beautiful. A cascade of wood and shrubbery. Majestic. But what lies in store for us in the future? What indeed? The more progress we make on the castle, the closer we're getting to interiors. And so that means we're going to need a far richer toned wood. Now pine, that's warm, that's all well and good. But you know what's even better? Acacia. Possibly a hint of ebony. Maybe we'll find a spot for purple heart, who knows? And some paler wood with some bald cypress. Maybe get some Mediterranean cypresses just for a little bit of a completely different shape of tree. So yes, I may have to wait for some of the meat to salt, or we could just subsist on berries and such and whatever we can pack that'll last a long time. But we will be, in the very near future, making a real southerly journey. It won't be a fake out where I end up in a desert world. Unless... No, we will be going, taking Buddy with us, of course, quite far south. As far south as we have to go to start getting some of those other tree types. Then we can bring home the seeds, plant ourselves some exotic trees, and expand our decorative capabilities. I don't know how many of the crops that we find down there will survive in this climate, but maybe? Amaranth, perhaps? Who knows? And I'm sure we'll hit up the new story stuff as well. Expand upon the lore the Resonance Archives were a little bit ago for us. So, it's about time to touch on the story portion rather than just the vintage. Vintage, we haven't even made alcohol yet. Okay, we have a few things to do this coming year, and I hope you're looking forward to it just as much as I am. But with that being said, I believe it's time to call it here for the day. So, at the end of our 4th year, I say thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And as always, a special shout out to all of our channel members. You're all amazing, and thank you so much for your continued support. Buddy's thanking you too.
He's just kind of loud and screechy about it. Such is nature.
But as the meat cures in our basement, and the K-pox seeds grow, and I scribble down a note on the back of an old receipt to remember to plant flax, I will see you all next time.
Bye. Yo, dog, I heard you like trees, so we put a tree in your tree so you can tree while you tree. I don't think that joke worked very well. Do you? Yeah, you're probably right. I shouldn't quit my day job. I'll get you, my pretties. And your little eggs, too.
When am I going to fix the rest of that armor? Oh, there's still steel cooking, right.
Spider Pig? Have you seen my boy?
That way. Let's go look.
Oh, Canada, it's cold and dark and snow.
You are, not a water dog, are you?
You know the only detriment to having these decorative fire pits here? Can't toast our buns no more. We gain the powers of levitation. It's a Christmas miracle.
I get it. The bees are buzzing, and you are scared. It's okay, they're waking up now. They're no longer dormant. Listen not to the bees' honeyed words, for they are liars. Where'd your antlers go? Buddy, where'd your antlers go?